said, yeah, he didn't come here to dance. He came to swim. He came and swung for the. He was swinging for the fences, and he got the stoppage. That was a good.
Nice counter right hook by Cruz. Midway through the second. Oh, almost punched by.
Midway point of the penultimate round.
That was a great left hook by Roach. And it demonstrates,
The knees of Garcia with the right. Roach going in.
My career is never going to be based on one fighter. Never.
Right.
I got bigger and better things to do.
Yeah, most definitely.
B3 Picks TV, man, we back again. Uh I gotta get that my favorite clip of Shakur's daughter saying that he almost knocked you out. I gotta get that on there, man. That was funny. Let me say this. Let me cook like this. I already got my brother Marky Dan in the building. We definitely working. And salute to the family, Mike Rim, salute to Free pulling up. Appreciate y'all showing love, supporting the channel. We gonna cook, man. This about to be another great live. Mark, let me ask you this, man. I'm gonna kick it off like this, right? We're gonna get right into it. And salute to the family, Bruce Gas. Um, Carrie, I was thinking about doing a Conor Ben show. We'll talk about Conor Ben. He got put number one for the WBC. I definitely want to hear what Free has to say about that. But let's kick it off like this, right? And for the WBC at 147. Um, for like the talks about this fight. Shout out to our brother Kerry. I know he gonna pull up today. He was saying that these being two counter punches, stylistically, they might not be a fan friendly fight in his opinion. I want to start with Mark, and I'm gonna kick it to Free. Uh, Building this fight, building the promotion of this matchup, Mark. How would you promote Tio versus Shakur? How would you do it?
I mean, they both from that tri-state area. Scores from Jersey. T.O. being from New York. I told you yesterday I would try to galvanize the Puerto Ricans. I would do a global press tour. I'd take the tour to New York. Then we head down to Puerto Rico. And if I was T.O., I would talk all that monkey stuff. I'd talk all about negritos and all of that. Then, as soon as we get to the face off, I shove Shakur. Then I take the Puerto Rican flag and I throw it on the ground. Then I make a mad dash for the airport like Bernard Hopkins did back in the day. I mean, look how much I think that Bernard Hopkins fight with Tito, I think it did, what, like 500,000 buys? I mean, they got paid. They sold out Madison Square Garden. So, I mean, do you want to be loved by the people or do you want to sell out Madison Square Garden and, be a big commercial success on pay-per-view? Which one do you want to be, B3?
And salute to the family. Dank pulling up. What's good, Mugs? Salute to the family, Mugs. Appreciate
Man,
y'all
salute to
showing up.
Froyo. Salute to
Yeah.
Froyo.
And we gonna cook on, y'all already know it's fight week, man. We gonna talk Lamont Roach, Pitbull Cruz. We gonna talk all of that. You already know. I just wanted to kick it off with this because it was funny. It was interesting that this matchup is being made. Um, and we're kind of looking forward to it. I kind of want to know what's the best way to promote it so the public will actually know about the fight. You see what I'm saying? A lineal champion, two former lineal champions facing off against each other. What's going on, Free? How you feeling, Free? And let me bring you in like this, Free. How would you promote this matchup with Tio versus Shakur? What's the best way to put it in the public's eye?
well, I mean, you promoted New York versus New Jersey, and you do a press tour up and down the East Coast because that's mainly where those guys are from. They
Yep.
from up. Well, I mean, like Marky said, that Tio, he claimed that he's from New York, but he reside in Florida. You got Shakur. He's from New Jersey, but he reside in Houston. So you gotta have it New York versus New Jersey, and then you do a press tour up and down the East Coast. You do a press tour in Texas, and You try to promote it. You got Mexican or Honduran versus Puerto Rican. You got black versus Latino. You got New York versus New Jersey.
1,000%. And you got American versus American. So I feel like it's a lot of this fight should easily sell. Now at a $75 price point, Marky, what would you expect this fight, irregardless of undercard? How would you feel like this fight would do? Being that it is going to be on the zone pay-per-view package, one of the 12 we getting in 2026.
Which fight? T.O. versus Shakur?
Yeah.
How I think it'll do on pay per view. I mean,
Mhm. With a
if
$75
T.O.
price point.
If T.O. does what I told him to do, then I think it could sell very well. I think it could get up to maybe between 200,000 to 400,000. Because those are two pretty big names from you know, that tri-state area. T.O. being from New York. But it's like Free said, you got to galvanize fan bases,
Legend
and
salute.
the best ways to do that. I mean, Floyd Mayweather talked about the green print. The best way to do that is the racial element. You know what I'm saying? And you get you could either go after the Puerto Ricans or you could go after the blacks. But I think with the blacks, there's less meat on the bone. Um, so yeah, yeah. I think they'll you got to go after the Puerto Ricans. That's my opinion. You got to try
I
to
think
galvanize that
here's
fan
the
base.
situation. The Puerto Rican fans, majority of them, they really are high on Tio. Tio defeating Lomachenko. He pretty much was shot out of a cannon by Top Rank to be pretty much in the upper echelon of the sport. They put him on pound for pound, things of that nature. So he was definitely getting support, a lot of support um, from the Puerto Rican community. Now that after Top Rank started promoting Shakur, being that his is Puerto Rican, they started putting the Puerto Rican flag behind Shakur. Um, I don't think it held as well because being Shakur is pretty much a black guy. He was raised by he was brought up in boxing by his grandfather Wally Moses, who's a black man. So it kind of didn't stick as well. But I see what you're saying, Mark. Now I will say this: I don't I don't think Tio should disrespect the Puerto Ricans. The Puerto Ricans respectfully, I would believe they would be more inclined to support Tio. Now, whether or not Shakur is going to get support from a lot of them, I'm sure he will. I'm sure a lot of people will support Shakur, but more so because he's a winner. I don't think it has anything to do with his background. You know what I'm saying? People want to support a winner. They want to be on the winning team. That's just how life goes. And salute the crush. Hey, listen, we're gonna work. I'm gonna turn this into a road show. We're gonna cook on this, but let me ask you this free. Let me bring you this on this free. Like, viewing this T.O. versus Shakur fight, is it a pay-per-view attraction? And how you feel like it would do on pay-per-view?
Um, Me personally, I would say no, it's not a pay per view attraction because you got two guys who, I mean, they've been on pay per view cards, but they were the undercard, and I mean, truthfully speaking, nobody really they didn't really buy into their fight that they had on those pay per view cards. Um, Now it can be a pay per view attraction depending on how you do the undercard. It can be. You can make a fire undercard that will make it worth people buying a pay per view to see it. Um, I mean, you can put Keyshawn Davis, his comeback fight, on that undercard. You could put a couple of other guys. You got some uh, some guys like I think Moses is about to fight. You could throw him on there. Um, it's a couple of guys that you can throw on there as an undercard fight that got fights coming up soon. So you can say, hey, we trying to build this card, and let's go ahead and put these fights on this card right here. So it can be a pay-per-view fight, well, a pay-per-view attraction, but just that fight alone, no, I wouldn't say it's a pay-per-view fight.
Hey, let me bring in my brother BVO. Shout out to the Sports Talk Network, the founder, one of the goats. BVO, your guy, man. He stepped up to the table. He came to the table with Shakur, and they're gonna put on a big event in New York. Let me bring you in like this. How would you promote this fight? What's the best way to get galvanize the fan bases around this matchup?
The only thing that's kind of sad about it, this is like a fight that needs a bigger fight on top of it. Um, this a fight that should be on free TV because a lot of people don't know nothing about boxing. They don't know about the slick black Puerto Rican Shakur Stevenson, and they don't know about Teofimo Lopez. So really, I would say this would be a free fight. Get some young, hungry lions on this fight on this undercard. You know, we ain't got much time anyway. So this would be this would be one of the best free cards you would get of the year. This is a good way to end the year off with a bang. This would be a gift from Turkey and his associates to the sport of boxing because this is not a pay-per-view fight. And I hope they don't force it to make it one when it's not. We know the
Now let me
winner. The winner is top 5. I think the winner should get Devin Haney. But go ahead.
1000%. I wanted to cook on that too, with you, but I'm with you on that, BVO. But here's the situation: they sold that bundle package, that $45 a month, for 12 pay-per-views on the Zone, the subscription. So that's why they're gonna make a lot of these events pay-per-view because they sold the public on that $45 a month. So this will be the first one for January 31st, and then I believe they were trying to bring Devin Haney back in February, and possibly Benavidez back in February as well. So.
Yeah, that'd be a mistake. I know they probably do something stupid like that, but that'd be a huge mistake, man, because it's not a
Yeah.
pay-per-view fight. Um,
Mm.
no one knows Shakur and Teal. They just don't. I mean, we don't got to mix words about it. It's just what it is. These guys are virtually unknown to the public, and if you want more eyes to see it, this is the kind of fight that's got to be on free TV. But who knows what's gonna happen? But I just want to say, man, for all you suckers who said we weren't gonna do it, we do it again. We go get the biggest, blackest niggas y'all got, and we say let's fight them. So shout out to Teal for doing what they said he couldn't do. And shout out to Shakur for, they give him a lot of criticism. But guess what? That young man can become a 4 division champion. 126, 130, 135, 140. So either way, y'all got to catch up, suckers. Y'all got to catch up. Real
Ken So
boxing is
Love
back.
One, salute. Appreciate you for pulling up, showing love. Crush the Legend is in the building. We about to work. Crush,
Crush the
man.
OG. Crush the OG.
Let's
Mike
get y'all.
check.
Let's Yeah,
How's
perfect.
that?
That's what I needed. That's
Perfect.
what I
Because I'm on
needed.
my
Yeah.
laptop. Yeah, I'm on my laptop.
Okay, lit. Now I gotta ask you this, Crush. How would you promote Shakur versus Tio? Of course, we seen Tio kind of put his foot in his mouth in the past.
Whoa.
You know, come on, Mark. That ain't. I mean, foot in the mouth is crazy.
I'm being an asshole. Go ahead. Go ahead.
um. Well, how would you help him, Crush? How would you promote these two guys, these two young champions in the sport?
Um, First of all, I would title this fight as, you know, uh, put up or shut up, because
Yeah.
we know both of these young men have been doing a lot of talk and not too much action from neither one of these guys, even from the little things that they have gave us recently. But it's not what we've been asking for. Let's just be honest. So I will promote it just as that, because these are two guys that haven't really been doing anything. I mean, sport is not really doing too much anyway, but a handful of fighters. But that's not the case right now, so we'll see that for later. But with these two guys, it's kind of hard to promote both of these dudes. I'm hearing what everybody else is saying, and it's alluding
Yeah.
to that. It's not a pay-per-view fight. Let me answer that. It's definitely not a pay-per-view fight. Neither one of these guys are pay-per-view worthy, respectfully. So I don't know. You're gonna have to be very creative to promote these guys, but I think should be something straight up and down on special effects, because it's not too much. effect you can add on to it. Fight night gotta come, and these two dudes gotta fight. That's what it is. Everybody's fed up with what these guys been doing respectfully lately. We all can agree on that. So we ain't trying to hear too much of how to promote anything. Is these guys going to show up January the 31st? Even though it's been officially stated, but we know things can happen. Injuries, I got the flu, or I got bite marks and bumps on my arms, all type of stuff. My kneecap hurt. I got arthritis behind my ear. All type of stuff can happen with these guys. So I'm happy to hear that it's happening, but I'm not sold on it yet. But the best way to promote these guys is to put up and shut up finally. And that's all I got for the way to promote these guys, because these two guys have made it very difficult for them to promote themselves because they've been doing a horrible job. They made it difficult for the promoters to promote these guys. That's a fair assessment. That's all I got.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you. We got a little feedback.
I'll mute.
Yeah, I'm in full agreement with you, Crush. As to my brother Job pulling up in D Free back in the building. I'm gonna bring John on this, but I'm in agreement, man. They unfortunately T.O. is not as big of a star as he should be. I think he should be a massive star in the sport if he would have kind of carried it the proper way, keep stuff funny. You know, it's other ways to maneuver and galvanize a fan base, right? He's a dancer, he's a joking type of guy. He could have kept it in that lane. He's okay with being the butt of the joke and the class clown, but then he gets emotional and lashes out when things ain't going his way. So if he could have kept it funny, I think the people he could have had a different fan perspective on him. But and unfortunately, he got agitated and it turned out bad for him. Now, as soon as my brother Carrier pulling up, he said, "This just a big name fight. This fight awful stylistically. Um, Shakur was booed in New Jersey. Teal can't draw flies to shit in New York. Wow, Carrier talking that talk.
Jeez, that's harsh.
Yeah, that's wild. He said nobody can promote you better than yourself, and that's a fact. And you have to do that. That's mandatory. But it has to. But all publicity is not good publicity, in my opinion. And To has kind of proved that. But let me bring John real quick. John, what's good, bro? How you feeling? And I want you to speak on this. How would you promote the To versus Shakur matchup in January?
What's good with you? Salute to everybody. I'm feeling better every day.
Yeah.
Um, how I would promote this, like with Shakur, I would highlight his style. Like like a lot of people believe it, but even if you didn't believe it as a promoter, I would exaggerate his style, like the most technically sound boxer in the modern age, and just I would highlight his defensive stats. Even fights where people had issue with, I would highlight because he made a record in that De Los Santos fight, even though people felt like that was very boring, and then he was fighting with one hand. I would talk about his journey up until this point, and I would talk about him losing in the Olympics. I would highlight him being a silver medalist. And then like, just talking about his style, and I would create a narrative where all the trash talk that him and Tio been talking throughout the years. I would bring up the sparring that they had in the past and stuff like that. Common sparring partners. I would definitely bring up Tank because that's just easy promotion. Like they both sparred Tank when they was younger. I would like try to touch on how they each did. Um, and then with Tio, I would talk about like stuff that people forgot. Like when he was knocking people off and he was hitting backflips after every fight. I would even bring up Tank in that aspect, like, oh, when Tank hitting the backflips off the ropes, I would make it as though Tio the first person to do something like that. Like, oh, don't forget who started that trend, the backflip thing. But I don't think he started it. But that's what I would do anyway, because it's a promotion tactic. And then I'd be like, with T.O. beating Loma, I would say like, and he beat somebody else who was in the Olympics or something too.
Let
I
me
would
say this
like
real
say
quick, dog. He beat Luke Campbell, who was a gold medalist, and he, of course, he beat the undisputed Josh Taylor. But let me say salute to Bobby pulling up. That was funny, Bobby. I don't think this one ain't gonna be in the Hulu. I was pushing for the Garden for sure. My brother Kerry is pushing for Barclays, but we're gonna see. They haven't put a final verdict out on where the fight is gonna be on take place, but I'll confirm and I'll let you know. I'll look it up now to see, but I'll let you know. And go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish,
so
Doc.
so yeah, so like then I'd be like, oh, I would say that like, yeah, T.O. started that backflip and stuff, like and all that. I would be like, also he's somebody who be knocking off Olympians and Shakur silver medalist, and you saying he done knocked off two gold medalists. Like I just touch on all of that type of stuff. Like y'all must have forgot about T.O. And I would even like the
Yeah.
narrative. I would create my own narrative right now because it's not too late because they didn't fight yet. So like I would create a narrative, like even if it's not necessarily the full truth. Y'all talking about promotion, so that's what I would do.
Nah, I'm with you 1,000%. And Carrier said there's no MSG fight. He said Barclays does close to 20K, so bigger than the Hulu but smaller than the Garden. Um, that's a good point. I can push that to the panel. I wanna hear what Free has to say on that, and then Crush the Legend. Well, let me bring in Crush. Crush, how you Crush? Give me an audio check real quick.
1-2, 1-2,
Okay,
1-2.
let me bring you in. I'm gonna bring Free. I know Free moving around. Appreciate Free. Crush. Let me ask you this. Is this fight, is it not big enough for the Garden in your opinion, or where do you feel like it should land?
Wow. You know what? Well, both of these guys, the fan base, they should do it in New York. Anywhere between New York and Jersey. There's no better place to put this fight because it's not that big of a fight. I wouldn't put it in Vegas or anywhere else like that. Since New York and New Jersey is right next to each other, and this is where most of the fans are at, I do it over there in New York or New Jersey. The spot don't matter, but Madison Square, that's they got to rent out a small part. They ain't packing the main part unless they want to have a hell of an undercard that's undeniable, probably the best undercard in the last century or the last decade. Because these are two guys who's not, highly promoted. Or they're not stars. They big names, but they're not stars. Regardless of what they accomplish. I just wanted to add on something because Ja was cooking with that, but when he bought in the Tank Ish, why would you bring up somebody that's inactive? They both sparred other guys. They both sparred Dev. Should bring that up. If
I
anything,
would bring them all up, all the
no, but
common
I would
sparring
I wouldn't
partners.
bring up somebody that's inactive. Listen to what I'm saying. I wouldn't bring up anybody inactive. That's what's wrong with boxing now. We don't need to bring up nobody that's active. They not helping the cause. Devin just
Fighters
one
who fought
one
in
of
the past is inactive that don't even fight no more. But like, if it's
yeah,
good
hell
for
with them too.
promotion, if it's
But that
good for
I would go
promotion,
with the
then
more
bring them
recent
up.
promotion. Nobody needs to bring him up. People should be able to talk without using Tank. These guys should be able to do their thing without using Tank. They shouldn't have to add Tank into the
They
promotion.
should, they
No,
should.
they
But we
shouldn't.
talking about
They they,
promotion.
they shouldn't because
No, I
you still
said they
holding
should.
on
You're
to the
right.
dude.
You're right about that. They should be able to do it without it. But like
Yeah.
I'm saying,
I,
what I would do, I would use it.
I
It's
wouldn't use it,
easy. It's
especially with what
easy,
Devin Haney
especially.
just did last week. That's the better promotion for that.
Uh
You know what I mean? That's something that they have in common. That's a guy.
Now,
Neither one of these dudes is afraid to fight, in my honest opinion. The both of them, and we already know. To was this scarecrow way back in 35, and we already know this dude turned down 25% that he should took. If anybody that should be built off, I will build it off of Devin Haney because out of everybody you could build it off, he's the most successful right now. You understand what I'm saying? So I know about marketing, my guy. Yeah, what I'm saying, I do this. I ain't new to this shit. I get what you saying, but I'm gonna go with
What
the
you
better
saying? Say
narrative.
that last part again. My bad, I missed that.
Oh yeah, because one thing that they both, I said, T.O., he's a scaredy cat. He's been scared of this man, and Shakur turned it down to 25% that he should took instead of asking 5 more percent. I think that's a bigger story than they done sparred some guys and stuff. And I think because of Devin Haney's success, and not everybody that they have fought or sparred, this guy has the most recent biggest success right now. So I would build it off of that. If anything, I would go off of the most hot thing. But I get what you're saying. But I'm gonna go with the
Use
most
both
hot
of
thing.
them. Use
I
both
feel
of them,
correct. I see what
and
Crush is saying.
You see what I'm
end off
saying?
with that. End off with Devin Haney. Use both of them and end off with Devin
You know
Haney.
why he's saying that though, Ja? Is because now,
Cause niggas mad about Tank.
and it's
I'm
not.
not
It's
mad
not
about
even
no
that.
damn tank, job. You out of your mind, boy. Don't make me jump up for your ass, man. You know better. I ain't no pickle puller,
I
man. I'm
ain't
an
even talking
OG.
about you
It's not.
specifically, man. I
I
said
know
I
you.
No,
see
no,
You
it's
why
not.
said
you
it
It's
would not.
behind me though, so
let
it
me let
sounded
me
like
say
you was
this.
talking about me. The way you said
Nah,
No,
it.
it's
nah, I
not. It's
understand
not.
that.
It's not that. It's this is what it come down to, right? What it is that we want to know who the king of the castle is. We want to know who the king of the throne is. Who's the top dog, and we don't want. I think people are past like if you're gonna fight YouTubers and you're not gonna compete for the belts, then when we bringing you up in conversation with the guys that's lineal champions that's fighting for the belts, it's kind of like it's not if you're not going to make the matchup, what's the point? I think that's what it comes down to.
Hmm.
So I still believe and we all hope, and so to the beautiful Vay pulling up, what's good, Vay? um I believe and still hope that Tank will fight these guys, but for some people, and I'm sure Crush probably believes it's unrealistic at this point. Um, so that's just really what it comes down to. Now, Jai, you believe that it's possibly that can come back and still take these matchups, and that just remains to be seen. Um,
Yeah, I believe that, but it ain't even just that. Like, I'm just not on that. Like, I wasn't when Brian Norman and Devin fought. I wasn't one of them ones that just jumped and then just to hate on Devin, wanting them to get knocked out. And I'm not somebody that's just about to jump and be like hating on Tank every move he making. He didn't actually ain't even able to take that fight yet. Like, so his career is all like legit fights. And then it's a lot of common opponents that they're gonna probably wind up meeting. That their biggest fight, their biggest highlight was losing to Tank. But I was just saying, as far as promotion, like it wasn't nothing about like making. I was more saying they spar and how did they do with somebody who people they really respect as a fighter, regardless how like mad people get over how he move and stuff and this controversial stuff he do that don't got nothing to do with boxing. They respect him as a fighter, and he has done stuff in the sport. Like, and then with the backflip thing, like T.O. didn't actually start that, but I would use that like. And I would make it like as though T.O. started because he was doing it a lot and it's just like
yeah,
with they Twitter beefs that they be having. I would create a timeline and like I would make that a story because that's going to get people talking and it's going to build up the fight. Like, but I understand
it's
what
the
OG Crush saying. I'm saying it's room for all of it,
now
and
I
I would
wanna I
end
wanna go
off.
at a different angle though, Jai. Let me do this. Let me go. Let's go at this a different angle, because Crush made a good point about highlighting Devin Haney, being that he's the one that just went up and pretty much took over 147
Yeah.
for all intents and purposes, right? Now, Lamar Roach even said that he would want to entertain the winner between Brian Norman and Devin Haney. I haven't heard much else about that. Of course, he got Pitbull this weekend. So these guys moving up to 147 is very appealing because a lot of people feel like 147 is weak right now. So the prospects of Hitchens, possibly Gary Antoine, and Lamont Rhodes, guys like that, all moving up. That's kind of building 147. Now, let me ask you this. I wanna push this to the panel real quick. I wanna phrase it like this, right? I wanna know if Devin Haney is on your pound for pound, and is this and I also want to know, is the winner of this fight high? Would you rate the winner of this fight higher than Devin Haney? Based on what you've seen, based on what's been done in the sport, is a Shakur getting a win over Tio? Is that catapult him? Would that be a better win than Devin Haney has on his resume, and vice versa? Do y'all believe Shakur Stevenson being a win on Tiafimo's resume would put him in a top five type of pound for pound situation? Uh, Dang Father said Shakur yes, Tio no. I think it's the Tio
Um,
performance.
Go ahead, D.
Damn.
let me answer real quick before my audio go out. Um, Absolutely not. Not
Mm,
Shakur, not Tio. In order for you to move into the top five, I got Devin in my pound for pound. I don't have him top five. But if you want to move either one of these guys into the top five, they will have to beat somebody that's top five. Right now, Tio is not on the pound for pound. So if Shakur beats Tio, why would I put him top five because he beat somebody who's not on the pound for pound? I don't see how that equates to somebody moving all the way up to top five pound for pound. Shakur is barely cracking the top 10 pound for pound on a lot of people's pound for pound listings. So, and like I said, Tio is not on majority of the people's pound for pound. So to have one of these guys crack the top five and ain't neither one of these guys top five, nah. That means you would put Shakur or Tio above guys like, let's say you got Bud as number one. Let's say you got Monster number two. A lot of people got Bam Rodriguez up there. A lot of people got David Benavidez up there. A lot of people got Devin Haney up there. Some people even got Usyk up there. So you would say that Shakur or Tio would jump one of those guys to be top five? I don't see it.
Mm.
Don't see it at all.
To be honest, real quick, uh, last time I did my pound for pound, I don't have neither one of those dudes on there. Devin is on there. Um, Devin is at the bottom. Um, I'm looking to move him up. I got to see who he's fighting next. Not gonna move him up for beating a C-level guy. Not gonna do that. So he's gonna stay at 8 where I have him at until he fights somebody that's a little more tougher. But I don't have Shakur or Tio on my pound for pound respect because I don't think they deserve to be there. To be honest, not on mine. If they on
mm,
somebody else's, I respect it. I don't have a problem with it. But they not on mine. They haven't did anything to be on mine. To be honest with
salute. And let me appreciate you, Crush. And let me bring in Coach Eddie. Coach Eddie, how you feeling today? How you doing, good sir? And cook on this topic for us real quick. How would you promote Shakur versus T.O.? And then also, does a win from either guy put them in the pound for pound top five, or where would you see them pound for pound wise? Coach Eddie might have stepped away from his phone. We're gonna keep cooking. No, appreciate everybody in the building, man. Y'all tap the like button, follow the channel. We definitely working. Um, Ja, did you get to answer that
Nah,
about yeah, these guys pound for
nah, I
pound
ain't.
status? Do you
Man,
do you feel like
let's take all the emotions out of it. You know what I'm saying? Cause getting for the words of OG Crush is getting real moist. Like T.O. with his accolades, like he should be on the pound for pound, man. And then like with in the divisions he done fought in. And then with Shakur, if T.O. beat Shakur, that style alone, that should raise your status on the pound for pound. Cause people give Shakur the credit that he ain't like they was giving Brian Norman. Like credit that I could see why you giving it to him, but technically he hasn't shown it yet. Like so, like Shakur ain't been tested yet. So like, but he still get that credit for his style and his IQ and stuff like that. But let's wait and see. Like, even this is not. This is more of a difficult far styles matchup for Tio. Cause even though Shakur coming up, he gonna be bigger, and his style is difficult for anybody. And then I would not raise him higher though, for like Devin. Like Devin went up to a higher weight class. So beating him would raise your status up higher than beating T.O. would. And Devin beat Cambosis and Loma. So no, I can't say I will raise it higher if you beat T.O. than I would if you beat Devin. Um, and a lot of people I don't never even hear them mention Devin on their pound for pound list. But like I would definitely not put either one of them higher than Devin because they beat each other. I would have Devin higher than them, but they'd be like 2, 3 spots in the area though.
Uh, let me read a comment real quick and respond to it. Aircraft said, "How Devin pound for pound off of Norman and Ramirez and Ryan? Technically, no contest. Like seriously, okay, Aircraft. I said I had Devin on there way before that. Now, let me say this because I know D3 probably was going to get around to correcting y'all or saying this, and I'm gonna say it for him. I'll say it for us. So here's the thing. That's why I don't knock nobody's pound for pound because I can tell that you're not basing it off the same thing I'm basing mine off. And that's fine. But I base my pound for pound off of the itinerary of what pound for pound was based off. Y'all talking all this accolade and stuff and things like that. That has nothing to do with pound for pound. Pound for pound means that you feel as though that a certain fighter can beat any man pound for pound, no matter the weight class. That's what pound for pound means. Now, if you want to add your own thing onto your pound for pound, you can. That's why I won't knock your pound for pound because that's yours. You can customize it any way you want, but I don't customize a damn thing. I keep it the way it was created. You can go look up the definition if you want, if you think I'm capping or you don't think I know what the hell I'm talking about. See, y'all be basing boxing off of some shit that don't have really anything to do with the science of boxing. See, y'all too used to this name shit, the accolades and trophies and shit like that, and have those things don't really have nothing to do with a lot of what is the definitions of certain things in boxing. These are just facts, people. I base it off of who I think would beat anybody in any weight class pound for pound, because that's what it was based off of. Mr. Sugar Ray Robinson. I would do mine on my show. I'm not gonna do it right here. I do a whole cook on it, Bobby. But I got you. But you don't
That's
have to
one
get
criteria that I'm basing mine off of. And yeah, I'm adding more like accolades and stuff. Like I'm adding more stuff to mine. But like
See,
people be putting
that's the
heavyweights in
thing.
the pound for pound now.
That's the thing. People add the accolades because they wanted to add their favorite fighter, because their favorite fighter wasn't making the pound for pound based off of what the criteria was. And like Crush said, the criteria is one style versus another style. If they were the same size, who wins? That's what pound for pound was based off of. If this guy was the same size as this guy, who do you believe wins? If you believe
Well,
that guy
that'd
wins, then
be
let him
he's higher
finish.
on the pound for pound. They changed it. People changed it. Not the boxing world. The actual people that made the pound for pound. They didn't change it. The fans changed it because they wanted to put their favorite fighter in the pound for pound.
but they putting these pound for pounds in Ring Magazine and stuff. They definitely changed it.
I just
And
told you,
like
they.
for me,
That's not
for
the
me,
people that
like
made the pound for pound.
that that's better
Ring
for
Mag-
me because I'm
Yeah,
I'm like
it is.
Tank
It's
is my
better for
favorite
you.
fighter Cause I'm saying this just out of respect to the conversation and how what people be touching on. But like for me, I think Tank beat everybody just off of his style and highest like at any weight. If he was the same size, and then he gonna beat anybody.
But what I'm saying is that's the reason why you hear people talk about accolades is because they want to put their favorite fighter in the conversation because if their favorite fighter didn't have any accolades, he wouldn't be in the conversation. So they throw accolades in there. But see, this is the reason why they don't count accolades, and the reason why I don't count accolades because we all know certain fighters get opportunities that other fighters don't get. So that's why I don't count accolades because you can't tell me that David Benavidez shouldn't have had the opportunity to fight Canelo at 168 pounds for undisputed. But because David Benavidez is not undisputed, you would say, "Oh, this guy is better than him, or he's ranked higher than him on a pound for pound because he was undisputed." But David Benavidez was the mandatory to the undisputed champion, and he didn't get the opportunity.
So when Floyd was pound for pound, they was basing it off of what Crush said.
They was basing it off of their favorite fighter. They liked Fury because pound for pound was created despite the heavyweight because Sugar uh, Sugar Ray Robinson he wasn't a heavyweight fighter, so they said we have to put him in a category outside of heavyweight because he's not a heavyweight fighter, but he's moving up and down weight classes, beating everybody.
No, I'm
So
saying
that's why
Floyd though. Floyd was pound for
Floyd,
pound number one at one point, and that's
because
based off of just how he's
Floyd was
translate as a
beating
fighter.
everybody. Floyd was beating
Right.
everybody.
Yeah.
There's not a single guy you could say Floyd lost to. He beat everybody. Guys that was in and around his weight class. He was beating everybody. There's only
No
two guys
doubt.
that people bring. There's only two guys that people bring up that they say Floyd should have fought and he didn't fight, and that's Winky Wright and that's
And Paul
Paul
Williams.
Williams. Those are the only two guys that they bring up. Floyd fought everybody.
Yeah, I don't like that they add heavyweights to the pound for pound now. It ruins the whole thing to me. Like, and then the accolades. I agree. I'm agreeing with that. Like, I felt like the accolades was just a tactic, but I'm like, it's an overwhelming tactic. So it's like, go ahead and talk about the accolades or whatever. You using it anyway, and now like other sources is respecting it.
But see, like I said, with guys like David Benavidez who don't get the opportunity to become undisputed, people will rank somebody above David Benavidez because they was undisputed and he wasn't. When he was sitting right there as the mandatory, but Canelo would never fight him.
That's who I got pound for pound number one after his last fight. Um, and I still got Bud number two, and I
But
got Tank
that's
number
the reason why
three.
I don't go by accolades. I go strictly off of the style of the fighters. If this guy was to face that guy and they were the same size, who do I believe won? And you base it off that, and that's the way that pound for pound was meant to be categorized, not what people are doing nowadays. Like I said, they want to add new stuff. I have no problem. That's your prerogative. Everybody has their own pound for pound. You can add whatever you want. But when I say my pound for pound, you ain't got this person. No, I don't have the same criteria y'all have.
I
I don't
got
have the same criteria.
Benavidez number one aircraft.
I'm
I
not
like
mad
the
at that.
classic pound for pound way. It's like
Salute
how
to the
you think this
family.
fighter translate in any division with any fighter.
Yeah, and that's Benavidez for sure. Salute to TD pulling up. What's good, TD? You already know we working. It's a road show. I can get to the vertical live, Bobby. I'll rent you up if you put a comment in the vertical live. You go to the channel, and then it's another live going right now. I can rent you up if you put a comment in it. I can't access the landscape live for whatever reason, but moving around right now. I wanna pivot real quick. And because I got the legend up here, and we was talking a lot about this. I had to add Tank. This is a safe space to talk about Tank. You know what I'm saying? I got my brother John here. So, you know, we can Tank is really, and I'm gonna put this thumbnail
Respect.
up, right? Uh I believe, and this was brought up yesterday, is Tank is helping sell the pay-per-view. People are interested in this fight because these are two former Tank opponents. You got Frank Martin on the card. You also have Oshaki versus Fulton. Now, this is a big card this weekend. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Uh, Crush, I know what free we cooked on this yesterday. I gotta ask you this real quick, Crush. Is this card do you like how this card is set up, and is it worthy of pay-per-view in your opinion? The December 6th card with Lamont Roach, Pitbull Cruz headlining.
I think I answered it earlier, but I'll go through it again. It's a damn good card. $75. No, respectfully, no. They doing too much. And pay-per-view is doing too damn much. They need to
Yeah.
relax and stay off our pockets. Give us a break. Every weekend, every other weekend is a goddamn pay-per-view. Come on, man. Got to relax. Cool it now like New Edition. Give us a break. Nell Carter. Shit. Excuse my French on that last word, but it's a damn good card. I like the matchups. It's definitely going to be a bar burner. I think everybody will come and do their due diligence. We'll see. Like I said, this might, depending on everybody's performances, this could jump in the races. You know, card of the year. Everything that we always talk about. And since we into the last month, it'd be a great way to end it off the year when we all top off everything that happened in 2025. So we're gonna see. But I like the card. I like it. But yeah, you could say Tank, Ghostly sells it because it's two former opponents and they have something in common because some people think that they both defeated Tank Davis. So yeah, that's definitely a sell, and I can go with that because it makes sense because they are two opponents that he faced, and they was two of his hardest opponents that a lot of people feel as though they gave him the most difficult time. Some people thought he lost. So yeah, I like that. So yeah, he's definitely selling it. And by those two guys fighting each other, that's helped selling the fight too, because they fighting each other and they both got in the ring with Lil Red. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes logical sense, boxing sense, and all that. Yep.
And Frank Martin, you better stop Bart though, man.
Oh yeah,
You hear
and Frank
this?
Martin on the card too. So you got the Ghost on there too, also. So wow, what a way to
You
go,
better stop his
BBC.
just your comeback fight.
Oh yeah. Frank better look good because he been talking confident. Supposed to. I'm not saying he's not supposed to, but okay, we need to see this because we over here, us over here, chatting panel. We ain't really impressed by words. We want to see what you're gonna do fight night. I can speak for damn near everybody in here right now because I know everybody very well. Ain't no pickle pulling and all that over here right now. It's not present. I love the atmosphere. Good boxing
I want to
environment.
see how this new change of coaches affecting Frank. And I always said Derek James is robotic. The Frank just said it in another way. Like he said, he just like a bait fundamentals type of coach. I think that's his ceiling.
Bobby said, if they pull Janet Beck and Lara from this card, it hurts it. And I heard something about that. I'm surprised we didn't speak on it yet, but I see Bobby dropping it in the chat, and Lara got him shook at 4. Yeah. Because when I seen the notification, I said, shook ones. I was about to play Mob Deep. I said, yeah, he shook. That's the first and only thing that came to my mind. So I agree with you, Bobby. Somebody is shook. You don't want that smoke from Larry. Like, this dude 42 years old, and he doing some stuff he didn't, do, Hey, it happens like that. Some people are late bloomers. Some people gonna have their best moments later, but we can never tell, and sometimes they can't tell. You just gotta stick on in there, and let it play out. But yeah, hopefully that doesn't happen because that is some punk ish. We need to stop that in boxing, and they know what they doing. They be playing the game with us, like I said on my live. Boxing, you don't play boxing, but the boxing game is playing with us. We not having it. We're not having it. Y'all,
That's Janabek's only way of beating Laura anyway is to do some type of cheating. Like he not that skilled.
That's
Like
crazy right there.
he got and Laura too defensively sound. Like Laura is a real vet and he's still very live. He ain't lose no steps. Like he choosing to slow down his footwork. He don't have to slow down his footwork. He choosing to do that. And he really assassinating shit in here. Like they should call him the assassinate nation dream now. Like how you this nigga born identity, Lord, the born identity out this mug right now.
yeah,
You see
he
that that's the
he in there.
equalizer. You see how
Mhm.
old the equalizer is. He still was assassinating shit.
Yes, aircraft. He's a
Hey,
master class boxer.
Law's not doing anything that Floyd Mayweather didn't do.
Yeah.
Um, he's being more smart. He's being more smarter in his approach because he knows he's an older guy. He's not going to go out there and bounce around and spend all his energy. So he's sitting down on his punches. He moves when he needs to, and he's not wasting any energy, any unwanted energy. So when it is time to crack his opponent, he has the power to do it. And lately, he's been getting his opponents up out of there.
I love young brothers getting their bread, but I don't like when they try to just say somebody old and it's like you trying to take away that man provision just because he older than you. Like, oh, you old. It's time for you. Like, it's time for you to pack it up when it's actually time for you to pack it up. And some people don't get that and they older, but that don't apply to everybody. Like, I feel like they try and do that with Laura now. Like, he older, yeah, but like it ain't time for him to pack it up yet.
Hey, Bobby.
He
You know
damn
what?
near undefeated still, sure.
Right. Hey, real quick, Bobby said Lara got some tough decisions. Robbed terribly against Paul Williams in Atlantic City. All three judges were suspended after that fight. That is a fact. Um, and I haven't went back and watched that fight in years. I'm gonna go back. I'll probably watch it tonight while I'm at work because I'm always looking at a little fight or some highlights of somebody when I'm at work. It's something to do. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And like Ja just said, he's basically, in a lot of people's minds undefeated. You throw her beating, uh respectfully,
Who?
I can't
I
even
don't know
play
about
back a
that.
moment in that fight. I can't even respectfully. I can't play back a moment in that fight right now. I would have. I don't think so. No. I'll go back and watch it. But
Let me
go ahead,
all
D3.
about the Oshaki versus Fulton fight.
Mm.
I mean that kind of snuck up on us. I think that's a great fight for the sport. Y'all
Hmm.
talk about that. Go start it off, crushing, and let's cook on that. What's your thoughts on that one?
Great fight, great matchup. Oshaki Foster needed an opponent. Like Cool Boy Steph, who should be, respected in the sport of boxing. He's a little unsung, and he did a whole lot, So we just gonna leave that there. I love the matchup. It's gonna be a tough one, but I'm going with Scooter. I'm going with old Fulton. Actually, I grew up with his father. His father actually grew up in my neighborhood. Then he moved out the Southwest where Scooter came up at. But yeah, that's gonna be a hell of a fight. I like the matchup. Like I said, every matchup on this card is pretty good. Um, I got every match
Would
just
a
about.
win would a win for Fulton put him in your Hall of Fame?
No. For me, real quick, and I pass on Hall of Fame. I'm not calling nobody no future Hall of Fame or none of that. I need to see more work from these guys. They haven't done enough for everything they have done for me to consider them Hall of Fame. And I base mine a little different off of what it's based off. I'm not going off of popularity. like they going off. I base Hall of Fame off of everything. I add the accolades in there, everything. I base it off of everything as far as Hall of Fame. So I think if anything, he should have went into the Hall of Fame just for beating his old dosed up ass anyway. You know what I mean? Win, lose, or draw. Because there's a lot of beating fighters in the Hall of Fame. But I think he should probably already be there. The thought of it, because none of these guys are there yet. But the thought of him, yeah, I already consider him maybe going in there before that. But I think that would look good as a tough opponent because I think you should be basing it off a resume. He was ready to put Tiger Johnson in the Hall of Fame. Ooh, aircraft. Who was ready to put Tiger Johnson in the Hall of Fame? It wasn't me, bro. B3, was that you? He talking about one of y'all was about to put. Oh, he said B3
No, he
puts
was talking about
everybody
he
in
was
the Hall
talking
of
about
Fame.
BBO.
He said B3 put everybody in the Hall of Fame. He
No,
said
this
he was
this
He
ready to
man,
said
put
B3
Tiger
said
Johnson in the
no,
I
Hall of
put
Fame.
all the
hold on,
young
hold on.
blacks in the Hall of Fame.
First of
Come
all,
on, bro.
Crush already knows, so I don't even know why you come up here lying. You
Yeah,
just expose yourself every time you open your mouth when it comes to D3, because Crush already knows. Me and Crush think almost similar when
yeah,
we talk about this boxing. I
yeah.
don't put nobody into the Hall of Fame until their career is over. Now, the only person I say is a Hall of Famer and they still fighting is only two guys, maybe three, and that's Canelo Alvarez and Bud Crawford because of what they've done in their career. Bud Crawford is a three division undisputed champion. There's no doubt that he's going to the Hall of Fame. You got Canelo
Regardless.
Alvarez. Yeah, you got Canelo Alvarez, the first undisputed Mexican fighter of all time. And not only that, he has a lot of fighters on his resume. So they definitely going to put him into the Hall of Fame. Those are the
He was
only two guys. And the
he was
only
talking
other
about,
person that I say maybe probably will go in there that's fighting right now is Usyk.
yeah. Usyk, yeah, definitely. I think he deserves it.
For you,
He was
for you
talking about
said, for
B3
you
though.
said the other day, that Devin Haney was Hall of Fame. I need to
Uh,
talk about the free out like that. Hey,
Bobby
but
said,
listen,
go ahead.
that's just what it is, man. I mean,
I
it's
think,
for this. I think it's just a different era. It's
yeah,
like if you have the understanding, like, because most of y'all can separate the two, right? Like the old school, it was things was just done differently. They had a lot of times they had same day weigh-ins. Now they do it the day before, right? So it's just a completely different era in the sport. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like Scooter, man. Scooter's just a talented fighter, man. I was watching him this morning. Scooter, he's just supremely talented. I just want to know is the size going to play a difference as far as Oshaki? Moving up in weight, Oshaki being possibly stronger, more durable. This gonna be a hell of a matchup. Yeah, this gonna be one of the best matchups of the year, I think. And I'm leaning Cool Boy.
yeah, yeah.
He's
Um,
he's just he's just too polished for
Yeah,
Crush.
I don't
yeah.
know about Scooter in this one, but
It's
yeah, I mean, just
50-50,
like you said,
man. It's a close fight, but I'm going
the way
Scooter.
people move in boxing now was different from back in the day. That's why a lot of times when you hear me say stuff, I say mine. I don't say boxing. I say mine because I know when it comes to the sport of boxing, the sport of boxing itself is different than what the fans look at it. It's different than what the fans look at it. The sport of boxing, for the most part, still go by the same criteria they always go by. Is the fans the criteria?
Yeah.
I'm with you on
So
that.
you gotta separate the two.
1000%. Now, I mean, let me. Who are y'all expecting? I think I heard Ja. Is everybody on the panel expecting Laura to get the win over Jenabek?
Most definitely, you know, I already said that.
Oh, you
Yeah.
got Laura being Ja. Oh, yeah, you
Yeah,
don't got Jenabek. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I got
Dang.
Lord
yeah,
beating him
you
too.
know, I already said that.
And I'm
I think
leaning
Laura
Jenabek
might
too,
stop
man.
Jenna. I think Laura might stop Jenna.
Woo.
Hmm.
I think he might stop him.
I
I
was,
think I think I think Janabek get beat up in too many fights.
I hope Laura win, but I
yeah,
think
I
it's
was.
set up for him to lose though. I'm upset about
I
that,
mean, if
man.
you
Laura, man.
Well, he
no,
would. He's
if
still
you
a.
look
It's
at
still
the
A
style
side.
as the style matchup, you look at the style matchup. There's only
Uh-huh.
one thing that Law really has to worry about, and that's Janabek's power. That's the only thing that he really has to worry about. Janabek is not a superior boxer over Law. He's not a he's not a defensive fighter. So the only thing that Laura really has to worry about is Janabek's power. So when you only got to worry about one thing, and with a guy like Laura, who's been in the ring with a lot of top level opponents, a lot of A fighters, B fighters. When you're a guy like Laura, you don't have to. You can easily take away what his power is. It's similar to the Devin Haney versus Brian Norman. Brian Norman has been in a lot of tough fights. Brian Norman has came out victorious. But Devin Haney said, "Okay, I just got to worry about the power. So how can I win this fight? Let me do what I always do and just put my jab in his face. Put my jab in his face and make sure he doesn't land that power shot. That's what Laura's going to have to do. He just want to put that jab in his face and just make sure he don't land the power shot.
Yeah, I'm hoping that Janabek can bring more dimensions into that fight. I seen him step on some opponents recently. They just not on Laura's level. So I do feel like Laura has the skill set to get the job done. This is a true 50, and shout out to Sister the Beautiful Ellis pulling up. What's good, Ellis? Appreciate you showing up, showing love.
What's going on, Ellis?
I want to go back to TD. TD said I feel like they might rob Laura if he don't get the stoppage. Yeah, I'm in. Hey, listen. Now the only thing
That's a
is
joke.
he is on a PBC card, so I do believe it's going to be straight up and down. I don't. I mean, for this fight specifically, because Laura, for all intents and purposes, the winner of this fight may or may not be in line for Crawford. So I don't think it's got to be on the. I think it's got to be on the straight and narrow because you're not gonna get the fight with Crawford if the public sees that you weren't supposed to win. You see what I'm saying? That's not good optics. Nobody's coming off of controversial robbery to getting a Crawford payday. I don't see that happening.
That make a lot of sense.
Yeah, so I think it'll be straight up and down. But I do think Laura, I mean, he's just more crafty, man. Laura is super crafty in the ring. Everybody gotta watch. Shout out to my brother Ann McQueen, like how nuanced Laura is as a boxer. Extremely competitive. So this is gonna be lit. This is gonna be a super fire
What
card.
that mean, nuance?
Just variances there, different layers to his game.
All
You know
right.
what I'm saying? He not straight up and down. He not just a kung fu fighter. He's not just a puncher, but he's very technical. He's very technically sound. He got a good 1-2, and I mean he's just smart, man. He's super intelligent in the ring, and he has the experience because what we know about Janabek Kazakh style, excuse me. He doesn't have a deep resume. He hasn't been able to get the names or the experience as far as under the lights. So we still got to. Hopefully he's prepared. You know what I mean? Because this gonna be a tough. This guy's a mover, and I've been seeing Janabek working on his movement, which is good. But he gonna need a lot more to keep up with Laura.
Yeah, Laura touched you with that jab too many times. You see how he dropping that left hand in there? Like it. You gotta have that type of experience or just straight up boss to even be able to drop that brick hand in there like that. Like
Hmm.
that's crazy. Some of them knockouts. It don't really matter
1,000%.
who he fighting, just to be able to land that so clean on the jaw and rattle somebody brain like that.
Salute to my brother Prize fighter pulling up. What's good, Prize? How you feeling today?
What
Did you
up? What
make it?
up? What up?
You
I was pulling up real quick.
Yeah, cook with it.
I had to ask y'all a question. Because I know I'd rather hear it from one of y'all. Is that true? Is that Ring magazine article about Janabek? Is that real?
That's what they saying, Prize.
So he got some performance enhancement in his system.
Oh wow, so he tested positive?
I didn't read the whole article. It just said Janabek.
Or just recently?
Hold on. Yeah, this is like 5-6 minutes ago. Hold on. I'll try to read it for y'all. Hold on. It says I'll just go briefly.
Oh good.
Says IBF and WBO World Middleweight Champion Janabek has delivered an adverse analytical finding for performance enhancing drugs following a VADA test. Sources tell the Ring.
Okay.
Just talking about WBA Laura.
Come
Yeah,
on,
All
quasi
right,
basically,
style.
cool.
basically
So
that's what it just says. That's pretty much the whole article. In a
all right,
nutshell.
Prize. Cool. So all right, so before that, they were saying that he was supposed to have been pulling out the fight. So now we know the reason why. We just got the reason why this guy might be pulling out the fight. So thank you, Prize Fighter.
Yeah, this is nasty by Jenna Beck. No wonder he been beating everybody up.
Hold on, man. Just because he
Can they
failed one
strip
test,
him
that don't.
for that?
Nah, ain't none of all that happen. They, like you said, it could be
What you mean?
contamination. It could be content. He not pulled out of the fight. This
Well,
was,
they
I think,
they
this
they
was.
let people with steroids and PEDs in their system fight. Remember Oscar Valdez? They let him fight.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
fact.
what's the difference?
T
He had
Man.
the fencer
T Man.
mean.
Yeah, T
The
Man.
different, the only difference is that we can't say that he's a drug chief for all his fights.
No, I
Hey,
won't do
that's what they
that.
do for everybody
But
else, dog. That's what
if
they do
Devin
for
Haney
everybody
pops
else.
dirty, everybody gonna assume that he was a drug cheat his whole career.
Yeah, but
So
he ain't been stepping on nobody like that, like Janabek has. So I could
uh,
understand it from a Janabek point,
Hey,
but
but B3,
but Devin, I'd be like,
that's
hold
what
on, how
they,
you go?
but B3, that's what they do for everybody else. So we gotta keep it 100. If they do it for
right.
everybody else, we're gonna do it for Genobec as well.
I
That's
know that's your
unfortunate.
man's in them three.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Quasac style, man. I was trying to support him.
That nigga's a sucker if he did that, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if he's purposely cheating prize, I mean, there's no other way to put it than that, man. It's unfortunate. That
I
kind
was
of ruined. That kind of put a. That was the
staying on the
co-main event.
fight.
Yeah, that
Like
was
I
a
was
co-main.
excited to see this fight, bro.
Man, listen.
And here
That
they
Like I
man,
come
that
with
said,
man
this. So
people.
said he
I'm
gonna.
listening to y'all cook. And then
Nah,
next
you
thing you know,
good,
I get
fam.
an alert on
You
my
good, bro.
phone. And I'm like, is this real? Let me just
That
hop
man,
on the
that man
panel
Hey,
know
real
if
he.
you was
quick.
about to fight old man Laura, you would have something in your system too, bro.
Man,
You
that's
know he
crazy.
can't be lost. I told you he can't be lost. He know he can't be.
I
I
got
told
Lord
him.
too. Free. Free. I think me and you the only ones that got Lord. Or maybe BVO.
Nah, Laura is huge betting favorite.
Is he
Yeah,
I mean,
really?
no, I mean bet
unanimous
underdog.
over here,
Excuse me,
Prize.
underdog. Underdog. I think he's
It's
like
unanimous
plus
over here.
300.
That's all. It's unanimous over here. Yeah.
Nah, I still
Yeah,
want to see the
I switched
card
my pick,
though.
but I want
But
to do some more
damn
research. I did
though,
switch my pick though.
I wanted to see another assassination by Laura though for sure.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. I wanted to see him put on a hell of a fucking hitman performance, goddamn. Well, it's boxing, people. We take the give. We take everything that it brings us.
Who
Uh,
else they got at 160 on the PBC though?
Shit, that's about it,
Like
ain't it?
somebody
So
they
at
usually got a
160,
good replacement.
Jesus Ramos versus Shane
Name
Mosley.
Mosley.
No, I
That's a
mean the
so they both on
replacement
the
for
card.
Laura.
Oh, we
Who
played for
that?
Uh,
Lou. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
they would one of them would get elevated if they had to, but I don't think that would happen. I mean, just pushed up to the fight to the I mean, to that co-main spot. But do they really want to do Jesus Ramos versus Laura?
All right, I got to get out of here. I'm gonna be in the back listening.
All right,
All right,
Prize.
Prize.
Bet.
Appreciate you pulling
Peace.
up. Yeah, we needed that.
Man, tell
Yeah, I think
Caleb come back short notice real quick.
Okay, LaPlante.
Yeah, let me see Laura assassinate Caleb real quick.
Caleb already almost got assassinated by Resendez,
Yeah.
and he about to come back and fight. What Charlo want to fight now? They talking about January
Oh
31st for
yeah,
Charlo
yeah,
versus
yeah. Never
yeah.
mind. Yeah. Yeah, we need to see that. That's a cultural fight for the culture. He gotta get his
Man.
lick back.
Nobody don't want to see J Rock, man.
No,
I don't
not
want to
no
see J
daggone J
Rock
Rock.
no
Hell
more.
no.
Let that
No,
man rest and chill out.
J Rock need to go. J Rock need to go hide under a rock.
I mess with J Rock
He
though.
done.
That's my man. But you need to put the gloves down, you know.
Mm.
That man is completely done. He don't need to get in the ring with nobody.
Would you see Jared Hurd come back for that rematch? They said Hurd
Heck
beat
no,
Bud.
her need to stay himself in ITT Maryland, right, and sleep right there by the fishes. He don't need to be back and nothing. That man, that's worse than J Rock.
Who they got? I feel like they even J Rock and Hurd.
Let me
Like
bring in the
I
family TD real quick. What's going on, TD? Cook with us.
Yo, what's good? What's good, man? Salute to
What's up,
everybody.
Tommy?
What's
salute.
good, Crush? What's good, D Free?
What's
B3,
going
Ja, what's good?
on?
I just came up real quick because I got a meeting in like 15, 17 minutes or whatever. Um, we got to be careful with these articles that come out from Ring and about the steroids usage because ever since like I've been looking into the case and we interviewed Hannah Gabriels, there's a lot of shady stuff that Vada's doing and it's we got to do our own research before we start calling these people cheaters and we got to give people the benefit of the doubt until proven guilty. We can't be making people guilty until proven innocent, and that's what the community is doing. And I just feel like it's unjust. Like we see this article from the Ring and I just read it, like it's not giving us any details. It's just saying that he tested positive, but they're not even saying like what the drug is. They're not saying what it is, and this is a few days before the actual fight. So that seems a little bit serious to me, but we need more details. And I don't know if anybody knows this, but the one of the people that used to work for Ring Magazine is now, I think, one of the head people in VADA. And that's very suspicious to me, man. And people don't look at that. People just want to look at the results or an article to just come out and just call it facts. And then people go on YouTube and just report the news and call it facts without any true basis or evidence. And we gotta stop this, man. And it's damaging the reputations of these fighters. I understand. Um, Wanting a clean sport. I want a clean sport too. I want it to be fair, especially in a combat sport where you can lose your life over it. So like, what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong. And we got to show a little bit more consistency. And I'm working on a video now that I'm talking about the Sibril Matias case. And a lot of people are really uneducated as to what's really been going on behind the scenes. And one of the things I'm going to tell you right now that's the biggest difference than people comparing him to Ryan Garcia. It's not only the doses, because everybody's focused on the doses. It's like 60 times over comparison to under. It's the fact that Ryan didn't cooperate and Matias is cooperating. And another a little thing too that I noticed too is that Ryan, it was after the fight, meaning it was taking the week of, right, in comparison to like to Matias. He took it, supposedly tested positive when he tested, after they tested him after the press conference here in New York. So some of those things, they just come up suspicious, and we need to really get all the facts and find out what's going on instead of saying, oh, he's a cheater. And it's not cool, you know what I'm saying? And us as content creators, we can't fall for it. And, we can't have people on our panels, saying this and that, because then it's going to make us all look bad. That's just like, yo, they call this guy a cheater. They doing this and that. And like, the results of the case is really not finalized. Like, we need more factual, evidence, to provide, anybody calling this guy a cheater, because it's the fighter's reputation that's at stake. You know what I'm saying? And it's not right. And what they did to Hannah Gabriels was really messed up, because she's been out of the ring for like, I think a little bit over 2 years. And it's messed up, bro. It's just messed up. And I've seen it, and I've checked a few people on it, and still nothing has really been done about it. So I'm gonna have to drop the video, and I'm gonna be very careful with my words in the video, because I don't want to call anybody a liar and people putting up false news. But at the end of the day, it's really, people want to make breaking news, and they want to, look good saying stuff that happened or about to happen, and hate and shit on somebody's, their career. and kind of make it tainted because they're saying that the guy is a drug cheat or the female's a drug cheat. And I don't think that's right, because if we're content creators in a sport, right, like boxing, we should be building up the fighters, not tearing them down, unless they really do something wrong or they're really guilty of doing something wrong, like we have with Ryan Garcia, because not only he's a drug cheat, he's made a lot of racial and questionable remarks, and we should be tearing that down, because that's not good, and that's not good for the sport. You know what I'm saying? And there's enough evidence to prove that about Ryan. But when we go into Hannah Gabriel's and now the Matias situation, let's let all the facts play out. Because when Alicia tested positive a couple of years ago, not many people were really saying that she's a drug cheat. I mean, there's still fighters calling her a drug cheat now, but she proved her innocence. She proved to be clean. You know what I'm saying? And then you got fighters like Clarissa and McCullough Maya saying that she's a drug cheat. That's not fair. That's not right. And then it depending on who you back in, or what fighters you back, or the narratives you're spinning, you know what I'm saying, they're going to either go with it or they're going to go against it. And it's not fair, because it's not consistent to the truth. You feel me? So I was just saying we got to be careful what's going on. Like, I don't know what Janibek did, because that article is not telling me anything that he popped.
It's vague.
Yeah, very vague. It's just saying like he popped. So what did he pop for? What's going on? What's the situation? And were they in the right to put that article out? Because that's another thing as far as the VADA protocols. Some of these articles that are being released are not supposed to be released, because the fighters and the teams need to be notified first before anything goes out to the public. And what VADA has been doing is they've been leaking this news, especially to Mike Coppinger of the Ring. He's been getting this news first, then Don Rafael and stuff. And that's not the VADA protocol. So I'm just saying, like, I think we got to be more careful when we calling people drug cheats and bringing down these fighters until we get the actual information, because the Matias situation looks very, very suspect. I'm not saying he's innocent or guilty, but something doesn't make sense there. And I got some of the pieces from my research and from the people I spoke with, and they saying that it looks very suspicious, and they're going to prove their innocence. But like I said, they gotta, we gotta provide the evidence first before we start calling people drug cheats. You know what I'm saying? And we got to stop having people on these panels saying, "Oh, he's a drug cheat," because I can't rock with that. I can't, because as a content creator, man, and as a guy that speaks to a lot of fighters, speaks to a lot of coaches and promoters and stuff like that, it makes me look bad. Like, yo, you was on a panel with such and such, if they seen it and you was turning down such and such, like, yeah, that's not cool. You feel me? Like, I just think, it's a dangerous game as content creators and as quote unquote reporters are doing, and that's pretty much what I wanted to say before I head into this meeting. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate you guys, letting me on and just kind of
No, I already
rant a little
know.
bit, you know what I'm saying? So, but
Nah,
yeah.
you needed to do that, TD. We need to stay consistent. I appreciate you pulling up and doing that and showing love, because yeah, it kind of came out of left field. But Prize seen it, and it's this weekend, so I understand why he brought it up. But like you're saying, it's vague, bro. And Vada is, it's like we question we question it when it's convenient, and then we don't question it when it's not convenient. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
we got to be consistent with Vada. It's very suspicious a lot of times with the reporting of Vada, and also whether is it contamination. They're not giving us a concrete answer as to how this got in the athlete system.
hmm,
So they got to do a better job of divulging that, so we know if this guy if he was contaminated, or if he was, using this to, intentionally. So I'm
yeah.
with you, TD.
Yeah, I think that the main questions we should ask, and these are the questions that I asked right away, is like the first question that popped in my mind, like, wow, like, he took something this early in the fight, like, usually the people get caught the week of the fight, but this early. And then you have to ask the question, like, when was the previous test? Why was the previous test positive and then negative now, like a few days later? Like, let me see.
Yeah.
And then we got to ask, okay, the New York State Athletic Commission has a policy where you can have a little bit of it as long as it's under 0.1 milligrams or whatever the
Yeah.
case, a 0.1 underneath. Then so the question would be like, why is it set at 0.1 and not 0.000? There's got to be a reason for that, right? Like why are you allowed to have that little bit of ostarine in your system? And one of the reasons is because they feel like there's other products out there that could be tainted, right?
Yep.
And it could go, but it's not going to give you any type of an advantage. It's not going to give you, it doesn't make sense for people to cycle off on it. And it's like that little bit in your system is not going to give you any advantage in your fight. You know what I'm saying? Like there's that's these are the questions that we got to ask, right? To see why they put these protocols in place, because other people are saying like, oh, then why he has in the system, which is a valid question. Well, why does the New York State Athletic Commission and some of these states, they have it as you're allowed to have this little bit? There's got to be a reason for it. You know what I'm saying? So like
It's
these are the type of research things that we have to look into and find
yes.
out, what's going on.
1000%. Now, let me ask you, TD. Are you aware if Sabril is still going to be moving forward with the Dalton Smith fight? Is that still locked in for January?
As far as I know, the fight is still on.
Yeah.
From my sources that I spoke to, they truly believe that the fight is still going to go on. The card's going on because there's another fighter I know on the card that still is still a go. So
Nice.
we all know Keith Cologne. The card is still a go. He's on that card. What I've heard is that they feel like Dalton Smith is going to pull out of the fight, but the card is still on. So still, we're waiting for more news. And then the B sample was supposedly going to be opened up yesterday. It was supposed to be. So they're waiting on news on what that's going to bring. Supposedly, obviously the B sample is supposed to be the same as the other sample because it's the same urine. But some
Right.
people believe that they're going to find a different amount in the urine. So
From what I heard, they cleared Sabril. He was cleared.
no, he's cleared because he's under the limit. So that's why the fight is still on. But the news that's been going out is that they're saying that
Oh,
Suleiman
okay, I got what you're
increased the limit
saying.
so that Sabril could fight. And that is totally not true. That is false information. The New York State Athletic Commission, they're the ones that set the protocols for any fights in New York State. And they set the limit for 0.1. So the WBC is saying that, you know what, there's no wrongdoing, but we still want to investigate as to how it got there, right? And Subril is what's the word? He's going with the investigation.
Cooperating.
He's cooperating. That's the word. He's cooperating. So, but the WBC says, no foul was really done, but we want to know, what happened, right? But according to the rules, he didn't fail a drug test, and because if he's under the limit, he didn't fail. The only question is that how did it get there and why did it get there? And the narrative is being spun is that, oh, he's a cheat and he's always been a cheat. You got Chris Algieri coming up here and making a rants, and they're not educated. Tim Bradley made a rant and he went in and a lot of people commented and told him to understand the rules. He took that video down. I was one of the people that commented. He took the video down. So I guess people are now reading into, what's going on and doing their own research. You know what I'm saying? So every case is different, but, just like that's why I bring up Alicia Baumgartner, because she was proven innocent, so, and Hannah Gabriels was proven innocent as well. She cooperated, you know what I'm saying? But they never issued an apology, which is crazy. So that's the only thing I just
Crazy about that? I never even know that Hannah Gabriel was cleared. From what I was told, what from all the reports was she tested positive, and we never heard anything else about it again. I didn't even
well,
know she was cleared.
she was technically cleared because they didn't suspend her. They didn't suspend her, and they didn't say she was guilty of everything because VADA didn't go with their protocols. So, and
So you mean to
in the
tell me,
interview, basically, and in the documents,
Carissa ducked Hannah Gabriel? Like, no, I'm just
well, Clarissa's that's the problem that she's facing. She's facing the problem of that that people don't want to fight her because they think she's a drug cheat because her reputation's ruined. That's why she can't get fights. So
wow.
She did everything she was supposed to do. It was something to do with like she has the dogs and she provided the information to VADA, but VADA didn't put that into the equation. And then they released it out there that she failed and she had this, and she admitted, yeah, this is because of the stuff that she had with her dog. It was something that she was rubbing on the dog for infection, and it got in her system. So, but she provided that like you're supposed to do. You're supposed to provide VADA with everything you're taking. She provided them with everything. So that's the whole issue. But they leaked it out that she's a drug cheat and that she failed the test. But in actuality, she never failed. She did everything she was supposed to, and she provided all the documents and everything. So, but anyway, I got to get to this meeting. But I'll try to jump on after this meeting.
That's good.
Appreciate you, TD.
All right, Tommy.
All right, guys, be safe.
Now, let me ask you this. I want to pivot real quick because a lot of people was going to support this card. Has anything changed if this fight falls out? Do y'all feel like it's still with the Oshaki, Fulton, Lamont, Pitbull, Jesus Ramos, Shane Mosley? Do y'all still feel like it's worthy of your Saturday night, or does that kind of put a bad taste in your mouth? You might enjoy your wife, you know what I'm saying, and do something else and wait on the results. Is this event still big enough to take up your Saturday
It's
night?
still it's still worth my Saturday night, but I wasn't paying no daggone $75 for it. So it's worth a Saturday night. It's not worth the $75.
Yeah. hmm Let me bring my brother Job back in. Let me drop the link too. You know it's a road show. I'm moving around. It's raining out here in Richmond, so it's rainy and cold. But we still moving and grooving.
I'm dealing with the same thing. This cold. That's the worst rain. The worst rain ever is cold rain. I can deal with it raining as long as it's like 70 degrees. I don't mind that. It's the cold rain that I don't like because that joint gets your fingers cold immediately.
1,000%. Salute to the family, Mike Rim. He said if they're not cleaning out a division before they move to a next division, I'm not giving nobody pound for pound. As to my brother Remo, yeah, they talking about Janabek had a adverse analytical finding in one of his VADA tests, which is their reporting is putting the fight in jeopardy. I thought this was a long time ago. I remember a while back, a few months back, it was in jeopardy. So this is either a new situation or the previous one that was mentioned a while back, but unfortunately it's coming this week and um it may put the fight in doubt. I don't believe it. I believe it when it comes from PBC.
Man, Law gonna whoop them regardless whether it's PEDs in the system or not. He gonna whip them clean. It don't even matter.
They gonna whip the PED
I
up
mean,
on him.
we seen plenty of people that had PEDs
You broke up, free broke up on us. Or maybe it's
ring
my audio.
IQ and your boxing style. Your PEDs doesn't count for your ring IQ and your boxing style. Your boxing style and your ring IQ is your boxing style and ring IQ. So I don't know. I think a lot of people are hoping and praying that Jennebeck can beat Law because some people want the old man out of there. I say if the old man out here whooping
Freaking up, free.
Yeah, free, you broke up on my end too. Hey, they ain't stripping nobody, dang man. Listen, the money, cash flow, everything around me. They not, if it make dollars, it makes sense. And Free been talking about it a lot. The Pitbull versus Matias fight, that's big. Mexico versus Puerto Rico. That's huge. So they're not really trying to miss out on that money. So they want to keep Pitbull a champion in the hopes that they can make those big matchups. So that's just what it is. Now, nah, I'm not gonna do that. Now, hey, outside of that, let me ask y'all this, right? So, and look at Remo saying all these niggas on something. Let them fight. Hey, it's we say that now, but if somebody get a brain bleed and don't make it, and then their opponent come back and say they was on something, then that person gonna get brought up on charges.
If
So
he
we
gotta
gotta
be, oh,
go
bad.
ahead, bro. Nah, cook,
if
Josh.
he gotta be replaced, then I want Austin to take this short notice fight.
Who Austin Ammo Williams?
Yeah,
1 week notice, Ja?
it's not like it ain't never been done. If he in the gym, then he should be ready.
Okay, he said he was in the gym.
I don't know. I don't know. That's just who
Nah.
I want to see the replacement be. If it had to be one, I want to see it be Austin. But I
Okay.
wouldn't blame him if he ain't take the fight on short notice with the equalizer.
Yeah, yeah, Lord, that's a tall task, bro. That's gonna be tough for anybody, especially you don't get a full count. But somebody might take the opportunity because of the money, because of the payday.
Shakur need to watch Laura though. Watch Laura, man. I could see Shakur pulling off some of these type assassinations like that.
My audio going now, but I'm in agreement with you. Bud, hey, listen, Bud versus as Laura is really the fight. Quiet as kept. Nobody really wanted because Laura 42, but really, I mean,
Now,
that'll
how
be the
old is
most.
Bud?
Bud is what, 38?
30. Oh, Bud pretty young. Yeah, I ain't know. Me and Bud got the same birthday. I ain't know we was that close in age though. Can't hear nothing now. That's
Yeah,
4 years
I was
difference
dropping
from.
off some food. Man, my my guy looked like Lamar Jackson. I was like, damn.
Oh,
Like it scared me. I thought
man.
he scared me, man. I thought I about had to check for my wallet. Nah.
oh, oh, he looked like that Lamar Jackson off of Can't Raise a Cayman. That's crazy
That
how they
was
threw
good.
him on there real quick
That
though.
was hard. I love that they did that. That was tough.
Yeah, it was.
That was good. That was good. That was good cinema for sure. Hey, hey, listen. Let me say that because my audio probably about to go out. I had another subtopic, man. I really wanted to get free opinion on, and I want to ask you, Joe. I want to see what is right while moving around. Uh, Conor Ben got put number one at 147. Now
That's
we already
crazy.
know. Yeah, he's number one for the WBC. They putting him right in position, prime position, to get pretty much the Barrios Ryan winner. Like, what's your thoughts on just the rankings in general? Do you feel like um what would you want a re just the rankings redone? I mean, it just feel like now Ryan he got ranked number one at 147 so he could fight Rolly, and then now Connor Ben and Matchroom have been able to maneuver their way to getting Connor number one for Barrios. He said
Mm,
good for Connor, but he won't beat Ryan. I'll salute to the queen,
man,
Bella pulling up. What's good? Yeah, Bella. We was just talking about Janet Bay getting popped.
salute
Nasty
Ella,
work, man.
salute Bella.
What's your thoughts on that though? Him being put number one, Ja, at 147.
Man, my thoughts. I mean, he said what he said at the Devin fight. That was cheesy and corny. Like he was hating for real. I felt like he was jealous. I felt like he gonna be weight drained. How Eubanks was weight drained when he just fought Eubanks. So that's gonna be his karma. Cause he also was surprised that Devin got a knockdown. So he's sleeping on Devin. So and that's gonna be his karma. And then I think they need to put some respect on Barrio name. Like where he from, all he gotta do is win. And his stock gonna rise because he gonna have some pure fans. So he beat Ryan and he beat Connor. Devin versus Barrios gonna be a big fight. And since we do got Tank on the screen still, or he not on the screen, never mind. But that Barrios
My bad.
versus
Hold on.
Devin
I
could be
got
a
you.
big
I
fight.
got you. Hold on. Don't worry.
I was just saying because Barrios, he fought Pacquiao, he fought Ugas, he fought Keith Thurman, he fought Tank. Like all he gotta do is win, and every time it's only up from there. So I think he could beat Ryan, and I think he could beat Connor. Like I'm rooting for Barrios and all of this. Ryan could get the
Yeah.
Devin fight without beating Barrios, and Devin
Talk
to
to him.
take that fight. Devin to take that fight. That don't really. I don't think it got nothing to do with fighting Devin. I think because Oscar slick. Like they gonna try to get that belt from Barrios and go right back to like using it as leverage instead of just going straight into the Devin Haney fight. They could fight Devin Haney now. They don't have to fight Barrios first. He could have been preparing for Devin Haney the whole time.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you 1,000% on that. And hey, Remo, man, hit the link, man. Is it raining out New York, man? We need to know, man. Hit the link. Let the people know. Ben, he said Ben might watch Ryan for real. I don't think highly of Ryan's skill set at all. Barrios a belt holder at the moment, but he been trying to get that belt back, low key. To give that belt back, low key. That's funny. I mean, I'm in agreement with you, man. Barrios. Uh, I mean, he been fighting these dudes up off him, yo. You know, people say a lot about Barrios, but trust and believe, he fighting these dudes up off of him. He ain't let him take his title. Now, whether we feel like he edged these, deserved the draw, that's another conversation. But he definitely been working
E-
and fighting to kind of keep that belt.
Everybody was upset with Barrios for the Pacquiao fight, but it's like Barrios, he took it easy on Pac, but they look stupid, like trying to thinking they cherry picking Barrios. Like Barrios a real warrior, straight up. And he exposed Pacquiao, especially in his old age. Like stop playing with Barrios. He could have stopped Pacquiao, but he had too much respect for the living legend. Ryan only got a puncher's chance versus Barrios too. Ryan only got a puncher's chance. Skill wise, in every other category, I got Barrios better than Ryan. Just athleticism and the like natural power and stuff. I got Ryan above Barrios. That's it. Not even Doug. Barrios should get dropped. If he stay down, that's because he had to stay down, not because he's scared what's going to happen to him next if he was to get back up.
Let me say this real quick. Salute to my brother Remo pulling up. Let's talk fashion in the building. You already know we working. What's going on, Remo? How you feeling, bro?
What's poppin'? How y'all feeling today?
Hey man,
Chilling.
you already know we working. How the weather up your way, man?
It's all laid back.
It's raining out here. This should go, and it's cold,
Man,
but that's New York weather for
Man,
you.
It's raining here and cold here too, yo. I'm not
Dang, so
alone.
it's raining up the whole East Coast.
Who that
It's
Crush?
raining everywhere on the East Coast.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What up,
What's
baby?
up, bro?
I'm here, man. Slow motion.
Slow motion better than no motion.
That's a fact.
And now I got to bring you in on the show topic, Remo, because this is your fight. Well, this not your fight. Your fight is Haney Hitchens, but this fight, T.O. Shakur. How would you promote this, man? Break this down for the people. Just how would you get it out to the masses and have people intrigued for the matchup, ready for the matchup?
It's nasty work, but you're gonna have to fake promote T.O. like he from New York. That's the only way to do it. But I don't know. People show up to Shakur fights. They travel over the bridge. They ain't never really have a problem selling out near his hometown. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta get them in them youthful cameras, man. They too young. They too younger people. I don't want to see them in front of no Brian Custard or nothing like that. Get them in front of some streamers and Casanats and all this other shit. Let them go crazy. I don't want to see them on the Breakfast Club. Get them in front of Gilly, Cam, and them. Gotta get young kids in young marketing circles so the sport can get younger too. These kids got money, man. Everybody streaming and door dashing. They got money, but they want to support what they want to support. They don't want to see all the old shit. Out with the old shit and with the new. These two young kids, let them ride out, man.
I like that. Especially get them in front of Cam and Gillian now. For sure.
Yeah,
That'd be lit. Especially Cam with
new
that
marketing.
history. Oh my God. That I'm already laughing. I don't even they ain't even do it yet.
They actually bigged him up
It's
though recently. Because before they were shitting on him, but he was just like, listen, man, he did what he was supposed to do versus who he fought again? Zapata.
yep.
It's like they, you know what I mean? They give credit where credit is due. It's not like they just hate on the dude. So you know what I mean? He did what he did. He got his respect back. Now it's let's see what Tio do, man. I
Yeah.
I officially
Going to
can't
you.
say that they gonna fight until I see Tio walking in the damn ring. Cause with him, you never know with that guy, man. He be on clown time.
Yeah, they get him on Cam and Gillian them and or they get a face off like how they did with Frank Martin and Tank and Gillian Wallow. Like they going, they all they gotta do is sit back and let Gillian Wallow. They could do a four of them all together. Could they be working together like Mace Cam, Gilly Wallow, and do a face off? And all they gotta do is sit back and let them do the work. They going definitely big the fight up.
The one thing about T.O., he got to be more chill, man. He too high strung, and really, he's a nice kid, but he comes off as unlikable. So all he really got to do is sit back. Uh, I mean, that's not really his personality. So it's almost like Shakur might have to sell this one on his own. I mean, he might like.
Nah, that's why I'm saying they need other entities. Cause to me personally, Shakur is not really a talker too, like a slick talker. He'll talk, but like he getting better. I say that he's getting better. But as far as like camera wise, you need somebody that's going to carry it like Gilly. He gonna bring the energy. You know what I'm saying? And
Blaze, salute. Yeah, you're right.
somebody with slick questions. Shit like that. Bring the personality out of them.
Yeah, yeah, I'm in
And they
agreement, Blaze. He might have to sell it on his own. Go ahead, Job. My bad. Go ahead, cook.
and they could all of them. They got that ability because of where they come from. With Tio and his public image, like if they going to, I wouldn't want to be on their bad side. But if you're on their good side, they could make anything. They could clean anything up. Cause they done been through some of the dirtiest stuff and still come out unscathed for real. So they could make any T.O. and Shakur, they could clean up both of their public image.
1000%. And so to the Queen Belly, yeah, Tio talking about Bud is next. Yeah, Tio, Tio is all over the place, man.
Like bird shit. He all over the damn place.
Yeah, man. And Bud is at 168. Why? And but Tio should have. Tio need to. Well, we know why he don't want to make that fight, but the fight for Tio was Devin Haney, and for a lot of guys, I feel like that was really the fight. Now I think it's the perfect fight because how long can you kind of pull the wool over the people's eyes? You know what I'm saying? How long can you do that for? You know, not fighting a guy and walking around like you the big man on campus when we all see is somebody else moving and stepping. Let me bring Blaze in to cook on this matchup real quick. Somebody got like a little. It sound like their rain. All their rain is coming through. We all okay. I
That was me.
appreciate
That
it.
was me. That was me. My bad.
He said that we feel like the shower came through the phone. It's on YouTube with us. Salute to my family, Blaze pulling up. What's good, Blaze? I'm gonna bring you in. I want you to cook on this with us, man. How would you
Absolutely.
how would you promote this matchup, man? T.O. Shakur.
Then they gonna promote it, just let it this day one. But I'm gonna tell you like this, like I told y'all, I seen Teofimo Lopez Jr. on September 12th at the Crowns Creators at the Undisputed video game tournament. You feel me? And I asked him himself if he was really fighting Shakur. And he said it, and then I talked to his dad too. So and then he pump faked all in between now. And now everybody's saying it's official. So my thing is this, it's like promotion or not, it's like Shakur's about to seize the moment. You feel me? Because it's bigger than T.O. now. Because if Shakur handle his business and expose T.O. for who he is, he don't even need to get credit for this fight. He just needs to whoop him, snatch that belt, become four division champion, become the lineal champion at 140. You see what I'm saying? The guy who beat the guy. See what I'm saying? So it's like, you feel me? He has an opportunity to elevate himself in the conversation. And he looked like he can go to 147 for a super fight with Devin. You feel me? So it's like these guys finally rose to the top. We can finally see they're maturing. They're in the driver's seat. You feel me? And so it's like, you're gonna get to see who Shakur really is because he cursed himself with the De Los Santos fight. I swear he shouldn't even took that fight if he was injured, if he was gonna do that. You feel me? And remember, he won a title with that fight. That's why he don't get no excuses for that. He won that inner 135 belt. So it's almost like it ain't legit in some critics' eyes. I don't give him that. You feel me? I don't take it away from him like that, but it's debatable. So it's like
Wow.
this fight's more about Shakur than it is about T.O. Because we all know what T.O. is. T.O. ain't gave us no indication that he can be able to compete at this level. You feel me? With his prior bouts, with his prior occasions, with Jermaine Ortiz, with you name the other ones. You feel me? I ain't gotta name the other ones. Everybody know who
Steve
we done
Claggett and
seen.
Sandor Martin.
Yep, exactly. Now he looked good against Barboza. We'll go back to his last fight. We'll go back and analyze that by the time we get to the fight and be like, all right, this is the last TO we seen. And he had some good moments in that. He had some athletic moments in that. And so it's gonna be a real fight. But listen, man, this is where it comes into the moment of truth, where it's in between the fight getting official and then them stepping in the ring. When they step in the ring, who's gonna get exposed? Who's not in the gym? Who's not locked in? You feel me? Because both of these fighters are very good fighters. That's the one thing about it. I'm not taking away nothing from Tio, but his antics and his performances in the ring against subpar competition don't give me no reason to be giving him any type of credit. And I'm FBA, so I don't approve of what he be talking about. He's a sucker. Just like I told y'all when I met him, he was scared. I had to tell him he beat Loma so he could be cool. You feel me? He's a
Yeah.
sucker for real. But you see Matias smacked his glasses off. He's a sucker.
Sweaty
For
palm type of kid.
respectfully, he can box, but in real life, he shakes like a chihuahua, real talk. And I ain't even trying to put no cap on it like that. I've met him. You feel me?
Yeah,
And
Prize
look
and
like he could
BBO
fight
said the
right
same
now.
thing when they met him.
That's what I'm saying. So it's just like he's
Yeah.
timid like that because he's weird. But nonetheless, so it's like, look, it's our guy's time. We've seen Devin what Devin do. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see what Tank was gonna do. Let's see if Tank figures his life out and he can get back in the ring. You feel me? But we're about to see what Shakur is about to do with his moment. You feel me? His moment. And then shout out to Keyshawn. Let's see if they can get Keyshawn on that undercard. And he go and knock somebody out and bring himself right back
I
into
was
the
gonna say
mix.
that, Blaze. Shout out to Wally Mose and shout out to Mill City. They had Keyshawn in the gym with him I
Yeah.
believe they at the UFC facility out there in Vegas,
Yep.
getting ready. So shout out to Shakur, man. He's not taking T.O. lightly.
Man, he's not. I got him washing them. Like respectfully. I ain't even name calling. This ain't even about no race or nothing. This is about skill in the ring. One thing about it, Shakur is really Shakur. But the question is, he has question marks because is his hands gonna get in the way? You feel me? Can he let them go? We seen him hurt his hand in fight. You feel me? We seen this. So it's like this is the truth that we know about our guy Shakur. But if he comes in fully in shape, you feel me? He's moving up to 140. So he ain't, you feel me? With the rehydration, it's gonna be less of an issue, right? And he can be more healthy jumping up in that ring and he's in the count with Bud. You feel me? I don't know if he uses snack, but I expect him to come in between 139 and a half and 140. You feel me? I expect him to come up, be at like 165 or something right now, coming down to that weight too. You feel me? Doing it the right way. So, we gonna see, like you said, days at that UFC facility. OG, we seen Cigar Talk, we seen OG. You feel me? We seen that's when we had our Bigfoot sighting
My
with
bad. I said
Keyshawn.
Mill City. It was Cigar Talk. Shout out to Najee.
Yeah, yeah. You feel me? We seen our Bigfoot sighting with Keyshawn in the gym with the baby. You feel me? Focused, hopefully. We want to see him get back on track. You feel me? And they both gonna be at 140. So we gonna make if they both handle their business in January, we're gonna be able to save argument. Hey, why don't Keyshawn fight his brother? You feel me?
Now let
Straight
me
up,
ask you
dog.
this, Blaze: is the winner of this matchup in your pound for pound? If so, would you rank him over Haney?
Shakur's already in the pound for pound, right? He's already on the list,
I
right?
believe he is. I believe he
No,
is.
no. Is he? No, let's go. Ring magazine. I think he's already on the list, so we don't gotta talk about this. He's on the list. All right. He's gonna
Nah,
be four
they just
divisions.
knocked Canelo off. I
He
think they
should be
do
on
got
there.
Shakur over Junto. They
Yeah, so
should
what
have
we talking
Shakur over
about? He's
Junto.
already on the list. We can that ain't the issue. We ain't gotta make that debate. You feel me? He's about to be four division lineal champion at 140. That means Matias, whoever got a belt up there has to talk about fighting Shakur. And then if Lamont Roach went
Great
interim,
point.
that fight's there too. You see what I'm saying? Where it's like, hey, remember we talked about fighting Lamont to challenge him if he beat Pitbull. It's about to get live, bro. Because we about to see who's who. You feel me? Because at the end of the day, y'all can say what y'all want about Lamont Roach. Lamont Roach is in the mix. Lamont Roach had a draw with Tank that could have been a win. You feel me? If they counted the knee. You feel me? So it's like he's in the mix. He got an opportunity. That's why it's like we need to give respect to this fight on Saturday. Because if he handles his business, he calls out everybody at 140 and
Mm,
135. Yes, everybody. Abdullah Mason, everybody.
now,
Everybody.
but here's this: Abdullah's 135. But let me just say this, right?
But he's gonna go back down. Ain't he? Don't he campaign at
That
130? He
don't
still
make
got the
that
belt
don't
at
make
130, right?
sense. That don't make
No, but
sense.
if it makes money, it do. If he
Abdullah,
can
the
do it.
Abdullah fight ain't a money fight.
I'm not
The
saying,
big.
I'm just making a name of who's good. I'm
We
not
know the
saying he'll
money
fight
fight.
him.
We know the money fight. Let's keep it 100. Is he gonna go up there and take it though?
Who?
And that's challenging.
Who's
That's
the money fight?
Devin Haney versus Shakur Stevenson. That's the
Yeah.
box office. That's a box office fight. Um, but that's I mean, I maybe we want to see Devin work some things out at 147 first. Hopefully, like you're saying, maybe 2 years down the line, a year, maybe a year
I
and a
mean,
half down the line.
nah, I don't believe so because just think about it like this. Think about if, yeah, because it gotta be because Devin already has his plan, so it can't
Yeah.
be 2026. It's gotta be no. Let's just make it 20. Let's make it 2027, bro. Because look, and here's how I gotta line up. If Dev can get the fight, no, all Dev has to do is get to Ryan, and he's 2 fights away. See what I'm saying? He's two
Right.
fights away. So he has to handle Ryan. When he handles Ryan and Shakur handles his business or Unify at 140, super fight, homie. That can be in 2027. All
Yeah.
they got to do is keep winning. Dev has to beat Ryan, and then it's box office. You feel me? Shakur got his teeth fixed and everything. Shakur is going Hollywood on it. Shakur is about to, you feel me, take advantage of his moment right now. But that's the fight. And it's right. And
Yeah.
them guys done went through the gauntlet. And even with Devin, Devin got his ass whooped in a no contest. You feel me? And he rolls back up out the grave to the top. You feel you gotta give him his credit. You
Yeah.
feel me? You have to.
Yeah, he did.
You know what I'm
And let me
saying?
ask
That's
you
what I'm
this:
saying.
Have you moved past the Tank fight, like kind of Lamont said, or do you believe we'll still see Shakur versus Tank?
I respect what the man's saying, and you got to say why he's saying it. It's respectfully. So one thing about it, people don't be liking Lamont. They be acting like Lamont be disrespectful when he be talking. He's just stating the truth, and it's his truth. It's like, look, he had got a draw with Tank. He was supposed to have a rematch in August. He didn't get that. You feel me? Then he
Right.
went fell through. Then they leapfrogged him with Jake Paul, and then now he's moving up to 140 in an interim challenge against Pit Bull, a very difficult opponent. So he's telling you right now, it's like, bro, we don't care. We can't wait on Tank. We don't care about Tank. I'm trying to be great. He's not letting Tank hold him up.
Only thing I
Respectfully,
don't like about that is like he was waiting on Tank the whole time though.
no, he waited
And
five
he was
months, homie, and
talking.
then they played him. Listen, dog. Listen, though, bro. Think how fast it is. He didn't wait that long. He wait. Look. Let's rewind. Let's keep. Listen, I'm a
You
tank.
said he
I'm a
waited
boxing
5
fan.
months,
Hold up.
right?
Hold up. Check this out. No. Listen, listen. Let me just break this down for you real quick. He had a controversial draw with Tank in the first fight. Tank didn't even come out and say rematch at the end of the fight because he was already trying to set up the Jake Paul fight, but he didn't tell nobody. We peer pressured Tank into activating the rematch clause. He didn't do it right after the fight. He waited. He was talking about he was going to fight somebody else. He said that, you feel me? Somebody in his locker room. You know, I'm not making this up. We all know that. We pressured him into the rematch for Lamont. And then something happened legally or something. And then he came back and he pulled the fight because it was supposed to be in August. And then he fought Jake Paul. Tank did that. That ain't got nothing to do with Lamont. So when Lamont's right here getting
Now
training
you
camp,
saying like
doing
he
his
don't
doing his doing his
you
rounds to get ready for Tank. Tank left that table, not him.
you saying
So
like
let's
what he
not
be saying is just his truth or whatever. Like you said he waited on Tank and then you saying
he waited
then he's
for a
sitting back.
rematch. It didn't happen and he moved on. You see, he got a fight. You see, he fighting right now. He didn't wait that
But
long, homie.
he was talking about fighting a whole bunch of people at the same time where he was just using Tank name for
Because
clout in a
behind,
rematch
no, he's not
for
using his
clout.
name for, listen, how is he using his name for clout when there was a fight scheduled in August? That means he's talking shit about the person he's about to fight. And then they pulled out. How is he clout chasing? How is he clout chasing when he's promoting a rematch, bro?
Because
That was supposed to happen.
he was
How
saying
is
that
he,
they wasn't he was saying that they wasn't even going to fight. Like I told you, it was just a lot of
man,
messy
at
Let
stuff
the
me
end
answer.
of
Let
said.
me
it, at
answer
the
Carrier
end
real
of it
quick.
though,
Only if
at the
it's in the
end of it, you
contractual
can't defend
agreement,
him.
but it don't make sense for the champion to do that. That only if it's a big fight or if it makes sense for the powers that be that's going back to fight. But Tank wouldn't just activate a rematch just for the draw.
Yo,
That Tank doesn't have no incentive to do that
Tank called out
if
the
he has bigger
rematch
money
and this.
paydays.
I know, but B3, we really happened.
It was
Tank
set up for
called the
August though, Blaze.
rematch. Yeah, but remember, he didn't call the rematch at first. He said it was fighting somebody else. We all was in an uproar. He called for the rematch with Lamont and pulled out of it. He did that. Let's have some
Did he
accountability,
pull
bro.
out or did the legal situation pull him out?
That's the same difference. Why would it make if
And
Lamont
then
was in the same situation? Y'all
the
would say he
narrative
ducked and pulled out. What are we
the
talking about? He
narrative
got to
of
take responsibility for his actions.
the
Yeah, with you, bro.
narrative
I'm
about
with
like
you.
not waiting on Tank is like, man, you only get even more opportunities for bigger fights because you even fought Tank in the first place. Like
No, not
it
because he just fought him. He damn near won. There's a difference. If Tank would have knocked him out, we wouldn't be talking about
even if
Lamont right
no,
now.
yes we would. Like it's
no, it
But
ain't
only
because
we
got
ain't
Frank
talking about
Martin is
Brian
on the
Norman
goddamn
man,
Jr.
no.
preliminary, brother. What you
Look,
talking about?
He's
I'm
Frank
arguing
trying to
Martin is
just to
fighting
tell
on
say just to
prelims,
be
man.
arguing
yo,
just to be
look,
arguing.
look.
Hold on, let me
Tank
say this before you
all
cook, Ja.
all
Appreciate Coach Eddie pulling up. Cook with his coach, but Ja, go ahead, rock out.
you saying we wouldn't be talking about him if he would have lost, but all the Tank's opponents lost. That loss we talking about him. What are you talking
Did
about?
you just hear him say Frank Martin's not talked about? Did you just hear him say that? Because he ain't fought since he got
Frank
knocked out
Martin
by Tank.
on this
Like we don't talk
Frank
about him.
Martin's on the YouTube. He's on the YouTube portion of the card, brother.
Like we don't think these guys are them guys. Like one thing
He's
about
on
it
the
is
prelim. He's on the super
Lamont
prelim.
Lamont went toe to toe with Tank, and we think he might be one of them guys now. We don't think nothing of Frank Martin. We don't think nothing. We didn't think nothing of Ryan. We didn't think nothing of Rowley. So what are we talking about here? There's difference. There's a difference, and we're about to find out because if he beats Pitbull, You see what I'm saying? He's in the mix because we're gonna always have the question mark where, hey, he might have beat Tank. I seen what I seen. I'm a Tank fan, but listen, he took a knee. You do the math. He it was a draw. You feel me? If they counted it, that means Lamont wins on the cards. What are you talking about here? It's not even a hard argument. It's simple math. I'm a Tank fan. I'm a boxing fan. I like Tank. I like Tank because Tank is a boxer, has everything IQ, and then he lines up his opponents to get him out of there with one punch stoppage. You feel me? He's nice. I like Tank, but I seen what I seen against Tank when he fought against somebody familiar with him. And Lamont Roach was a dog and stood in the box with him and fought like it was sparring. 11, 12 rounds looked like they was sparring. You feel me? Because he wasn't going nowhere. You feel me? We seen it. That's why we want to see the run back. Because
My bad.
everybody got
I
excuses
got a
like,
cut. You hear me? I got a call, so I missed whatever y'all was saying. I know Coach
You
Eddie
back,
hopped
bro.
in there,
Salute to
tried
the
bank.
family one, man. You seen your
nah,
Uh,
boy.
all I'm
He's talking
saying
about,
is,
listen, everybody gonna come in here and talk about my guy, Janabek Kwazak style. Man, listen,
yeah.
we innocent and proven guilty. How about that? How about
Hey,
that? We innocent and proven guilty, and we still on Crawford helmet.
I think everybody need to take snack. Don't take nothing else unless it's snack. If you'll be a fool
Yeah,
if you would take anything else besides snack,
Hey, y'all
because
think
all these
Shakur on
foods is
snack?
popping. All these foods is popping dirty.
yeah.
Snack athletes are the only ones that don't pop dirty. So do yourself a favor, boxer. If you want an advantage, not an advantage, if you want to enhance your performance legally, take snack. Snack is a legal performance enhancer. It will enhance your performance legally. Stop taking all this other crap. That's why y'all fools is popping dirty. I don't know. I
Talk
can't
to
say
him,
it no
Coach
other
Eddie.
way.
Get
That's fact.
talk to him.
You
That's
got
Hey,
smart.
you got to.
Is Shakur on snack?
I think so.
I believe so.
He's in the
Yeah,
camp. He better be. That's why I said he gonna be on snack. He gonna come in at 139.5.
Yeah, I mean,
He's
Hold on,
it's
coming
they
going.
down for
is
165 on everything.
legally
Watch.
or they going to mask it legally? I don't know.
Man,
e-
mask it or
Either
whatever.
way,
He gonna pass
they
the
passing
test,
the
and that's
test.
the fight's gonna be legit, and he gonna get the win if he wins. So we don't care about none of that because everybody's doing everything out there. We don't know. You feel
Yeah,
me?
I mean,
We know
you're
who
gonna
got
pass the
caught
test.
though. We know who
You're
got
gonna
caught
pass the
though.
test.
We know who failed. You
You're
feel me?
gonna
We
pass
don't
the
know who
test.
cheated. We don't know who beat the test. You feel me? You can say that about anybody. That's what they say
Yeah.
about Bud.
the what
The one.
we know we. I ain't gonna say that, man. Listen,
it seemed like it mattered who didn't get caught, than more than it mattered who actually got caught.
Yeah, that's crazy, right?
No, it's just some hater shit. That's what it is. I don't know
Yeah.
what we talking about. You just hating on a
Yeah.
I'm saying
motherfucker.
the
You put a
same. Yeah,
tag
that's
on
what
them
I'm
and
saying.
it ain't been proven. That's why I say that.
That's
But that's what they do when they just losers and they don't have no argument. When they just be bullshitting, respectfully.
Yeah.
not and well, it's just
yeah,
when they don't want to give credit what credit is due.
uh,
Because if you think about it, when when Devin beat Regis, how he beat him. Tank had accused Devin of using performance enhancing. He was talking about he ain't he with Victor and all that other stuff. So it depending on how you look in the ring or who might be your opposition, that's when it's gonna matter who you with.
But
yeah.
B3, they are using performance enhancers. They just happen to be that snack is legal. That's
It's
all it
legal,
is.
exactly.
If it didn't do anything, you wouldn't take it. You know what I'm saying? So it does
Yeah,
something.
yeah, and that's what
That's
I'm
all.
saying,
It's yeah,
Coach. I'm with you 1,000%.
yeah.
But this is what I tell. I say performance enhancing drugs is separate from banned substances, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So you can if whatever you getting from snack, if that's for enhancing performance, congratulations. That creatine, people believe creatine can help in certain areas or whatever people take, you know what I'm saying, on a regular basis, powder, whatever. Um not that type of powder, y'all know what I meant. But different supplements that help, enhance performance. The only thing is that these guys is popping for banned substances. And
You know what?
that's where they getting out of they messing up the
You know what?
events.
You know what? B3. To be honest, man, this is what they should do. They should make it banned that you can't take anything. No performance enhancers, no snack, no anything. Can't take anything. You just gotta come in all natural. juices and berries. That's it. Because, like I
But
said, at
that
the end of the, I mean,
but
I
the
know,
thing
I know.
is how though, man? Because one thing about it is like even with diet and food and all of that, it's like, hey man, supplements and health
Yeah.
products, you feel me? If they're legal and they're safe, like how do you ban that from professional sports, bro? Like
But it ain't
protein
safe,
It's
powder,
too
man.
like
late.
basic shit. No, but
It's
I'm
too
talking
Man,
about
some,
late
like
for
basic
that to
shit.
go natural.
yeah, I mean, but some of that stuff, man, has got like 14 syllables in the
Yeah,
word. It's not
I
even.
know,
Like,
I get
it
what you're
ain't
saying,
real. You know what I'm
OG,
saying?
but it's a
It's
slippery
aesthetics,
slope, dog.
man.
It's like
Nah, you
vitamin
right
C
about
and
that.
then supplements. We don't, what I'm telling you is at what level do you calibrate which you can take? So then can you take a vitamin C pill? Can you take anything they sell at Safeway? You feel me? That might not be safe for you either. That's why it'd be like it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. And that's why it's like, hey, the reality is I don't like I said, I wouldn't put jackets on nobody, but we know with the stakes and what's involved with sports and all of that. Hey man, there's something substances that somebody's taking right now that ain't getting caught for that's concealed.
Yeah,
That's giving
but
them
but
an
Vic,
advantage. There's it's too
but
we
Vic,
know that,
Victor,
but you can't put it on anybody.
but Victor Conti did an interview. He was talking about the cyclists. And he was talking about
Yeah.
EPO, and he was
Yeah.
saying that you can take EPO and it will be out of your system in 19 hours. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
So
So
that's what I'm
as long
saying.
as
So that
long as
everybody
you
can
know
get on
what you're
EPO.
doing, you know you're cycling off and stuff because it basically makes it where you don't get tired. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
It boosts your red blood cells and all that good stuff, so you can carry more oxygen to your muscles and all that, and it improves your stamina. You know what I'm saying? But like I say, you can cycle
Is,
off in
is
19
this
hours, and
really
it's
is, is this
yeah.
popping dirty thing really is no I'm saying I'm asking this question like is is this really a black American thing? Because I don't really see that
It's a
black
boxing thing.
Americans really no I'm saying like how many black
No,
American
no. Let me
boxers
say this. Let me say
it
this. You got
it's
a good
coming up
point,
to
Ja.
be
I'm in the
Yeah.
school and I'm working. Frank, to be honest with you, it hasn't been a lot of Black Americans popping, but
Yeah.
the excuse is that's why everybody is harping on Snack because they feel
Exactly.
like Snack is helping Clarissa, Devin, and Crawford circumvent testing because Victor Conti came out and said he could beat the test. So now everybody assumes that Devin Haney being is was who was they consider to be well, like Wally Moses would say, Devin wasn't this in the amateurs or whatever, right? So this and that in the amateurs. What they're implying is that Snack is helping to him to perform at this high level. Same thing with Clarissa, and same thing with these
It
other Snack
is.
athletes. That's what they saying.
It is B3.
you know what Tiff
It is. It
it
enhances your
sound this
performance.
this sound like a
You know.
conspiracy though but it just sound like a setup for them to be able to use steroids so they could compete with black American fighters. Cause I grew up around black American fighters like hey, you got it. Like you know they
Exactly.
like these guys can fight. It ain't got nothing to do with no they probably
They can't
barely
afford
even
no
eating right.
enhancements.
Yeah, they probably barely
Yeah.
even eating right. They could just fight. Like they just know how to fight, man. And I think like
Yeah.
they wanna
Right.
even it and have people taking steroids.
But really, they don't even need that because what has happened is that a lot of the boxing training is turned into CrossFit training, and all your
Yeah.
teachers are gone. And now you got mid men and you got people, you got strength and conditioning coaches. That's what your
Yeah.
boxing camp consists of, and that's why they're able to close the gap now. Not only that, you put everything you do, you put it on the internet so people can see it, so people can steal your stuff, so people can peep your game. That's where they're messing up at. Some stuff has got to be left secret. Like the Wu Tang
Hey,
Clan said, it's our
yeah, but
secret. Never teach the Wu Tang. And when you
hey,
teaching
OG.
if you showing everybody what you're doing, guess what? They're gonna pick up on
Hey, but
Yeah.
OG though, you gotta make do what you gotta remember is that certain people close their camps. You feel me? You see Bud close his camp. You get some clips of him running up the hill, but you don't get no sparring sessions. You don't get no full workout regimen from him. You get clips of him after he's done. You feel me? So it's like some fighters are still keeping it G. At the end of the day, is whether you took pictures of it or not. Are you living in the gym? Are you living in the gym? Are you eating healthy? Are you clean? Are you not on no weird drugs that deteriorate your body? You feel me? Are you on point discipline, making choices that won't get in the way? Are you actually getting to the ring that night at your best? You feel me? Self. You know, that'd be the biggest
Yeah.
thing where we see and what we see with boxers right now. We I can give you some examples and respectfully, I'm not knocking them, but we see it. We got like Jermell Charlo, you feel me? We know he drink, we feel me? So it's like, hey, he don't be looking like he's gonna
Oh
be
man.
100% in this late age of his career. You feel me? To go against elite competition. Respectfully, I ain't taking nothing away from him. I'm just telling you, it's just
Nah,
obvious and apparent with
it's
people's
just a sad.
disciplines. You feel
Yeah.
me? When you got other
Yeah.
people that is you see that appears to be clean, that appears to be don't see them doing nothing else but in the gym 3 months, 2 months out before a fight. Bud said he was traded for Canelo for 7 months when he knew before we all knew. You see what I'm saying? It's
But
like, you
but
know,
most of the time you pop in dirty. The strength and conditioning coach is like the guy in the gym who introduced you to something. He's gonna give you something. Hey,
no,
take this, take that. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants to
no,
become employed. So your strength, like a strength and conditioning coach, is a double-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? Cuts both ways. It's good and it's bad. A lot of times, guys need to spend less time on strength and conditioning and more on boxing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, doing the CrossFit, cool, but it ain't helping you out in the fight. You look good on
yeah,
the
old
scale,
school,
but
road work,
but
old
but but
school.
you
You feel me?
you know you gotta balance it out. More guys spend too much time doing CrossFit exercises, strength and conditioning, instead of doing the actual boxing and learning the nuances
Yeah.
of the sport, learning
Yeah.
learning how to be crafty. And see, Bud
Yeah.
got all
That's
that.
cause they
Bud got
all
a
Bud
lot of
about
said
time
he
they
in the
Bud
all
said
gym.
he
about
sparred 3 days a week. He said he sparred 3 days a week. You see, he was sparring with Shakur. He spar all the time. That's what he was trying to tell y'all. He was like, "Hey, y'all think I fight and get punched by people as big as Canelo all the time?" Because he wasn't lying when he said that. He really be fighting. You feel me?
yeah.
That's what it be at where OG's talking about. It's like you got to be doing boxing activities, not jumping over hurdles, not you feel me? All this technical state of the art type stuff is just like, hey, you grinding, you doing straight old school boxing drills. You feel me? And you're in the ring. You feel me? Working on shit all the
That's
time.
cause they depending on not their boxing skill, but they depending on their advantage. Like
Yeah,
probably
exactly.
probably a weight
Athletic
advantage.
advantage. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Something like that. But some people do both.
Yeah.
When you go down like that, that's one thing about Bud. Bud was that if you looked at him at 130, he looked like, he looked like what Haney looked like at 135 in them weigh-ins. And then when he came up. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like,
Yeah.
it go both ways. Some people weight drain and they can still do it healthily, and some people don't. And you see, you got us talking about Eubanks and shit. You feel me? But this is as you're younger too, though. As you're older, you ain't weight draining like that. You can't dramatically, bring your body to go down in weight like that. That's what I was saying. Like that's the anomaly with Bud is because Bud, like I think Bud 147 probably was like his weight. You feel me? He stopped 7 straight opponents there. You feel me? As he
Yeah.
campaigned there. You feel me? He was stopping people with jabs. You know what I'm saying? So it was like, hey, that looked like he was filled out right there. You feel me? And then it looked
I
like, he had the opportunity to go up and just still be like I told everybody all the time, he don't gotta be the fastest. He just gotta be faster than Canelo to beat him. And sure enough, he was.
I was watching this interview with Bill and White Sean from the Sean Porter show. And that he Bill kind of opened my eyes because he exposed them. It was like Bud and fighters that never pop dirty shouldn't even be so much in these conversations for popping dirty. Like it's crazy OD to me.
Yeah, we know. We are the ones defending Bud. Because that's what they gonna do. One thing about it, man, being part of Snack don't do you no favors. Victor Conti was on video saying he can beat Tess. So, and he went to federal prison. You feel me? For the biggest doping scandal in Olympic history. And I'm not exaggerating. You feel me? I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, you got to remember, if people going to raise an eyebrow. Now, I'm not one of them snack conspiracy theories. Like I'm saying, it's a product that's readily available for anybody. It's not exclusive. So if you want to take it, if you're looking for an advantage, if you're looking to enhance your performance legally, that's what you should be on. You shouldn't trust anything else. If you trust anything else, you're rolling the dice. You're taking it. You're rolling the chance of popping dirty. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you're taking stuff to lose weight, you're not supposed to do that either. That's what I'm saying. In order to circumvent this process, you can't take anything. You should not be allowed to take any supplement, anything. Matter of fact, I think the Vital website says that they don't want you to take anything. If you do take some, it's at your own risk. You know what I'm saying? That way they're not endorsing any product, they're not standing behind any product. They're saying we prefer for our athletes not to take anything. That- Verbatim. They don't want you taking anything because that eliminates the ability or just a excuse to, hey, I accidentally took something, that's why I popped dirty. So you'll rule all that out. Unless somebody, slip you a Mickey or something, in training camp, you don't know that they gave you something or put something in your water or something, and you don't realize it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times I wouldn't put it past these strength and conditioning coaches because they could be slipping these fighters Mickeys, and these fighters don't know, just so the fighter can feel like, man, this strength and conditioning coach is working. I want to keep him on my payroll. He got me performing good, but in all actuality, he's giving you something that you don't even know about. And you mess around like Alex Ariza, he was a guy who was, they rumored that was giving fighters stuff, that was slipping fighters Mickeys and stuff like that. A lot of those guys that was in those camps right there, derived of the strength and conditioning coach. So it's weird, man. I hate that Lord lost that opportunity to unify the belt, man. You know what I'm saying? So they're gonna have to do something in this sport, man. Unfortunately, because it's messing up paydays. That's your livelihood. I bet Lord is probably probably was gonna make $1 million, man, for the fight. Now his money's messed up. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
They
it's
gotta find
crazy.
somebody. If they gonna pull the fight, coach, they gotta find somebody to replace Laura.
Yeah, but it's
Wait,
Replace
probably gonna
what?
be
Janet.
a
Laura's
somebody.
talking.
Yeah, it's
Laura's
crazy,
talking
man.
about what happened. Laura's not making it.
I think they're gonna
Well, they
cancel the
saying
fight,
that
man.
they it's up in the air right now. But right now the fight is still happening.
But what they
Yeah,
saying,
right
I
now
ain't
the
even heard.
law.
Y'all breaking it to me.
They're saying
Y'all
that
breaking it to me.
Janabek, they had a adverse analytical finding in one of the VADA tests for Janabek. It's very vague. Ring is putting this out, so it got everybody up in arms. It's
Mhm.
not. This came out a while back that this happened, but now it's resurfacing. I don't know if it's based on the betting lines or what. I'm not sure what's going on, but nobody has indicated that the fight is being pulled. So we just gotta wait and see. And they said they let Kyatel fight Morrell Jr. They definitely did, and Morrell Jr. Got hurt really bad in that fight. I mean, he ended up winning the fight, but Kyatel cracked him. We'll see. I think they still gonna go through with the fight. Let me ask you this though. I don't want. I just got out of. I just came out of food line. I don't want to switch the topic too crazy. Coach Eddie, one of these guys say you sound like this doctor. I forgot the doctor name. He said he'd be listening to. I was listening. He was. I was walking by. He was like, "Is that Doctor so and so?" I was like, "Nah, that's my man. That's my coach right there, Coach Eddie." But we working now. Let me ask y'all this, right? When it comes to these matchups this weekend, we got the big fight coming up. Do y'all think that Lamont has to win by knockout? I've been hearing that a lot. I've been hearing that.
No,
Okay, we're gonna cook on it, Blaze. I'm on Blaze to jump in first on this, but the reports are is that they want to line up Pitbull Cruz versus Brill Matias. Do you feel like Lamont is gonna get a fair shake on the cards?
I do. I don't think he has to win by knockout. He just got to win. He got to win like Rayo beat Pitbull. That's it. Just whoop him straight up. Don't make it close. You feel me? That's it. And we about to find out. I don't know if he's gonna do it or not, but it's a good challenging fight. This is a competitive fight. So, you know, we gonna get to see. And Pitbull been hanging out at 144 seconds. So you feel me? He got the advantage as far as the weight. We gonna see what Lamont looks like. So that's where my opinion's at with it. I'm not looking into no politics. I'm not thinking about no robberies right now because we can assess if something like that happens after they had a fight. But right now, I'm just looking forward to seeing what Lamont looks like to basically state his case for why he's supposed to be in the mix. And I'll let my plan right there.
Yeah, I feel like in a perfect world, Blaze, that could be true. But I mean, I just watched Evis Kavalasquez versus this kid Molina, the European champion, and they literally robbed him blind because he was boxing and they went to the scorecards. So these when you the B side man, and these promoters like you got a Sean Gibbons and a Manny Pacquiao behind Pitbull. I mean, you literally need a knockdown. We seen
Is
Giovanni Cabrera and Angel Fierro look like they deserved decisions against Pitbull, and they didn't get them.
is both Pitbull and Lamont signed to PBC?
No, nah. Lamont is
No.
with Pro Box and no
Oh, he's with
excuse.
Pro. Oh, he's with Pro.
Yeah,
Okay. All
yeah.
right.
He's with
Yeah.
Gary
Yeah.
Jonas.
So I mean, listen, the there is there, man. You know, the big promoters can protect their guy. That's why you gotta whoop them. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you. That's what you sign up for. That's baked into boxing. That's why I say what I say. And it's like it's that simple. But we ain't going the whole thing is the greats eliminate all excuses. You feel me? One thing about it is that when you handle your business in there and it was great, could nobody take it away from you when you stepped in the ring with them. So, like I said, they don't necessarily
Oh,
gotta stop them, but he just gotta whoop them. You feel me? You see what they did with Bud? It was 7-5 on two cards, and the fight wasn't that close. You feel me? So, he just
And
gotta
the
handle his
thing,
business.
even with that scorecard, if Canelo had some more tread on the tires and they felt like he had some more to offer, they would have took it from him. They would have awarded Canelo that win. And the thing about it, that wouldn't have been the worst robbery that I ever seen. So let that sink in, because I seen some would have been worse than that if they would have gave Canelo that fight.
And
But they
OG,
felt they
I think they was both they got both of them. You feel me? As far as when it's turkey money, you feel me? There's both. It's in house. It's an in house fight. So may the best man win, and then they gonna eat on Bud. You feel me?
yeah, and
And
plus
then
it
they'll
was too
set up
many
something for
it
Canelo
was too
too.
many eyes watching too. If that fight wouldn't have been
Yeah,
on Netflix, they would have called that fight a draw. It was too many people
they
watching.
yeah, they attempted to make it the biggest fight ever. I mean, it was the biggest fight in Vegas. The biggest fight before that was 29,000. It was 70,000 people in Allegiant Stadium. You
And
feel me?
41 million,
Goodness
40 something million
gracious.
watching on Netflix. So you just can't rob everybody like that in
I
front of the
was
whole
I was
nation.
there, yeah, not in front of the brightest lights in high def 4K. You got to give him his ish.
Yep.
You feel me? Real
But if that
talk.
fight would
You
have been
got to.
somewhere on Showtime or the Zone, Canelo would have got the win. He would have won. They would have gave it to him. I'm 100% sure they would have gave him that fight. They would have said that Bud didn't do enough to take it off the champ. That's exactly what they would
Yeah.
have said. They would have took it from him.
that's a good segue, Coach, because they talking about running back rematch. Would you, if you was Canelo, would you advise him to run that back with Bud?
Well, yeah, I mean, of course, it's a big money fight. Why wouldn't you want it? I think that my man, he wants 100 mil. Okay, okay, my man. Yeah, you good. But
That
yeah,
man
brother,
been
I
10-2,
think
9-3.
yeah, I think yeah, you want to run it back, especially if you Crawford, because
He ain't
that's a
got
big
they got
payday.
another $100 million fight out there. They gonna tell me that Canelo the A side, Coach. So you telling me
Well, the
that
thing about
Turkey, there's not another
Yeah.
$100 million fight for Canelo?
and this is what I'm saying. This is where the water's getting muddied at, because the first fight Canelo shouldn't have got that kind of money. This is when Turkey came in and just playing these astronomical purses that do not make any sense. Tyson Fury shouldn't have got what he got. Alexander Usyk shouldn't have got what he got. Now he did. I can't tell the man how to spend his money. But in the real boxing world before Turkey Al Sheikh, they wouldn't have got nowhere near that. Not even close. I mean, look how much Wilder and Tyson, Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury got. What, 35 million? Then Turkey comes along, he starts throwing 100 million, 120, 130. He gave Daniel Dubois 70 reportedly. Daniel Dubois reportedly got 70 million. So when you start giving fighters that type of money, it is going to be hard for that guy to take a $20 million payday, knowing that I just got 100.
Ain't
You know
going
what I'm saying? You feel me?
Unless
So
unless it's a cherry.
yeah, I mean, look how much Canelo got for William Skull. I think he got like 50 million for that fight, and the dude threw like 150 punches in the whole fight, man. You know what I'm saying? He got 50 million for
Hey,
that horrible performance.
hey, coach.
Yeah, I don't know where they
Let,
get that money from, OG. That's crazy. But they
let me
they
ask
made
you.
Canelo the offer he couldn't refuse. They got the Bud. He got it. He got the fight. That was what the main end of the story is Bud got the fight.
Can you actually make that make sense though? Like, Since when is somebody who didn't grow up rich wanting to turn down 20 million and it's not worth it? Like,
Huh.
what make you need more? Is it just because of like somebody else think how much they got? Like, I don't get that. Like,
Yeah, I feel you, bro. That's a lot of money. But like I said, once you think about it, if you just got 50 million, or in Canelo's case, he lost the fight and he wants $100 million. Bro, you lost. You know what I'm saying? So
But
this
you got to
dude
look at
just
it like
lost.
this
He
too.
won 100. He won $100 million to rematch somebody that you lost against. And the fight
But
wasn't even. It wasn't really even close. It didn't even. It don't even warrant a rematch. It wasn't any drama in the fight. But you won $100 million to go back in against this guy, and they'll turn
but
it down. They'll be like, "Well, I'm not fighting for no less than 100." Just like Bud said, he ain't fighting for no less than 100.
And here's why
So
Bud can say it. Here's why Bud can say it. Because before Bud even fought Canelo, he was already wise with his money, pretty much rich forever. He had properties everywhere. He got money. He was good. So he got 50 million now. So he don't have to fight no more. If y'all don't pay him what he want to fight, he ain't gonna fight. Like, why would he? I got 50 million now. So yeah, I want 100 if you want me to get back in the ring. Why wouldn't I? I can stop right now and be the best in my era. So that's called leverage, you know? And the thing is, with Bud is Bud got all the leverage because Bud whooped everybody. Bud went on an 8-year stoppage streak and then had a decision against Madrimov as a tune-up to get to Canelo and wash them. See what I'm saying? So it's like he has the leverage now to ask for $100 million like he's supposed to. Because anybody who really watches boxing care for boxing, Bud doesn't have to lace up his gloves ever again in life. And
but
he's gonna be
I get
straight.
but
it. I get the
but
leverage part
you
of it.
got
I'm
you got
just
to take
like,
Turkey out though.
man,
If Turkey was
Mhm.
there, Bud wouldn't even fix his mouth to ask for $100 million. That's the only
Exactly.
reason. That's the
But
only reason
he
they're
knows
asking
the
for a
money.
hundred
He knows
million
the money's
because of
there,
Turkey's
OG.
there.
Hold on.
He
That's
know
Hey,
it.
it's there.
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Brinks
Yeah.
coming, Ja. What you about to say, Ja?
I get the leverage and all, and I'm happy about that. It's just like, yo, and like Coach saying he wouldn't fix his mouth for that 100 million. It's just like, why you ain't take? I be trying to take as long as I feel like I could be. Cause Bud is highly skilled. As long as I feel like I could get out of these fights safe, I'm collecting millions. I'm fighting all the fights I can. Like it'd
Well,
be
you know
easy to,
what?
cause you got fighters who they not even making 100,000, and they fight until they basically till they
But
can't fight no more. Like, and you making millions, and you like taking all like
but the
you
thing is
fighting
though,
one
we can't
time, like.
you can't the thing is you can only he only can fight one time a year. We don't know what he do next year, but I think we're all banking that he's fighting next year. So he's gonna make at least 20 million, even if they don't give him the 100 million. He's just leverage. He gonna ask for what he want. They give it to him, they don't, then he gonna get a fight and he gonna get his money. That's what I'm telling you where it's at. We don't know what ultimately Bud's gonna do, but we know he's gonna get paid his next fight no matter what. You
Yeah,
feel
I
me? So
feel
we
like
just
he
gotta
could
wait.
take
He's in the
some
driver's seat.
fights. I feel like he could take some fights and be like maybe like, oh, a million for $1 million and still like boost his value with those fights if he play it smart and stay undefeated. And then when he get a big fight, it's way easier to get the 100 million. You might could go up on that 100 million because you've been taking $5 million fights in between. Like I just don't
But he's
understand
also
why
38
leave
too,
that.
so he probably ain't fighting no more. He
Yeah,
probably got 1 or 2 fights in him. He's about to hit big and get up out of there. But look, I appreciate being on the
yeah.
panel with y'all, man. I'm about to head out, man. Salute to all y'all.
Pre- Appreciate you, Blaze. Let me just say this real quick about that, right? Uh, and the reason why you don't want to set certain precedents in business is because, yeah, I agree. The leverage changed, but people are still going. If you gave them a discount once in life, they're gonna want another one. You see what I'm saying? They're gonna at least ask for it, and then when you say, "Man, I'm not giving you a discount," they're gonna say, "But you gave me one before." So they're always gonna want to keep money, right, versus giving money. So that's why they really didn't want to overpay B Norman, or they ended up overpaying Stanionis, and Boost gave money to make that fight for Stanionis. So the next person is going to ask for money, additional money to fight Boost, or more money than what their value would dictate. Now with Crawford, Crawford has put himself in a position where he has all the belts at 168. Everything has to go through him. So is I mean he's in a beautiful position. He has all the leverage. Will they come to the table? Dondrick, pull up Dondrick. Dondrick said Janabek popped for a peg called um, Meldonium. Damn.
Dang, that sounds like a steroid, dog.
Yeah, that don't sound good.
Yeah, that
That
ain't no
don't sound good.
Oscarine, man. That's a steroid, man.
Hey, B3,
Yeah.
what did Devin and Bill do? Because I feel like they get around that where they could take a pay cut anytime they want and then go back to their highest bag in the next fight.
Well, let me be honest with you. Um, the only real payday he took, I mean, real uh, is only the only one we know of for sure is when he fought Cambosis
Mhm.
because Eddie Hearn came out and said that he had more money on the table for Devin just to do a defense of his 135. So the fact that he took the Cambosis fight, that was a pay cut. But really, what happened with them is that you would assume that they had to take a pay cut after Ryan, but they actually catapulted that into a 3 fight deal, which was smart. So they end up getting 10 million for Jose Ramirez. And now that
Mm.
Ryan fell out of the fight, the rematch, so he fought Brian Norman, he got another 12 million for Brian Norman. So really, Bill need to get manager of the year again. You know what I'm saying? Because all he did was keep the champ. All he did was keep his son out of the ring, getting his mind right for a year. Then he came back to really. I don't now based on what they did pay per view wise, he probably didn't get 10 million for the Ryan fight, right? So that he may have even they may even came up short on what they was projected to make with the Ryan fight based on Ryan antics, based on what the numbers did. But now Building came back and got his son a 3 year, a 3 fight, $36 million deal, only for 3 fights. He only
Mhm.
got one fight left, so he's already got his son 22 million in the pocket off of Jose Ramirez and Norman Jr.
Mm.
So he's really so nobody's really doing it like Bill. I mean, they can say they are, but they not.
I
The
think
only
Shakur could try to do that because he got the fan base where he can have his own self promotion and always get a cut of the like whenever they hold a fight. He could get a cut a lot, and then I feel like he got a lot of young gunners that he could have coming up under him too. I feel like Shakur should start making some moves like that. And I don't
I
know,
don't I don't think Shakur got the fan base that Devin got, man. But Devin got a hate base also, which
but
all
he got to
transmits into
build it. He got to
transmits into
build it
dollars.
though.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but that's because he not building it though. But he got the ability to get it. You know what I mean?
But to be honest, Devin, I like Devin probably 10 times more than Shakur. I like the way that Devin talk. I like the way he carry himself. You know what I'm saying? I like the way he, I like. I always like Devin. Like out of the three, out of the four, like Tank, like Devin, Tank, and Shakur. Like Shakur, I like him less than Tank. Like I like Devin, I like Tank, I like Shakur in that order. Not saying I dislike him, but if I had to choose, if you ask me which guy I like the most, I'm gonna say Devin, Tank, and Shakur. You know what I'm saying? But like
Yeah,
Shakur, I don't know. It's something about he be like, man, he be like throwing temper tantrums and stuff, man. I don't be liking that stuff, man.
yeah. I was gonna say he come off as immature for real. Yeah, but he could promote himself. Like I think he good. He natural with it. Like on the internet, he could create these like fan bases that just support him blindly. Then he could get the haters. Like and it's a lot he could do with what he got his tools, and he easily could self promote. Like he could trigger anybody, like other celebrities. Like he had Cameron and them talking bad about him at one time, but that was a boost to attention. Like that was good attention for him. And you seeing Clarissa kind of follow his model.
Let me say that. Okay, smoke pulling up. Let me just answer this while I got a little audio. That's a great point. Curious. Salute to them. I mean, Usyk. I mean, yeah, they did garner those paydays. So that was really a big deal. But nobody Usyk didn't come off getting his ass kicked, respectfully. So it's just a different ball game when you consider that Devin literally they was talking they lowball him with for Sandor Martin, right? And then he comes back. He don't take a fight a whole year and comes back to a $10 million payday. You see what I'm saying? So and a 36 million guaranteed. Now Usyk was able, and just like Crawford is going to do, hopefully he's going to be able to fleece. Uh, and based on his position, he'll get the max amount of money based on his position because we know for a fact uh, Fury was selling those fights. Fury's the draw, but Usyk got the win, so he got the lion's share. And Fury's not going to sneeze at it because I think Fury still got 80 or 90 million for the second Usyk fight. So, but shout out to Usyk. You right about that, Carrier. Usyk team literally over the last three paydays, I believe it was a Daniel Dubois fight, or just two, because he didn't get the lion's share the first Fury fight. But the Daniel Dubois and the Fury 2, Usyk took over 6 billion Ukrainian dollars. It was like I think he made almost like 250 million US, but he got like 600 billion. I mean, he got over 6 billion Ukrainian dollars. So Usyk is really he's rich. He's really wealthy. Not even rich. He's wealthy now.
And
Like you can
I
see
think
how
I
he
heard
go,
he's fighting
how he
Wilder.
walk and how he dress. Go ahead, coach. Yeah, he is about to fight Wilder. That's gonna be fire.
And I think with the Wilder, I think Usyk, to be honest, man, I think Usyk just really like giving him a payday because I think he respects
We
Wilder.
talked
You know
about
what I'm
this,
saying?
coach.
Yeah, he like Wilder. You know what I'm saying? Now, Wilder could win the fight. You know, it's gonna be a long shot. You know what I'm saying? I think Usyk is kind of tricky guy, and I would like to see Wilder get the win, but Usyk he been kind of like stepping on stuff at heavyweight. To be honest, man. I ain't even gonna lie, man. He might even stop Wilder, man. I don't think Wilder could take a punch anymore.
He
You know what
probably
I'm
is
saying?
gonna stop him. He's just
Yeah.
gonna give that man a good old payday. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you ride out in the sunset with some bread because even though they fight each other, that's why it's called a gentleman's sport. A lot of them dudes help each other, man. So
But that's what it's about. They're working together, Smoke, because he need the Wilder name on his resume. Now, maybe he don't need it, but he wants it, obviously, right?
I think he needed for that. If they're gonna give him another big payday, Wilder's the only name that's out there that you ain't whoop.
Yep.
Let's give Wilder his credit though, because he started all these big paydays for these heavyweights, bringing Tyson out of retirement like that.
Nah,
And
actually, it
he
was
and he
AJ.
black and he black though, and he black.
A-
So like they
And
want to see that. That's a fight promotion right there. Just Wilder being black and him fighting Tyson Fury being white.
Nah, I think
AJ
AJ
can't
the
pull
one.
off what
AJ the one that bought all these crazy paydays, man. All these ass. Cause I think
AJ.
when he fought Andy Ruiz, that dude got paid like $80 million, and he got
I
paid like
think
70
AJ
million in a rematch.
part of the Wilder train though. Like, cause Wilder
Nah,
getting all
you
these
got the other way
knockouts and
around, brother.
stuff.
nah, AJ was getting them
Hey,
paydays first, bro. After he
way
beat
way before
Klitschko,
him.
after he beat Klitschko, it was off and running for him. Them checks went from them 20, 30, 50, 80, 100. Them checks started to get ridiculous. And then
He
I'm
was
not saying Wilder wasn't in there, but AJ started them checks crazy, bro.
So
That's why
what
I
at,
about
asked
what about
he
Usyk
started. Hold on,
versus
he started
I
he
can't
started the
give
whole thing
credit
in Saudi too.
for Usyk. getting a big payday with Fury, I get a credit to Wilder for that.
Damn,
Like I
bro.
say, them big paydays started. The Saudi Arabia, AJ was the first one to go over there and get that Saudi money in the Andy Ruiz rematch. They built the whole stadium just for that fight alone. The man got 70-something million in the rematch. They built
As,
the stadium,
as the B side,
particularly for that fight. For that, you know what I'm saying?
as the
After
non
that,
champ, he got
he set the
everything.
precedent for them guys to even get that type of money. He set that precedent. It wasn't the other way
I
around.
could agree with him. He a money maker on his own. He a money maker, but like Wilder made these fights happen, which got Usyk his biggest payday. Anthony Joshua ain't responsible for Tyson Fury coming out of retirement.
Yeah,
That
I
get
actually say I'm not gonna give Wilder credit for Tyson Fury. I'm going to blame Wilder for Tyson Fury. Let's do it like that because he should have never lost to him to begin with.
now if you giving Usyk, I mean you do that. I'm gonna give Wilder credit.
I ain't
You
giving him credit.
cannot,
He should have beat that boy, man. So I was highly
and
disappointed in Wilder, man.
I'm giving him credit for giving Usyk his high pedigree as a heavyweight and his biggest payday as a heavyweight.
You
That's
you missing
Wilder.
what
You saying
you
that's
you
his
miss,
fault. We saying
you
the
missing what
same
I'm
thing just
saying.
differently.
I think that no, Tyson Fury shouldn't even be in the conversation right now. If Wilder goes in there and handles his business, he pulled this man off the couch, 400-some-pound man, and he fought this man to a draw. Well, he's supposed to go in there and flatline this dude. Wilder was a heavy favorite in that fight. Let's don't forget about that. He was like 6 to 7 to 1 to knock Tyson Fury clean out, brother. So Deontay Wilder gave birth to Tyson Fury. You know what I'm saying? He should have beat Tyson Fury. I mean, I lost money on Wilder back to back, the first fight and the second fight
Oh, the second
because I
fight I
just
paid for him, bro. Everybody was, man. We was like, we just spent $80 and watched this card and him to get snapped like that,
My
boy.
brother Blaze, hey,
man,
Smoke.
I wanted Wilder to bury
What
that
did he?
dude, man.
I know we
What did
all
he say,
did.
Coach? He said we pulled him out of a crack house. He
That's
said,
what
"I
I'm
brought
saying.
you
So
back
you
to big time boxing." I'm trying to find that clip right now.
facts. And that's what I'm saying. I ain't giving Wilder credit. I'm blaming Wilder because he's supposed to took care of Tyson Fury.
I
He
think that
supposed
Hey,
to
was
win
his
but
it,
third
knock
fight.
that
but
joker smooth out, man.
Third
but
fight press
OG.
conference.
But let's remember what happened. He tried to embalm Fury at the end, and he got the long count and got up like the Undertaker, and then had a realization that I can take his hardest punch. I'm just gonna pack on a bunch of weight and lean on him, and that's what he did. That's what he did, man. Unfortunately, we all seen it. You feel me?
Oxy is 90% mental.
We all seen it. It was like, cause it was like that first fight. It was like at first I'm like Water got robbed, but when I watched it again, I was like, oh, Fury was going toe to toe with him. I thought the dropping should have went to Wilder. That's the politics, right? You feel me? That's the politics. You feel me?
Man,
And
when
so,
they announced that fight, man, I had Wilder knocking that dude out in no less than 4 rounds, man.
yeah,
That was my thinking. Cause I was saying, man, ain't no way in the world this dude finna jump off the couch and beat Deontay
man,
Wilder, man. And
I'm
that's
that's what
just
Wilder
looking
was
at it
knocking
Wilder's.
like
out
That's sloppy.
everything, man.
That sloppy dude was moving his
y'all giving
feet though.
Y'all giving Usyk all the credit, but I'm like Usyk probably looking at it like, you know what, Wilder, without you, I wouldn't be where I'm at today. Thank you,
Nah,
man.
what Usyk's looking at is
Let me
Usyk's on the
do
back end
this.
of his career and it's names. It's a name fight. You feel me? He'll carry
Yeah, it's a
Wilder.
money fight too.
It's just a money
It's a
fight. It's
money
just a
fight
big
too.
money, big name fight. It's like, hey, you want to fight somebody big? You want to challenge me? Go. He gonna outbox him, but he might drop him and have Wilder looking bad too. That's the whole problem with it. I mean, how many people you think is banking on a Usyk stoppage against Wilder?
Oh no, I think he's gonna be highly favored in the knockout in that fight, to
Yeah,
be
that's what
honest,
I'm
man.
saying. So it's like
And I
that's the problem with the fight.
I mean I understand why they gonna get your money, man, but bruh, the way Wilder been looking lately, man, he looked like a shot fighter, to be honest, man.
Yeah,
And I
exactly.
love I love Wilder, man. I know get your bread, bro. I just don't want to see him, go out bad like Daniel Dubois. Cause he like Usyk is punching hard for some reason, man. Like he got enough power
He
to hurt these
heavyweight.
guys.
It's
You know what I'm
punches and
saying?
punches though, OG. He gonna touch him. He gonna
Like,
touch him. You feel me? So, that'd be the problem where it'd be like, and then it don't seem like Water got a chin anymore.
And it seems
You
like
feel me?
Wilder don't believe in his right hand no more. Like he don't throw it with conviction no more. It's like he worried about getting countered, so he don't load
Yup,
up on it like he used to, and
yup. He worry about
he
what's
chop.
coming back now. He never used to worry about that.
Yep.
Mm.
I
Like he
believe
don't he done
they
lost that.
tried drugged him though, like he said, with them Joanna Man pills.
Man, listen, bro.
Man, he did that
Let me
with
say this. Salute to
with
the family.
that
T
girl
Hill
that he
pulling
got
up. What's
with,
good,
messed
T
him
Hill?
up,
Yeah,
dog.
yeah. That. How about that? Or like, listen, bro. Like, I was believing that shit too, but then when you start seeing like his outside the ring movement, I just try to keep it boxing because any nigga that is smashing brothers, this ain't the most reliable, credible nigga. Just saying.
I know, but look, that'd be the
But he
thing where
looked
it'd be
like an
like,
easy
I don't,
person to make look like that though.
Nah,
I don't,
he did all that. He did all that to this day talk and black folk talk to be just a regular scumbag nigga.
I mean,
What
but
he
look
do
though,
though
Yo,
that
wait.
but the
Who that
thing
smoke? Who you
is
talking about?
the thing is that
Talking
listen,
about
man, people's
Wilder, man.
personal business it exposes
Oh,
themselves inside the ring. So it's like the universe always gets it. I can't speak on it because I don't know. That'd be the thing with
oh
this. I don't know what none of these dudes do with their personal life. I
no, that's
only
a
nah,
fact.
assess what they gonna
I
step
like
into the
that.
ring because even
They
if I see the
coders,
bad,
bro.
the
Like,
worstest part about you, I don't see everything else you got going on that might offset it for me to have an educated about how you live your life, what your principles is, what you stand on. You feel me? So I don't get caught up in that. You feel me? It's just like Tank. I don't got nothing to say about that. I hope he figure it out. I hope he figure out his life, whatever he done did. Hope he become a better person. And you feel me? I don't like jail either. So I hope the nigga
but
ain't got to
Blaze,
spend a
all
lot
I'm
of time in
saying
jail.
is that I'm saying if we didn't know, we wouldn't know. They told us. Nigga came out and told us. It's reports. He got caught. Like, bro, like, why'd you get rid of your coach?
We've spent a lot of time with professors in the game, and
I hear you. I
hey,
hear you.
Yeah, I
What
was
he
just
get
gonna say
caught
that.
doing though?
can 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 I say one thing?
Get in here, T Hill. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah,
What
we
up,
can hear
T
you, baby
Hill?
boy. We
Appreciate
can
you,
hear
T Hill,
you.
pulling up. What's good, T Hill? Cook with
Nah, I
us, man.
appreciate all y'all, bro. Hey, first and foremost, man, shout out to my good brother B3. You know what I'm saying? He out here working. He going green every goddamn day. Shout out to the good brother, the nephew, the national treasure, my man Ja. Shout out to the greatest man alive, the grumpiest of OGs, the master of ceremonies, the Mickey Freaky Legend Crush. Shout out to Coach Eddie ATL Fame. He turn you into champions. He make you monsters. Shout out to the man that got nothing but smoke for folk. My main man. Smoke session up in his BI. Shout out to Blaze pound for pound. Hey man, I'm gonna say this, bro. It's a big flex for him because that's gonna be the biggest name on his resume, even though Wilder is not Wilder, and maybe Wilder has been doing some stuff lately that doesn't like warrant the fight, man. And I'm gonna be honest with you, man. I don't want to see Wilder in that fight, bro, because I understand that, some of the things that he used to possess ain't the same that he used to possess him as. He doesn't have the same movement. He doesn't have the same timing, and he definitely don't have the same
Walmart.
punch resistance. But that being the case, it still will be the biggest name on his resume, and unfortunately, it's still going to be a huge money fight. And there is that dynamic that is there. And the world loves to see black man get beat. Yeah, we got our own people cheering for a black man when they not in the best light or they going through some things. So man, the world really does. So it's unfortunate, man. I hope he can train and take this serious because that man ain't gonna go in there and play with him. And as far as punch power, yeah, I don't know if it's punch power. I think it's more so the precision of his punches and the timing of his punches and also the toll of his punches. After a while, I think they take effect. But hell, my man AJ went through fights with him and went to the decision. I don't know if that's going to be the same for Wilder unless Wilder get his ish all the way together.
But why'd you always be a legend for this right here?
Don't ever forget when I found you, you was strung out on coke. When I found you, you was like a big house. contemplating about killing yourself. So don't you ever forget who brought you to Big Time Box. I drugged you back. I brought you back. I provided food and put food on your table for your family to eat. And I'm doing it for the second time. So don't you ever forget that.
Nah, that's a fact.
Yeah, Wilder, man. That's
Hey,
what
But
I'm
hey,
saying,
Wilder,
Alex,
right? Give
Wilder
my
has
whooped
man
his
his
been
ass
credit.
after that.
accused of some wild stuff at the same time. Now,
I give him credit,
Yeah,
man, but
he
also I
whooped his
think
ass,
Wilder he,
man.
he fumbled the bag, man. He fumbled that $120
Listen,
million. Ain't if I
No,
ain't
I
no I
see
ain't finna
what you
let no
saying,
I ain't finna let
and
no
smoke
manager
that was
talk me
smoke,
out of
man.
$120 million. If you tell me not to take $120 million, you fired on the spot. Just like you
yeah, I
fired
know.
Mark
I was
Breland.
gonna do
You
that.
tell me not to you tell me to turn down 120. Today
For
is your
three
last
fights,
day, bro.
for three fights, 120. You say turn
He
it
That's
down?
fumbled.
disgusting. When did that happen,
Yeah,
That's
Coach?
crazy. When did that happen? Yeah, I need to know because I want to be right there with you.
and it was on record. The matter of fact, it was a Luda. It was not. It was a Lou DiBella, I think.
Yeah, Lou DiBella.
Flew,
Damn, my fault.
they flew Wilder out to sit down with the zone. They had a piece of contract right there for $120 million, 3-fight deal. They're gonna give him 20 million to fight Dominic Brazil. They're gonna give 50 to fight AJ, and then 50 to fight AJ in the rematch. 2-fight deal to fight AJ. This fool turns it down, and it's on record. Shelly Finkel said, yes, the deal was real, but we didn't like how they presented it to us. He turns around, he fires Lou DiBella, and then the rest is history. You know what I'm saying? So people always talking about, oh, Wilder this, Wilder that. Man, that man turned down $120 million deal, man.
That's true, man.
3-fight deal.
That's true, man.
He looked easy though. He looked easy to manipulate though.
That was years ago too, bro. That was years ago. That'd be like
Well, with the people put millions of dollars in your pocket, Jai, you gonna listen to them.
I'm gonna tell you else whoever said Al
That's what's
Heyman told the
unfortunate.
man.
Yeah, and all
Al,
right, yeah,
Al,
not
Al
that
Heyman
easy.
told the man that's slave wage. He told the man, he told Deontay Wilder in quotation, bet on yourself. That's slave wage right there. And he
and look what
turned
he
it
did
down
to him.
and re-signed with Showtime, and then they dropped it the very next year.
Look what he did to him. Look how he ended up having to go back over there anyway and be
Good turkey.
a sacrificial lamb. He was one of the first
But that
sacrificial
was later
lambs.
on, though. Come on now. Let's
He
be
said,
honest. That was
bro,
later
look
on.
what happened after
Hey,
that. Somebody tell you don't take that buck 20 years later. Look how they do you. You got to go back over there and be the sacrificial lamb. Tell me I'm wrong,
Nah,
Vito.
he's stealing money right now. I mean, the last few fights boy, he about 38 years of age.
He was
After he got stopped by Fury, we was really expecting him to retire.
okay.
So
So how many fights did he have on?
Bobby Good
How
Fury.
many fights did Deontay Wilder have on Ryder season before he had the fight in Kansas?
all right, let's count him. He fought Joe Parker.
dang. Yep.
He fought Zilly
Uh,
Zane.
yep.
When he spun him around and then knocked him out,
Yeah. So he only had 2 fights.
he didn't fight nobody else over there.
Nah, just those two. And then he fought. I think it's Tyrell Herndon, who they call the Navy fry cook. That was his last fight.
So come on, man. He was over there. They used Wilder's name anyway for major cards. And then when they was like, oh man, yeah, after he got spent around, and when Joe Parker beat him every round damn near, and he started throwing the right hand in the 12th. Like if you ain't see the fight and you don't know what happened. After that, like they was done with Wilder. So now Usyk gonna bring him back for a big payday. Man, listen, Wilder should be gracious and say thank you. Good looking, my G.
They they
But
both
he
should
got
be
to try to
saying thank
win. He got to do his best, man. He got to do his best to try to win the fight. You
Did
know,
Dane Dubois
if
do
he
his
win the
best?
fight, he the man, brother. He the champion. Then he got 3 belts. If he beat Usyk.
I think
man, he
to
not
answer
about to
that
beat
question
Usyk.
about Dubois, no. I thought in the first fight he tapped out when they took that knockdown and subsequent knockout from him.
What the fuck?
And then he just checked out in the later rounds. And in the second fight, I don't know. They said that nigga was out there partying before, and he didn't show up until an hour before
70
it was.
million.
You man, listen, when you start talking that money, that Marvin Hagler phrase come in. Ought to go out there and be a savage when you're sleeping on silk sheets.
Hey T Hill, let me ask you this: if Dane Dubois has 70 million reasons to party like a rock star, I
All
don't
that
think
rock stuff.
I mean, getting bread is definitely Beautiful, though. I'm never gonna speak against somebody getting bread, bro. But when you getting your bread, you want to make sure that the product that you're getting the bread for is on point, and you can't be out there partying, especially when you go into the biggest fight of your life. This could make you undisputed.
Yeah,
It looked wrong anyway. Like it
and he
looked like
looked.
trying to box, and I'm like, you trying to box a boxer, and you're a puncher brawler. Shit
I mean,
ain't about to work,
he just got
Let me.
exposed, man.
dog.
Styles make fights, bro. Styles make
Yeah,
fights. He got exposed.
I mean, he looked nothing like the first fight though. Like the first
At
fight,
all. He didn't even attack the
you know
fight
what I'm
like the
saying?
first fight. He smoked.
He was out there trying to box, bro. When he was a second, bro. If you're a full second behind somebody, you are dead meat in a fight, bro. You are a full second. He get a second. Like we don't like people don't understand what a second is in
No,
boxing.
second is forever, bro. It's a
And you
half a
were
second
a
is forever.
full second, maybe a little bit more than a second behind him. Go back and watch the fight. When Usyk caught him, then he swung. He was like, "Oh,
B3.
this is
Drop. Play the
fucking
drop, baby boy.
crazy! Oh my god!"
Play the slow
Hold on.
late.
You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Bro,
Nah, the slow late.
I don't watch
That's a
WWE.
Tyson Fury drop. That's a Tyson Fury drop
Yeah,
right
we
there.
ain't talking about the Tyson Fury drop.
Oh, this.
Don't ever forget when I found you, you was strung out on coke. When I found you, you was like a big house, contemplating about killing yourself. So don't you ever forget who brought you to big time box. I drugged you back. I brought you back. I provided food and put food on your table for your family to eat. And I'm doing it for the second time. So don't you ever forget that.
And
Ninja,
then he
the
whooped
Avon
him.
Barksdale clip.
Oh, the
And then
Avon.
he
Oh,
whooped
my
him.
bad.
Yeah,
My bad.
Wilder,
Smoke was
Wilder.
just
Motherfuckers finished? Y'all finished? You silly motherfuckers. You got to be soldiers, all right? Soldiers. Not clowns, goddammit. Drive, and you shut the fuck up.
the Avon Barksdale. Smoke was talking about being a second late, dog.
Ah.
Bro, hold on. Hey, you
Hold on,
need
hold on.
wait, hey, B3. You
I
need to
gotta
get
get down
that.
back a bit.
Bro,
Oh, hold on, I
Thing
got it. My
is,
bad.
you only got to fuck up once. Be a little slow, be a little late, just once.
That's what Smoke was talking about.
They about to call me can't. I
That's
had to
why,
get right
man.
before they called me can't get right.
that's what I'm talking about, bro.
Best youngster ever on television, man.
That,
Bro, if you, hey,
Ain't
man,
nobody
that
hey,
what
flat.
that's what happened to Norman, man. He
you
just
were
messed up once, bro. And that was the fight
man,
right
Oh,
there.
that's a
once.
little
But
slow.
nah,
He
it's
was a little
deeper
slow
than
on that
that.
left hook.
No. Wilder's is his little cousin. He's a miss. It wasn't just one time being late. It's a lifestyle, you
I'm
know?
just saying, man, like, yo,
You feel me?
a second late in boxing. Like, you can be a second late anywhere and doing anything else in the world, and it's like no problem. Second late in boxing, get your like no like I don't know what you want to say, but that shit had your skull rattling, your brain rattling up against your skull, man.
It has you looking like Spence against Bud.
Real
That's what
have
it
your
had
quick,
you looking
have
like.
your ramen in a microwave.
real
It
quick.
had you looking like Gotti against Mayweather. That's
A
what it had you looking
second
like.
late, man. A second late, because a great fighter turns that second into 2, 3, 5, 8, and then your ass is
I
done.
need predictions, man. I need predictions, man, because I've been thinking about this, and this is eating at me now, man. Because everybody's kind of writing Norman Jr. off, um, based on what Devin Haney did to
Nah,
him. He been called. I heard him called a C plus fighter. And Devin, you can't get you got to get ample credit based on him being a C plus fighter now and all this other stuff. I feel like Devin just made him
nah,
look that
man.
way. I started off,
Yeah.
John. Would Norman Jr. be a two-time champion in the sport of boxing?
Hmm.
Yeah, because I think he like I see in Norman what people saw before the fight, but I'm like he ain't prove it yet. It's more about I want him to still maintain his relationship with his father, but not as a boxing coach. Like get some different coaching. Like y'all been doing this y'all whole life. Like get a new coach, like trainer. and just have your father be your father. Cause he can't. He wasn't ready to be in that corner for that big fight. I feel like if his son face was bleeding in any other fight, he would have never like startled him like that in that corner. But it was the
I
stage of
got to
the
get
fight.
that moment. I'm trying to stay on the zone good side, but I'm trying to get that moment. You talking about when he came back after Devin had dropped him and his nose was bloody, and
Yeah,
he was like, oh no, oh he's like, oh hell nah. He's like, oh hell nah. He was like, son, you
he
okay?
like you. He like
He was
yeah.
like, oh
He
whip his ass.
Yeah, whip his ass. I said that was not advice.
yeah. That was too
Listen,
much. Like,
that was not
but that
advice.
was good. That was good as a father. A good sign as a father, but not as a coach. Like,
Yeah. Nah, yeah, exactly. That's
Because I
not what he
told him
and
needed at that
he
time.
loved
Time.
his son.
Norman wasn't shit. Norman was
Norman
ready.
was
Like,
looking at him like, yeah.
yeah, but he ain't had no guidance. But he was ready for the fight. But he didn't. He was the least experienced. Like
Yeah,
Bill ain't had to say much to Devin. Bill had to tell Devin turn it down some. Don't even show him everything yet.
like he told Devin just to kind of play it safe. He said, "Don't give him no chance.
Yeah.
Make sure you hold the phone." You know that what he was
Yeah,
saying. Yeah, keep that hand up
Yeah,
because he's
and
trying
he
to throw
stuck
that
to the
hook.
game
Make
plan.
sure you hold the
yeah.
phone. You know what I'm saying? So
He
basically, he was
told,
just telling
yeah.
look, Dev,
He
you got
said,
to win.
show me you a world class fighter. Beat him with one hand." He kind of like tricked Devin into not really going nuts after he got that knockdown because
I,
Devin
I,
wanted to
I'm,
go off.
I mean, it's clean.
Mm.
It's what Mac told Bud against Canelo. It was like, don't
Yeah,
give him
like
nothing. Don't give him nothing.
exactly. That was
And
great.
that's boxing.
Yeah, you still got more fights to have, like, but Norman Jr. ain't had nothing like that in his corner. Like
I'm
he
gonna
was
tell you
by himself.
what
Oh,
Norman needed in that corner. He needed Coach Calvin because one thing I remember Coach Calvin told Tank, he said penitentiary. And
yeah,
that's what
Yeah,
stab at, and that was see Brian Norman Jr. He was going wide with all his shots. That's why he was able to get the underhooks under him. But if he would have
Coach
kept
Eddie.
everything tight and hit him with that penitentiary, he would have been able to work. He would have been able to work on the inside.
Coach
You know what
Eddie.
I'm saying? Yeah.
Coach Calvin underrated in that corner. Like he'd be tough on you and he'd be super gentle with you at the same time, like almost like a mother's touch. Like and then he sees stuff like he a fighter, like but he looking
Well,
from the
also it's a
outside.
two-headed monster. You can't understate the importance of Kenny in that corner as well too, man.
No,
They work together.
Coach Kenny different. Like it's good to keep that on the hush. You know what I mean? But like he brought up Coach Calvin, like ain't no need to bring up Coach Kenny. He in the cut all the time.
how you
He
gonna
one
not
of the
bring up
Yeah,
Coach?
yeah,
I
but
mean,
are
he
we
got
going?
a podcast and he be on somebody else's joint all the time. Like Coach
say
Kenny is
that again.
now. Coach Kenny is well known now. Like they got
No,
the him.
I'm not saying you shouldn't like in no negative way. I'm saying
No, I'm
Coach
saying like
Kenny the
his
No, I
type to be
respected what Coach Eddie said. I
Coach
was just
Kenny
saying
is
to
no longer
what
a
you said. You know,
superstar.
it's a two-headed monster. But I wanted to ask Coach Eddie this because this is where I thought the fight swung totally in Devin's favor after the knockdown. What instruction? Because the instruction he got, the first thing he got was, "Oh, now you got to get his ass back right now," and he really didn't get much after that. So I'm gonna ask you in that same situation because you could see it impacted him more so mentally than it did physically. But he was buzzed. I'm not gonna say that he wasn't buzzed. That was a great series of three shots that he got hit with. But when he came back to you, if you're in the corner, what do you tell that fighter in that moment, man, to get him back?
But when he come the first 10 seconds, I ain't saying nothing to him at all. I'm letting him sit
uh,
down, collect his thoughts, let the corner, do the job on him, get the blood, let him clean
Yeah.
up, let him catch his breath. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even going to ask him if he's okay, because that's one thing you don't ask a fighter a question. In my opinion, you don't want to put a thought in their head. You want to tell them he's okay. Don't ask if you okay. Say you all right. Tell him he's okay.
Yeah, you
You
good?
know what I'm saying? Yeah, you tell you good. You go good. You okay? Now this is what I need you to do. You know what I'm saying? And then that's when you go into your instructors. Okay, we got to fight it on the inside. We got to get close to him. You know what I'm saying? We got to keep our chin tucked down, and we got to move our head, and we got to start working the body. Hey, it's just a second round. We got plenty of time left. Let's go back there and let's get it. Let's move ahead. We made a little mistake, no problem. Now we know what we got to do now. You know what I'm saying? You got to keep it positive. You can't go in there and like panic. You know what I'm saying? And get angry because the reason why he got angry because he talked a lot of crap. You know what I'm saying? That's what he
But
messed up at. He lost that fight 3 months ago. All that talking he
I
was doing
mean,
and
I mean, coach,
underestimating Devin power.
that's the thing, coach. Is the crazy part about that that was unfortunate is because Brian Norman Sr. talked so much that he literally on multiple occasions, I heard at least twice when he was running around talking to everybody about Brian Norman Jr.'s lack of head movement. I even shout out to OG Rude Exposure. He even he be clipping on his show. He keep looping when he asked him himself when it's hit the chat and told him, hey, if Brian Norman Jr. y'all work on him moving his head, he can be cooking with fish grease. And Senior went into some rant about, some fighters know what they supposed to do, but don't do it anyways because they don't respect people's power. They hard headed, some weird shit. In another instance, I seen him say, hey, we know he don't got no head movement and we working on it, but they didn't. And then he didn't tell him not one time during the fight to move his head off the center line. Like if you look at other, like I'll take two fights, man. Vito White Magic was moving his head off the center line all night, slipping that dude's jab and giving his jab back. And then, my God, my favorite guy, you feel me? Bud moves his head, constantly moves, constantly parries, constantly is moving. You got to move. But that's the problem with Brian Norman. That's why there's levels to it where it got exposed, like extremely. He doesn't move his head off a center line and he's flat footed. He just stands there. So
Yeah,
all you
that's been a
gotta do
problem
is
for him.
wait for it and time it. And that's what I so beautiful about Devin Haney. Cass it was surgical. It was like martial arts because he waited the whole round. And when he was waiting,
Alonzo.
I wasn't looking at him like he was PTSD. He was focused, he was lucid. I was watching him. I said he's staying right in range. He ain't throwing nothing left. He's trying to figure out what Norman was gonna do. And then when he threw him. And every time he threw his brag, he whiplashed his head back. So it's like,
Sure
listen,
did.
man. The game plan came in. He came in strong. He came in sharp, and he exposed Brian Norman for his weaknesses. That's what's so good about boxing because we know Brian Norman Jr. got that power. We know he's a dog when he closes the distance, and you can't just get a straight clean one and put your whole body into it on him. He can eat those and beat you in a firefight. But now the question is, can he get surgical? He calls himself the assassin, but he's not an assassin. He
What
got a bazooka.
the thing about it with me in that fight, in my opinion, it was still on the table. He could have,
It
in my
was.
opinion, he could have won the fight if he would have made
He
some
could have.
adjustments.
OG, I tell everybody else, bro. This fight would ended in the second, just like Bud versus Spence. Bro, he got caught hard, he got rocked. You feel me? And then and then at least Spence was a dog. So Spence is trained to go get in the box and continue to do work. Brian Norman Jr. got his nose broke, and even Spence had his nose busted, and he still ran and was still trying to engage. But that froze Brian Norman Jr. This we all got to this conversation because we talk about what it looked like when you were second behind. And once Devin hit him with that straight right down the pipe and blasted his shit, he was the second behind after that. You feel me? He wasn't even faint no more, but there was no level changing, there was no head movement, and he was flat footed. So let's see if he fixes it. That's it. He's textbook.
And
I like
Let's
also
see
that.
the
why he lost.
I like
Now,
that
T,
corner work that Coach Eddie was saying for the first 10 seconds. He wasn't like that was beautiful. And then like y'all pointed me to Quentin Randall. And you watched that fight, then you would have known
yeah,
like all the stuff. Oh, he Devin ain't gonna be able to do this with Norman. Like Quentin Randall was. Like look at that
you
fight
know, we was
again. He
talking
he
about
been had those issues.
Yeah, and that's what I said.
We
His own
was
senior
on
came out of his
this
own
show and I was
mouth and
talking
said it.
about that.
Man, listen, our senior said it, senior knew, and them
But
guys didn't do it, and he didn't give him no, he didn't tell him that in the corner. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'd be like, bro, you's a clown. That's why I'd be like, you shouldn't talk. You feel me? Because what they say is that
Well,
you know a fool when he opened his mouth, and it's like, hey, it was foolishness. He promoted and tried to train at the same time. You can't really do that. He tried to be like Bill. You can't, he ain't Bill Haney. Because Bill gives sound advice in the corner. And Bill
so
bring other
and he
people in
told
too.
me
a lot
he
of
he he answered my fault.
go ahead, John. Go ahead.
Just one he I had asked him a question on the Rise podcast, like, is Devin your most skilled opponent? If not, who is? And he said Devin is their most skilled opponent, but he not a threat. And it was just like, huh? Like that was a red flag to me. Like, if you feel like this your most skilled opponent, and your only focus is like it was just a power focus, like depending on power. And it's like once I found out he had a history of getting knocked out, I'm like, oh no, like this not a good corner for Norman Jr.
Yeah, that's the thing. Images can be apparent, looks can be deceiving. And then what you hear about his sparring, what you've seen in sparring. I've seen him spar. I've seen him take a bunch of punches in
Let's
sparring. Too. It is what it is. Hopefully he fix it.
Yeah, the way they was bragging about sparring boots wasn't even a flex. It sounded dumb. Like you sitting in there getting like boots just wailing on you. Like I don't care how good you is, even if you the top elite fighter. Like it's not smart to spar somebody that like boots that much. You gonna be punch drunk in the gym.
Yeah,
Hey,
let
Coach
me jump in
Eddie.
right here while I got a little bit
Oh
of
my.
audio. Salute to the beautiful Angie B pulling up. What's good, Angie? Appreciate you showing up, showing love. Man, y'all tap the like button and follow the channel, man. We working. Go ahead, T.
No, no, just going with that because, like I said, I think the second round also was where things went for a turn for the worse. Um, to bring him back and to make sure you exact a game plan to counteract what Devin was doing in the ring. What do you tell him? Because he didn't. To me, that's where the fight really swung for the worst for them. The corner
Move
work
your
was
head. Like he was getting jabbed. That's all he was getting. It was jab. Move your head off center line. Feint, level change, and then when you shoot, you feel me? Move your head. Like that's the thing. And it's like he wasn't moving. Like if you look at other fighters, bro, that really be boxing, and even if they ain't running and staying in range, they're constantly moving. They're shifting, they're feinting, they're level switching, they're turning. You feel me? Brian Norman Jr. was literally standing in front of him, coming forward, flat footed, and not moving his head. So I'm saying you got to the point where Devin Haney just lowered his jab. He lowered his hand. Remember? He lowered it. He lowered it. He was swinging it like he was Roy Jones Jr. or something. He was swinging his little hand. He was swinging it. And then jabbing him and knocking his head back with his hand lowered from that position. Like he didn't move his head.
Yeah, I think to my man's question though, like he was saying, I would have told him that first of all, we need to stop going so big, stop swinging so wide, because that's what's allowing the underhooks. The Devin to slide up underneath you. Second of all, we need to double, triple jab our way in, and we need to shorten everything up. Short shots, and we need to stay on the inside. In other words, I was kind of disappointed in Norman's inability to be able to put his head on Devin Haney's chest and stay there and work. Because that's what you have to do with a master boxer. You got to be able to switch gears. Okay, I'm gonna do a Christian and Billy on you. I'm gonna take my head, keep my head in your chest, and I'm gonna keep my arms free, and I'm gonna keep working. I may throw 800 punches and may land 200, but this is the only way I can win this fight is I have to outwork you. I have to grind you out. And that's what he needed to do. And he couldn't make that shift. He tried to stay on the outside. He fought at the wrong distance. You tried to
Yep.
box on the outside and tried to ambush Devin. And then when you ambushed him, you got tied up. Instead of
But
sliding in,
OG
but like,
though, like you said, he tried to box him flat footed. Anytime he closed range, he was lunging in. No footwork.
but my thing, but see the thing about it, if once you get past the jab, stay there. Once you get in the house, you stay there and work. You don't get in the house, then run back out the front door and then try to come back in. I'm in the house now. Now I got to stay here and work. And that's what he was doing. Devin was resetting him, and he fell into a pattern where he let the referee continue to break them up, which set a precedent. So now you don't fell into a habit. You made a silent agreement with Devin Haney that we're not going to work on the inside. We're going to tussle instead of fighting your way out of the clinch. And that's where he screwed up at. He didn't fight his way out of the clinch. Yeah, it would have been an ugly fight. Yeah, it wouldn't have looked masterful, but you know what? You may have won that type of
He
fight.
would have lost. He would have still lost though, cause like Devin was beating him on in the clinch fighting, and then
But
he
hold
was
on,
already.
hold on, hear me out though. Devin's punch output wasn't there. He only threw 271 punches. He needed to
But
double the punch output that Devin
but
Haney did to even
but
have a
he would
chance to
have.
win that fight.
He got hurt though. So he
But
would have been
if you're on
getting.
the inside, the safest place for him to be is on the inside. I'm saying that Brian Norman surprised me that his inability not to be able to fight on the inside. I was surprised
Yeah,
with that. I thought,
he couldn't fight on the inside, so he would have got hurt trying to do that. Still though, that's
how
his
you gonna get
best
hurt? How you
bet.
gonna get hurt when the man grabbing you, dog?
So
Devin
he
Haney,
was
what
doing, he was
He was
doing
letting
that a
his hands
lot.
go too.
He
not
was
that
doing
much
that a
though.
lot himself to protect himself. Like he was putting his head in Devin's chest because he wasn't trying to get hit,
But he wasn't moving his hands though. He wasn't throwing no
and
punches.
he was
Let me
clinching.
say
He was
this. Let me
clinching.
jump in real
At
quick.
one
And
point, Devin told the ref like he holding me,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that's
yeah,
I'm
when the
saying
ref.
Brian Norman needed to throw some punches. I agree with you. Everything you saying, I
Oh,
agree
you
with. I'm
saying
saying
Brian
Brian Norman.
Norman?
Yeah, Norman needed to throw punches in the clinch, and he didn't. He was holding. He should have been
Yeah,
punching, fighting his way out of the clinch.
yeah.
he
It
was
just
out.
looked like he wasn't all the way there. That wasn't the best Brian Norman Jr. Um,
And when I say that B3, I
he,
say that punch to the nose did enough, man. Did enough damage to where it set him back. Like, and OG don't give him no excuses for that. But I'm telling him that straight right down the pipe caused damage. I think that where he couldn't breathe. I think that really he got rocked. I think that really set him back. He really got rocked.
yeah, but
Yeah,
1000%. But even the lead up and Bill, they kind of put it out there that what had happened when you acclimate to a time zone. He got his fighter prepared for a 12 round, you know, fight in a whole new time zone, under the lights, and all around the board, the Haney's was just more prepared, and
yeah,
they took advantage of it, even with getting over there before the Normans, so they could acclimate. Also, they allow Norman Senior to do so much promoting that it's like they took the backseat to promoting as well. And you can see with Norman Jr., he wasn't liking all the promoting his dad was doing. He's gonna let his dad rock, but he kind of like certain things he wouldn't even want Senior to say or put out into the
yeah,
media.
yeah.
So it looks and it's unfortunate that this was like really Junior's first step up in competition, and he had to fight Devin. Now uh people got to give Devin credit in that sense as well too, because a lot of us had Devin getting stopped, and Devin was able to not get caught up in a dogfight with Norman Jr. You know what I'm saying? Because we understand who B is as far as the conditioning. I mean, it wasn't the fact that he was unconditioned, because he was in condition, but the levels that Devin Haney possessed as far as his boxing ability, just being able to offset his opponents with the jab and his foot movement, also his feint game. So I just feel like this. That's why I started off by asking y'all, would Norman Jr. be a two-time champion in the sport? Is because I don't believe just because Devin made him look a certain way, all these other guys gonna make him look the same. His styles make fights now. Does B need to get his head off the line? Absolutely. And I could see him losing some fights based on that if he doesn't get it corrected. But I do feel like I don't want to take, because it's like we're pulling away from 147, we're pulling away from Devin Haney because we see that he's going to be superior than a lot of these guys from a boxing standpoint. And I think that's the part of the fans in the sport, is because you can't get a brother his just due. You was just crediting his opponent for stepping on Santillian, stepping on Cuevas, stepping on Sasaki. Now he don't step on Devin Haney. You call him a Hall of Famer, but you say, well, he's not great. Well, I mean, if you had to come back from getting punished like by Ryan, and you come back to fight a Norman Jr., what does that say? What does that
I
say
think it
about
can
your
be both,
about
B3.
you
I
being a
think it's
great
both.
fighter?
I think it's both B3 because I give Devin Haney three
Is
division
Devin
former
Haney a great
undisputed
fighter
at
in your opinion?
135.
Is he
Yes,
great,
three
Blaze?
division. Yes, he's
Okay.
great. Three division champion, undisputed at 135. You feel me? And he's what, 26? You feel me?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
And
just
he's
turned
looking like he
27.
might be the number one at 147. He fought the number one fighter, arguably at 147. It's like I give him all the credit where credit's due, and he executed his game
Well, they
plan.
saying the
You
dogs
know,
moved up, Blaze. That's what they told me. They told me
so
the
what?
dogs moved out. They
I mean,
saying the
that's what
dogs
they
moved out of 47.
the best fighter at 147 did move up in Jerome Business. I mean, all of this stuff can be true, and we don't gotta. We can say it, but you ain't gotta take away credit from nobody. Like one thing about it, Devin's showing improvement because at the end of the day, Devin, if Devin's able to get Ryan, and Ryan ain't, he just need Ryan. Ryan needs to win. Whatever he do, you feel me? Or he needs to fight Devin right now. That's all Devin needs for his legacy, in my opinion, because that him getting whooped like that, being cheated, you feel me? That is part of his legacy, you know. And that's the question mark that everybody's gonna always hang over his head because we can't unsee that ass whooping. You feel me? Even though Ryan cheated, so we need to
But
see Devin whoop his ass, and then it's like boom, you can't say nothing about Devin.
but nah, that's actually a great point. I'm in full agreement. He's always gonna have to uh overcome his worst moments. I
Yeah,
think it's like that's not just Devin though.
yeah.
The baby
Shakur and De Los
singing, the baby's
Santos,
hold on,
same
the baby
difference.
singing in the shower.
Oh nah, that's my daughter over here, and she's rolling across the room. Hold on, let me mute.
She sounded like she was singing.
Is she
Uh,
frozen or is she golden? Which one is she? Because
she
you know
probably
them the two
Oh
froze.
hot,
no, she neither
two
one, and
hottest
she's only
songs that they
three.
be singing.
She's only three. She's after that era. You feel me?
Yeah, no,
She's
that's what I'm
only
saying. The
three.
movie Frozen, they got a song that they be singing, or the movie Golden,
She on
or
Pepper. She
No,
on Pepper
listen,
Pig. She on Pepper
she
oh, that's
Pig.
the
yeah,
Peppa
she's
Pig.
singing
Oh,
K-pop Demon Hunters or something. You feel me?
K-pop
She's on some new
Demon
stuff.
Hunters. Yeah,
That's the
Dang.
Netflix. That's the Netflix
yeah.
movie.
The K-pop song is the Golden. It's off of a K-pop show.
Okay, yep.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I,
that's
I
the
I
think
ain't
biggest
that
even
thing
watched the
going
Demon
right now.
Hunters. Surprise!
I'm
That's
gonna say
crazy.
this. I'm gonna say this, man. The question was, can he become another champion? Yeah, absolutely. Can he has
Now,
tools
does
to
he
be?
have the skills to be a two division? Would you stamp that he's going to be able to climb the rank and be a two division champion?
I believe he
Would you
has the
bet on it?
skills to do it. I believe he has the ability to do it. Now, what he
Okay.
needs is the direction, and that's
Two
where
division or two
I'm
time? Two
Time.
time champ? Oh, all right.
Yeah.
My bad.
because to me, that's what failed him ultimately in that fight. Like Coach Eddie said, in that moment, you can't even focus on what just happened. The Mickey Freaky went through what just happened. He's already looking visibly shaken by the moment, more so by the punch. So you got to reel him back in. You got to rein him back in, and you got to speak life into them, and then you got to adjust to what was going on. So now what's going on? You're a half second, just like Smoke was saying. You're a half second slow, and on top of that, he's beating you to the punch. You're not working your way inside, and you're not occupying this jab. When that Mickey Freaky starched Mayweather, you know what happened? Mayweather played another slow song and made it sweet. Got to the next round. My man Roger Mayweather, you good, man. You all right. You all right. Now you know what we got to do. And then from that point forward, he go and tell him, hey, look, I need you to occupy that jab, that double jab, because that right's firing right behind it. It's timing with him. It's timing with him. It's timing with him. He's gauging you with this jab. We got to take that away. He started every time that double jab was about to come out, boom, I'm gonna pop at it. I'm gonna pop at it. So I'm gonna make him disrupt his timing. He didn't know such a thing, and he got no such of advisement to make him adjust to what he was doing. He was able to operate and then hit that button that you go when you go on that long journey, and it's just nothing but smooth sailing on the road. He was able to hit the cruise control button on him. Nah, dog, we not. That's not what we're known. We're not known for letting people get comfortable. So we got to find a way to close that distance. And then when we're in there, we got to work more efficiently. Can't let them just grab us and arm hook us, double arm hook us. So yeah, it's a lot of things that I believe was in that second round show why that fight transpired the rest of the way that it did. Just in my opinion.
He
Yeah,
didn't do
you
like
asked
Sam Nooks
what
did
Hold on,
against
hold on,
Abdullah.
hold on, hold on. We not gonna act like people wasn't giving Brian Norman Jr. rounds. So we not gonna act like y'all ain't score rounds for Norman Jr.
yeah.
And
No, 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 no. He did.
also, hold on, hold
He did
on.
3.
Also, also, he didn't put his hands in his pocket like they claimed that Jose Ramirez. So he won rounds, and he didn't. And let's be honest. Haney is a tough guy to pin down, to land big shots on. So he had to fight through all of that.
But
it, it
D3,
was it
you gotta
was a
also
some it was a
realize that.
somewhat competitive fight. That's how I
But
would describe it. Somewhat
but Brian
competitive.
Norman Jr. won some rounds, but he never came back up. He was behind the rest of the fight after the second round. So we gave
Listen,
him 1 or 2 rounds, but
I
he
gave
Brian
him
Norman
like
lost.
one
Jr. was
round at
never
the
Brian Norman
most.
Jr. in
coach.
that
Now hold
ring.
on, coach just said Norman Jr. had a chance to win that fight, right or wrong, coach.
Me
They can
personally, I
still.
gave I gave Norman four
I didn't think
rounds,
so.
and I gave him four. You can say that basically that some of
Yeah,
those rounds Devin Haney took his foot off the gas. If you
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
go by the
Exactly.
if you want to go by the numbers, the CompuBox, well, I don't really trust CompuBox, but let's just do it just for the sake of giggles. Um, Devin Haney only landed 11 more punches than Brian Norman, and Brian Norman threw 130 more. So it wasn't like that Devin Haney went out there and obliterated Brian Norman Jr. He just tactically beat him. It was a
he
technical fight.
schooled him though. He schooled him
but he was
though.
What I said, he
comfortable, like
tactic
T Hill said, he was
tactics.
comfortable the whole
It
time.
was it was tactics. He did a tactical fight. It was technical. It was tactical. Whatever you want to call it. It was a good performance. He won the
But
fight clear as day. But
Yeah, Devin was never in trouble, not one time during that fight, not once.
and when T Hill was asking what could he have done to win after the knockdown, I be trying to visualize it like what he said himself is the best plan occupying that jab, but that he wasn't capable of doing that. His footwork, Devin footwork
He
is
couldn't get
levels
there.
above Brian Norman's.
wait,
Like
he had to
everybody
get
had a
low.
problem with that footwork thing, but it was true. It turned out to be true.
And
He
then
he had
Devin
he
showed
had
us
to
he
get
had
low.
footwork with Loma.
Yeah, he been
One thing
showing us.
about it.
Devin came into the in boxing already on that level. Like he was proven from even Sean Porter was talking about when he sparred Devin. When Devin was like 15. Like Devin always been that type of fighter the whole time. It just once you started comparing him to Shakur and Tank, and it was like then you start to exaggerate and say who's a bum and who can do this and then it became all about his power. Then he got caught one time, so it's like it's all about his chin. And everybody that was acting like they wasn't pretending, I mean, they wasn't banking on Brian Norman power is basically capping to me. Like, yes, you was banking on his power. Like, and
Absolutely.
to say that he
I
was doing
was.
stuff to make it uncomfortable for other fighters, no, he didn't. His pace is slow. Like we was talking
The
about his timing. He got good timing on his shots and precision, but he don't make nobody uncomfortable.
the fight was lost in the trenches, man. That's what the second round and in the trenches. It was over
Yeah,
75. It was over 75 clinches in that fight. That's where he
Mm,
lost it at.
mm.
He lost the fight in the
cause it
trenches. He couldn't Brian Norman could not fight in the trenches.
That's
He couldn't
correct,
fight in the
coach.
trench. He
That's
couldn't fight
correct,
in
coach.
there.
and, and I
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
even
agree
have
with you on
had
that.
Norman Jr. I wouldn't have had him talking in the media like that. Like he seemed like the type that don't like doing that. But they had him talking, and they are like, "Oh yeah, I like that. He got that. He could talk and all of that. Like you don't always have to be running your mouth to be able to sell a fight." And it wasn't the best. Like him being in all of that back and forth jargon, that went against him. I could see at the face off where everybody saying Devin had nervous energy. I'm like, this nigga Brian using all his energy for this damn face off. Like the lights is definitely about to affect him. Ain't no way it wasn't anyway. This your biggest fight. But then you so involved in all the hoopla like it's definitely about to affect you now. Then he walked to the ring by himself. Like it was just doing too much.
He seen high strong to me. That's what I was saying too. I was like, he look at his face, like he's too serious. He gotta loosen up, chill, be himself. But he was like,
Yeah.
it, I don't know,
I
man.
mean,
He never loosened
hindsight,
up, man.
hindsight's 2020 because it's like, yeah, when you stiff like that, you gotta relax with boxing. You feel me? It makes you overthink everything, and that's what it looked like how he fought. It looked like, once he caught that punch, because he was coming, he was kind of aggressive. He was throwing feints. He was kind of,
See,
being a little bit active before that. Once he got rocked, he looked like he was overthinking everything.
They
yeah,
act
I think
like
Plus,
they
they
didn't
ain't
put no
know who they
respect on
fighter
Dev,
was.
and
They
they
ain't
didn't
know who
expect.
they.
Go
Go
ahead,
ahead.
Josh.
My bad.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just kind of disappointed in the team. I was rooting for Dev though, but it's like I was disappointed in Brian Norman and them team. Like they act like they ain't know they fight or something. Like why you got your talking all that talk? Like you already promoting it. You ain't even need to do all that. Like let them be classy. Let us have less to say for real. Like let them be focused on this fight. It just was a lot of stuff like that. I'm like, man, that's off or whatever. I don't even remember where I was about to say something else, but like that just whole handling just kind of pissed me. And then it was delusional. Like Brian Norman know himself. He knew better. He was better off just hyping himself up because like when he got hit with Devin Power, he actually sitting there surprised. Like you are and Devin warned him at the face off, like, yo, everybody at this level got power. Like and it was like he knew that anyway. Like you've been doing this for how long? Like you already supposed to know that. You already supposed to expect that. And he's surprised by it when he got hit. You could see he was like, damn, like I didn't expect that. Like why? Like man, you in the biggest fight of your career. Like and I feel like his father was like, I told you he ain't got nothing to offer. Like you sure that was one of your focuses for real? Like he ain't gonna be able to hurt you? That's not a big focus for a fighter. Like such a big focus. Like, I mean, is he gonna be able to hurt me with his power? Like, anybody can hurt you if you been careless.
1000%, Ja. I'm just in the store. You already
So
know we
so I'm
working.
gonna
We
I'm
moving
gonna
around.
address
I'm with you.
what I was about to say, and then
Cook
I'm
T
gonna
Hill.
speak a little bit to Carrier over there trolling up in the chat. First and foremost, man, I think like you said, the inside game and the lack thereof for Brian Norman was alarming in this fight because he's usually a little bit more proficient at that point, and then allowing for Devin to underhook him the way he did and manipulate him the whole fight. I think it was a combination of being overwhelmed in that second round by the knockdown and then, not getting any kind of positive reinforcement in his corner after subsequently that had him still rattled, man. He started questioning himself. And then, he was allowing Devin to dictate everything. Devin was totally comfortable in there. And, usually he's not allowing many fighters to get comfortable to the point where they manipulate him. Now, yeah, he allows people to feel like they're confident in throwing this stuff because he's usually trying to land in between the shots. And there he was losing that battle as well because Devin's timing was beating his timing. I mean, and that one fight that we're talking about, that was the one deciding factor in it was that timing was getting beat on the opposite end. But this fight, he was spot on with his timing. Then with this, man, I just want to make sure I'm clear. You ever heard me say that your boy Norman had what should I say? The greatest punching power of any fighter in history. Only thing I ever said was made fun of the fact that people said he was hitting folks with the neuralizer. I was like, yeah, he out here making people erase their memories. But I wasn't really saying it as a point of contention, just the fact that that's what is going on. They said people have gotten hit by him and has lost memory, and I never picked him to win the fight. I never picked him. I only said that if he is to win, it would have to be by knockout and it would have to be early. But I got Devin Haney late. I kept saying, Devin Haney mind right? It's not going to be pretty easy for Norman in that ring, and I've always maintained that. I just didn't think he was ready, and just like that, I never felt like he was ready for Boots as well. Neither. I didn't think that that fight was ever going to happen because first and foremost, the what's her name was activated, the purse bid was activated and accepted, and Karen was not about to accept any step aside money again. But if they were to fight, I just didn't feel like he had enough at this time to overcome Boots. So you've never heard me say that, dog. You got to stop with that nonsense. You, Dank, and anybody else up in there need to stop, chill with that. I ain't never pick him over it. Ain't.
I want to see him and Conor Ben fight though.
To
After
be,
like,
I think that's a tough fight for Norman. To be honest, man, 'cause a lot of things got brought to my attention in that Devin Haney fight. Uh, another reason Devin Haney won that fight also was Devin was very economical. He took the counter punching away because he didn't throw a lot of punches, but he was very accurate and very economical. Like I say, he basically averaged about 24 punches a round. That's very economical. That's very low punch count for a welterweight, but he was extremely accurate. The Conor Ben Norman fight, that's a dangerous fight for Norman, and I hate to go against my Atlanta brother, but at this stage of there, I probably would favor Conor Ben to win that fight. Um, he seems like I don't know. I was just surprised at Norman's inability. I think Norman needs you to fight with him in order for him to be successful. You know what I mean? I think Devin took that away. Devin
Let
didn't
me
fight with him. Devin boxed with him.
I don't want to be, I don't want to jump the gun. I've been moving around working. My bad, coach. I got to bring in Blue Hustle Man real quick. And I know he want to talk about Shakur T.O. Um, but, Norman Jr. is a topic. But what's good, Blue? I just want to say salute to my brother, Blue. How you feeling, bro?
salute, Blue.
Okay, well, he ain't getting his stuff together. Continue your point, coach.
Yeah, like I said, with Conor Ben, if he's able to maintain and look healthy at 147, a matchup, I would not advise Brian Norman to take that type of fight in the comeback fight. I would take and to be honest, man, I don't wouldn't put him in with any big punchers right now. He needs
Norman need to
almost
What?
turn up.
I
Hey,
wouldn't
coach,
put
what you think about
Norman need to tune
Conor
up.
Ben being healthy? Being healthy at 147. You think he really gonna come back to 147 and be fresh?
well, that's the we got to see. He said he can make it. So all I can do is go off what the man said. And if he comes back to 147 and he don't look good, he can't use it as an excuse. He made that decision. He has an opportunity to stay at one.
Somebody first yourself.
So I
Yeah.
want to I want to say this real quick. Everybody knows, man. Well, not everybody knows, but I want to say this, man. Norman and Junior and Senior, when they had that game plan, they really had installed in their head that Devin Haney couldn't hurt Junior, and that's why they were so surprised. That's why Norman Jr. when he got hit with that hook, he didn't see the hook, and not just that, he underestimated Devin Haney's power. He assumed that he wasn't going to be able to. He didn't respect him. He assumed he wasn't going to be able to have the respect. He didn't have to worry about the respect factor, and that wasn't true. You see what I'm saying? So when he got hit, you could tell when he got hit, he didn't like what was going on, and he was confused. He's like, "Whoa, this is not supposed to happen." And that was one thing that I was hoping he wouldn't assume that Devin Haney gonna have no power, period. Because just like I always say, it doesn't matter. Um, if the punch you don't see can hurt you, you know, and you don't want to ever underestimate people's power. People talk about Shakur. A lot of fighters that after they get through fighting Shakur, they say, "Man, he's got power. He does have power, to keep you honest, to make you respect him." So Devin Haney obviously going to have some kind of power moving up. He's going to pick up some kind of power, I believe, and that's what I was hoping that he wouldn't, Norman Jr. wouldn't just, I was hoping he wouldn't do what I seen. And when I seen that, that's when I was like, okay, let's see, just bounce back, see what you can do, get your game and keep your game, keep with your game plan. But I felt like he was so, he was so surprised by it that it just, he had to take rounds to get situated, get his marbles back. And Devin Haney did a good job. Devin Haney also said that he was working on that. He's working on, catching him and, with that hook and, wanted to get him to respect Devin. He wanted Norman Jr. to respect him early, get his respect early. And he did that. So,
And
sometimes
and
we
and
gotta,
and he had to know that. That's what I'm saying. The corner, you had to know that this guy was going to try to get some respect. You had to know that he was going to sit on something at some point in time because he
well,
needed to get your respect.
so I believe he knew, but the problem is that you don't know what's going to happen until you get in there. You see what I'm saying? So you can train for everything, but he ain't ever. Just think about it. Like, okay, Jen Sasaki, he knew that Jen Sasaki had power. You see what I'm saying? So he was ready for them punches that was coming all over at the angles and everything like that. You see what I'm saying? But he assumed that Devin Haney really wasn't going to have power, so he just had his guard down, man. You can be
That's a
ready and still
fact.
not be
That's a
ready.
fact, bro. I'm
You know
with
what
you.
I'm saying? You can,
Man, he ain't
He
trained.
overlooked Devin.
He
He
you,
overlooked
he
Devin.
ain't
I think it's gonna
trained
be a
for.
great fight while it lasts.
While it lasts.
No, and you
So,
know I'm somebody. You
so
wouldn't
you
be
are
fighting me if
somebody.
if
So
I wasn't
you
somebody.
somebody, brother.
Okay.
I give you your credit. Boy,
Okay.
you the best of the best. Boy, you out here doing your little
Yes, sir.
thug
Yes,
wizard. You know
sir.
what I'm saying?
Yes,
So after I
sir.
knock
Yes,
your
sir.
block off,
Thank you very
can't
much.
nobody else say nothing else. That's all. That's how I feel about that. David Haney is my introduction to a legendary career. All of that's cool, but this is where the real fans come in at. After Saturday, when I come put this boy in the dirt, there is no such thing as if I am going to do that. But he's saying like, what does this put me after this? I mean, the world is mine.
so that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. It's just I was really hoping that he wouldn't have to go through that
You
kind of
overlooked the
situation.
dream, though, man. You overlook Haney.
I mean, hey, may
They
the best man win, but I still called out how Devin Haney could win. I knew that Devin Haney could win. I knew that Brian Norman could win. One of them could win. You see what I'm saying? As long as they go in there and execute their game plan. But I
That's
wanted
I'm
very
Brian
true.
Norman to
disappointed
win.
in.
I went for the underdog. You see what I'm saying? I went for Brian Norman. I liked the way he was improving. I liked the way he was talking. You know what I'm saying? I liked the way he was moving. You know what I mean? Conducting himself in the interviews. I was believing in him. You
I'm
know?
disappointed
So
in y'all that picked Brian Norman and didn't use y'all logic, cause all of y'all intelligent. It's like y'all was basing Devin losing off of something that you really didn't see. Like, oh, he didn't look that good in Ramirez fight. Like, well, he easily won that fight. Then it was like, well, he got whooped on by Ryan. He probably got PTSD. And it's like, well, he looked better after Ryan got his stuff off. He looked good after that, like better as the fight progressed. So everything y'all was basing it off was all assumptions, and then y'all was assuming that Norman was going to win. It was all assumptions. Like nothing y'all said he was going to win was something he showed you before.
Bro, how many,
Hold
So
on,
bro,
hold on,
I'm
Jaw.
wait,
I
hold on,
got to say
let me
disappointed.
something.
get that
Hold
I'm
real
on,
quick.
Jaw.
disappointed in
Jaw,
y'all for
Jaw,
that.
Jaw.
Y'all
Let me
gotta
say
give
this
him.
real quick.
Hold on. Let me say. Blue, let Coach Eddie respond. Blue first, and then come
No,
in, bro.
I'm just saying. It's just like you had like you betting 1,000 in predictions, brother. You can't do that, man. You ain't predicted
Yeah,
every fight right in your whole life, man.
yeah. That's what
So
I
I
was getting
mean,
ready to
you
say.
know what I'm
That's
saying?
what
Nah,
I
I'm
was getting
not
ready to
acting like
say.
that. I'm saying I'm disappointed that y'all didn't
But you
use y'all logic. Y'all just went
no,
off of I
you
just
can't you
want
can't you
Norman to
can't
win.
call
Then
us
y'all
stupid
tried
in
to
a smooth way,
make
brother.
stuff
That's what
up.
you know what I'm saying. You said we didn't use our logic.
No,
What do you
I'm
mean? You
calling.
surprised that we didn't use our logic?
No,
What do you
no,
mean,
not
brother?
We
no.
hold on, hold on.
Y'all
We
not
did lose.
stupid at all. I'm
Hold
not.
on, hold on. We did use our logic. We just believed in something, and when we got the prediction wrong. That's all it is. You see what I'm
No,
saying?
But
But
y'all
no matter
didn't.
the
what,
Y'all getting all this stuff from where y'all making it all up? It was nothing solid. It was all made
okay,
up assumptions.
let me answer that. Let me answer that real quick. First of all, Devin is not the best fighter that I've ever seen in my life. First of all, not even close. So let's start right there. Let's preface that right there. Now I may have overestimated Brian Norman's ability to fight on the inside. I thought that Brian Norman was going to have more of a dog in him. Another thing that we didn't see coming, it was the knockdown. That was probably the 80% deciding factor in that fight was the knockdown. Nobody seen that coming. Well, I'm gonna say very few people seen that coming.
I'm about
Nobody,
to
no,
say
very few people predicted that Devin Haney was gonna drop Brian Norman. Now there are some that was to me that was the deciding factor in the fight was the actual knockdown. So it's like logic. I mean, logic
Well,
speaking to me, it was a
another
50-50 fight. Even Las Vegas thought it was a 50-50 fight. They said they
another
had it as a
thing
close fight.
another thing too that
but y'all
we have
said
to
it,
look
but you
into.
you should have known.
Hold on, John. Let me
Vegas
just
said it
get this
was
point out real quick.
50-50, but you know better than that though.
But another thing that you guys have to look into and understand that, you know, Norman Jr. wasn't expecting that Devin Haney to be that strong in the clinch either. So when he got hit, Devin Haney went to clinching, you know what I mean? And as you can see, you didn't see Norman, a junior, actually fighting in the clinch like he should have been in the beginning of the rounds until the 11th and 12th round. That's when he started actually fighting in the clinch and doing what he needed to do. That was
And just logically speaking, we have seen in the past that fighters didn't come back from
That's
beatings.
because
They
Norman
would.
wasn't using his logic though.
No, but I'm saying though, he's talking about
Devin
logic.
gotta
We
have
talking about
some type
boxing.
of clinch game.
But I'm saying though, you saying logically speaking that we should have known better. It's a lot of fighters who had a bad fights, like Ryan type of beatdown put on them, even though with PEDs, they didn't look the same going forward. They were different fighters. So yeah, a lot of it was based on an assumption that Devin Haney had some type of deficiencies or he has some type of hangover from the Ryan Garcia fight. That's one reason why the fight was so close because you're only good as your last fight. Look how now people are saying that Brian Norman Jr. is a bum, which proves my point. You're only good as your last fight. Before he fought Devin Haney, he was the cat's meow. He was Thor. He was the Incredible Hulk. He was Voltron. He was He-Man. He was all that. Now after Devin Haney, he's a bum, which proves my point. You're only good as your last fight. Devin Haney in his last fight, in my opinion, didn't look good. So that's why I base my opinion that hey, Brian Norman should be able to beat this guy based on his last fight. And not only that,
Did
based
he
on the
look
beating that he
did
took from Ryan Garcia, he should be able to pull it off. So you're only good at your last fight.
so
Now the jury's out on Brian Norman Jr. Can he come back
yeah.
from what Devin Haney did to him? Now the question mark is over his head. Now he has to answer those questions.
So do you think that
I think
Devin
if they
at
ever
least
step in the ring with each other again, man, it's going to be an issue because I think that Brian Norman, now he understands what it is. And the only way for him to really just to make me really get back on board with. I'm on board with him still. I'm not saying I'm off board, but to really have the confidence in him again is by basically showing improvement, understanding that you can't underestimate your opponent. You know what I'm saying? Always assume the worst. Never assume that you just gonna run through any opponent. Not unless it's a true cakewalk, but other than that, at that level of the in the boxing game, you can't just assume. You have to take everything and respect everything, especially when it comes to the opponent. You can't just assume that you just gonna walk through them at that level.
that's what
So I
I'm
think that
saying.
when they have a
Like
rematch, I think it's going to be different when they have a rematch. Brian Norm's going to go in there and it'll be a way better fight. He understands what he needs to do. This is what I think. Doesn't mean it's a fact. It's what I think. But I don't know. We'll see.
I,
We'll see his next fight. What's looking like
I don't
if
think
he.
they gonna have no rematch. Ain't no point. I think it'll be worse for Brian at this point right now until I see him what he do when he come back. Cause I already his last fight was a spectacular performance, but it wasn't something that like the guy he was fighting, Jin Sasaki, he was begging
Mhm.
Norman to lay him out like that. Like Norman didn't show me nothing where I think he gonna come back any different than he was in the Haney fight. He might just
When
come back and
when
fight
Devin
somebody
had when
that
Devin My fault, bro. I'm my sorry.
I was just saying he might just come back and fight somebody that is not as skilled as Devin. But I don't see where he going to change nothing unless he really makes some serious changes to his team.
When Devin Haney fights Karen and he struggles, if he struggles and when he struggles with Karen, let's say he does, then the question mark gonna be back on Devin. This is how boxing people are. They're gonna hang a question mark on you. You have a bad performance, a question performance, or you struggle with quote unquote a no name fighter like Majimov. Everybody wasn't giving him a chance before he fought Terence Crawford. Now that he fought Terence Crawford, all of a sudden he's this remarkable fighter. Same thing with Pitbull Cruz. They said, "Who is this Pitbull Cruz guy?" He goes 12 rounds for Tank. Oh, he's a good fighter now. So that's how people are, man. It's like depending on your opposition.
Do you,
So instead of people bigging up Brian Norman Jr. for even being somewhat competitive against Devin Haney, they say he's a bum now. But before that, he
Yeah,
was a superhero. But now he's a bum. Just like Devin Haney when he got quote unquote beat by Ryan
That's the whack.
Garcia.
That's the
They said
whack
they,
right there.
they said he was a hype job. Am I right or wrong? They said Devin Haney's a
Yeah,
hype job. That's what they said.
yeah.
So all
but
these
Yeah.
you
fighters are
not
going to
him
be in
though. You
all
not
these
him.
all these. They did the same thing with Tank when Tank lost the Roach, quote unquote. They said Tank was a hype job. They said who was Roach. So all these fighters get these jackets put on them when they have questionable performance or they don't perform up to our expectations. And we quick to throw this jacket on these guys. We got to remember it's boxing. It's a man with two hands, two fists, and the guy that has no name could be your hardest fight. Errol Spence was Buzz Crawford's easiest fight. Jose
Coach,
Benavidez, Jose
is
Benavidez was
that
a harder fight for Bud than Errol Spence. See, Jose Benavidez
uh
was a harder fight. Bud
yeah,
beat Canelo easy.
you know
Bud
I
beat
agree.
Canelo
I
easier
you
than
know
he
agree
it's
with
beat
how
that.
Jose
it's about how
Benavidez.
these guys it's about how these guys show up on the night, coach. You know that. But
yeah.
that would
Just style
imply
makes
that a
fights.
Jose was a better fighter than Spence. Nah, it's not. Yeah, yes, blue, but it's how you show up on the night. That's why
Yeah.
Norman Jr. a different night, maybe in Atlanta, maybe in Vegas or something like that, he could have a way better performance. Devin Haney could have a lackluster performance. It depends on how they show up on that night. Now, let me ask you, Coach. I wanna know: is Devin Haney a great fighter?
Yeah, by today's standard, yes, he's a great fighter. Yes, by today's standard, he's a great fighter. Can I
So
I,
drop him
break
I
off
that
in?
want to
down,
ask
Can
you
I,
because
one
we
thing
gotta break
too,
that
Coach.
down,
Do you
though.
think that Devin
what are
made,
we?
even though it wasn't
Oh,
his no, even though it wasn't his best performance, do you think that he made Ramirez look like easy work?
I think he made Ramirez look like a guy that shouldn't be in the ring with him.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying? But as far as Devin Haney for today's era, yes, he's a great fighter. Can I drop him off in the '80s? No. Can I drop him off in the '90s? No. Can I drop him off in the 2000s? No. But today,
You
yes, he's
broke.
a great fighter.
Mm.
And I thought Terence Crawford is generational. Generational man, you can take that guy and you can drop him off in any era, and he would do his thing. That's a generational talent. You know what I'm saying? I can drop. It don't matter. I can drop you off in the '60s, '70s, '80s, '90s, whatever, and you gonna do your thing. You can't drop, in my opinion, you can't drop Devin Haney off in all these different eras and
Nah,
expect
he
for
gonna
him
be
to do
trying to move
what
quick.
he
He
is
gonna
right
be
now.
trying to.
But he do.
He
But
gonna be.
he hit. Play the hit. He played the hit and not get hit game, though, Coach.
Man, you
Nah, he
put
played
you
the
put
Who do
cherry.
you
Devin you put
see?
Devin
He
Haney
picked.
in
He
there
picked.
with Ike Corte. Ike Corte gonna get that boy fits.
Hey, look, Devin Haney
What's three?
play the game of pick and not be picked
What's
when it
three
comes to his
fighters
fights.
that
It
you
was
could drop off?
hold on. You had Norman Jr. stopping him, so now he cherry picked Norman Jr.
I didn't say that. I said that. I mean, you know what? You know what? In a way, you can say that because he knew he was levels above it, and you can say that to a certain extent. But he still did a damn good job, no matter what. So I'm not taking
Listen,
nothing away. I'm giving him credit. I'm giving him the credit for the win. He went in there and did what he needed to do. He showed the experience over Junior. He did show the experience when he was clinching. Junior
Okay.
didn't know how to get out of it. It took him time to even work. It took him time to even figure it out, to change up to switch up his game plan. And Devin Haney acknowledged that too. He said after the knockdown, he switched up his game plan. So I had to switch up mine.
A Coach Eddie, what's three fighters, but not like Bud age group, like more closer to Devin and Shakur and them age group that you could put in other eras, like you could drop off in other eras.
Benavidez, maybe.
I'm gonna say, you gonna think I'm crazy, man. I'm gonna say Adula Mason. Even though I know it's early and it's young, but I
Yo,
think
yo.
I'm telling you, I see something in that kid, man. That kid remind me of a throwback fighter, man. You know what I'm saying? I could be 100% wrong. Um, it's just I like that. I'm high on that kid, man. He showed me something, man. You know what I'm saying? In that last fight,
I
that
knew you
Sam
was
Lowe
gonna say
performance, man.
Abdullah. What's
Yeah,
P
I like
Morris?
how
I knew
that
you was
kid
gonna
rumble,
say him.
man. Yeah, I like how that kid rumble. The only reason that I can't put Tank there because he's a great fighter. He could punch, but I hadn't really seen him get down. You know what I'm saying? I hadn't seen him do a Sugar Ray Leonard or Tommy Hearns where hey man, we got to get down
Yeah,
to get down and dirty. But he's a
you ain't
tremendous
see him
fighter.
test it. You
Coach,
You
ain't
know,
see him test
hold
it
on,
yet.
man. My audio
yeah,
messing up for a reason, man. Hold on.
yeah.
I feel that way about
Coach,
Shakur.
so
Like he ain't been
Abdullah has
tested
shown you
yet.
more than Tank?
No, I'm saying it's a willingness to get. At the end of the day, man, you got to throw hands at sometimes, man. You know what? Now you say that Tank has shown in it. The Tank that I'm looking at now is a different Tank than 6 years ago. The Tank 6 years ago was hungry. He was nasty. He was grimy. He was
Yeah,
gutter. He fought in a certain way. This Tank that I'm seeing now is a play it safe Tank. It's a different guy.
Oh.
I'm looking at Rocky 3 Tank right now. I'm not looking at Rocky 1 Tank. If you remember, if you follow the movies, that's when all the success came and Rocky was kind of
Mm.
I
on a
feel like
different
it's the same
mentality.
Tank, coach.
I don't think I think the Tank that fought
Because
Jose Pedraza, that dude was nasty,
somebody
dog.
would bring up would be
yeah,
Tank.
Tank,
yeah.
that dude was nasty. He was grimy. He was sitting in the pocket. He let his hands go, and he came to put work in, dog. That man came to beat you up. The Tank that fought Lamont Road, that's a play it safe Tank. I'm worried about getting knocked out Tank. That's the Tank that showed up when he fought Lamont Roach. You know what I'm saying? But it was a total different guy. Lamont,
I don't know about worry about getting knocked out, but worry about losing though.
yeah, worried about losing. Okay, I'll say that. Worried about losing Tank showed up when he fought Lamont Roach. Of course, I would say Bud. I would say I'm not anybody that throw hands to me. You
Yeah,
can always kind of drop them off. But you ain't letting your hands go. Like Shakur, he's a great fighter, but that defensive style ain't gonna get it done because them dudes were letting their hands go too, and them dudes will fight you, man.
Hold on. Purnell got it done. He was defensive.
Yeah, but Fernell will
nah,
fight
don't
you too,
say
though.
Purnell, man. Yeah, Purnell
He was
Fernell,
a
still
defensive
always,
fighter.
Fernell
man.
will
Don't
fight
say
you though, man.
Purnell, man.
Well, hold on. Shakur throws hands though. He just he fights, man. He gets in there. He stays in front of his opponents. He don't just
Yeah, he did.
run
He
around the
did that.
ring.
Yeah, I feel you, man. But I put it like this: could you put Shakur in there with Shane Mosley at 135 and think he's gonna come out of that fight? He gonna get knocked out, man. In
Nah,
my
I don't think
opinion.
so.
I
Nah, I
think
don't think so.
Shane Mosley, prime Shane Mosley sleeps Shakur.
Nah, I don't think
Sleeps him.
so.
Well, that's
I think
fine.
Shakur. Yeah, you know what? It's
I
fine.
gotta
You
see
know what I'm saying?
Shakur tested. Shakur style, I could throw him in any era, but first I
Yeah.
gotta see him be tested first, though. He ain't
Well, I
even
mean, he's
been
about to
through
fight
not.
Tio, and I think he's gonna. I think he's
That
gonna.
ain't that ain't the test. I'm happy about that fight, but that ain't it. Not Tio.
Yeah, I
Shakur
think
know
you
he
have to
could
go.
beat Tio.
In fact,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. With
Well, we know that. We know that. But
Shane
hold
Mosley
on, hold on.
he
I'm
was
So,
not counting
a minute
Tio
chef.
out. I'm not
so
counting
hold
Tio out.
on.
I'm
No,
just
no.
saying
Hold on. Let me ask y'all
that's a
this, man.
Shakur
Let me
know he
ask
could
y'all this.
beat Tio.
Okay, that's fine. He know he can. Look. I got him beating Tio too, right? But I'm gonna be realistic. So since you guys are saying that he should beat Tio, who would who would be the person that
Matter
you want to see
matter
and
of fact,
coach?
matter of fact, let me speak on the Tio first. Like depending how the fight play out and how Shakur respond, then Tio can be the one to show me that test. he can be the one to show me that test. I just don't think T.O. gonna be the one to show me if he Gary Antoine Russell. That's the answer to what you was asking too. Fight him
Facts.
you got
and beat him.
okay. So
Beat
the person that beat Gary Antoine, do you think he could? Do you think Shakur can beat him?
Man, yeah, I think Shakur could beat him, but like
Okay, so let me say
that's a
this to you.
different. But Gary was going through some stuff in his life at some real stuff like that. I can actually give him the benefit of the doubt for that
Well, then he
fight.
needs to run that fade back then.
I'm sure he want
But,
to.
but dude, he
I'm sure
lost. I
he
think the
will.
dude lost, man. Francis Bartholomew, didn't he lose or something? And that
No,
when he
But
lost
that
the
he
ain't.
fight?
won that fight. He got robbed,
Who did
man. He got
who did
robbed.
he lose to?
He,
Who did he lose to?
I thought, didn't he lose the? Didn't he fight Matias and lose to him?
No, he lost to
Francis
no
got
Puelo. He lost to Puelo.
Oh, oh
Gary
yeah, yeah,
Gary
yeah.
lost to
That was right.
Puelo. That's
My,
right.
my bad.
Puello.
I
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
Gary gonna give him that test that I'm looking to see if he could pass.
Yep, that's a good example because Gary gonna make you fight, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Gary ain't gonna
I
be
wouldn't
like no.
mind seeing that fight either. I ain't gonna lie, I wouldn't mind seeing that fight. But I got Shakur
And
winning that fight though.
and not only that, you got pedigree right there too. You got the Russell. Them boys is known for getting active. Them boys got a long, extensive amateur career. You know what I'm saying? Them boys got boxing running through their blood, man. So he ain't gonna be able to do no goddamn William Zapata. He ain't gonna do Gary Russell like he did William Zapata. And if he get tired, Lord have mercy. He better not get tired. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Oh nah,
Now let
listen,
me ask you. Hold on, I gotta ask this then, coach.
you ain't never seen him get tired, man. You know that ain't gonna happen.
I ain't see
Well, I
none of
gotta
them
ask you this, Blue.
get
I'm gonna bring
tired like
Blue in
that.
on this first. That it makes sense to bring Blue in on this. Blue. Uh,
Hmm.
do you foresee what do you see Shakur doing at 140? Do you feel like he a unify or undisputed the division, or do you feel like he should go after the Haney fight, just go up to 4-7?
Nah, to tell you the truth, I don't know what the hell he's gonna do because I thought he was gonna go back down after he fought Gio, but now he's supposed to his next fight that he would like to have um is with Conor Benn at 147.
All right, so
And
that
then
again,
he
so that
said,
everybody should know off of that. Get that 135 out your mind. He's done with that.
yeah, so that's the reason why I'm
He's
saying
done.
what I'm saying, because the simple fact is, but what he said was is that what Shakur said that he would be interested in doing is actually fighting Devin Haney at 147 after Conor Benn.
I don't believe that
Dog,
until he
dog
actually do
work.
that.
I
You don't
mean,
believe he
listen,
gonna
you can
fight Devin
say,
at 147?
man, he'll fight Devin at
It's cause
147. He ain't scared of nobody, bro.
he just using. I ain't saying he's scared. I'm saying he just using all the hype off of that Devin winning just now. Like he could have fought Devin and got undisputed before Devin was weight drained at 135. He could have
Devin didn't
got
want the
that fight.
smoke. Devin didn't want the
Yeah.
smoke.
I don't
Stop
He
believe
moved
it.
that.
up.
Stop it, man. Hold on, man.
I
I'm
don't
not
believe
going. I'm
that.
not
So
going
you
with that.
saying
I
Devin
gotta play the
scared?
drop for
Man,
you,
play the
You
man.
drop
saying
on that
Devin
dude.
scared though?
Y'all gotta
Hit him with
play
the
that.
Nah.
drop,
He
man.
gonna stay in the big house? Well, you got a problem with that?
You can put the drop on me all you want to, but it's common sense to me, man. If
I
I
asked
go,
you, who this nigga on that nag?
look, if a man comes to you and says, "Look, man, let's fight," and I'll give you an opportunity, and you like, "Okay, cool. What we talking about? Let's start negotiating." And that man says, "Man, I ain't giving you nothing. You got to earn it like I did. I ain't got to do the walking your same walk the path that you walked. Man, I'm trying to get paid. I want a little bit extra money. Just give me something. Don't give me 25%. Let's make this more realistic." And then a man turns around and says, "Oh,
Man,
they give him 2 weeks."
You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
that's
He
gonna
goes to the
solidify.
sanctioner body. Listen,
That's
listen.
gonna
He goes to the
solidify you,
sanctioner.
man. I don't
No, no.
believe him
Listen,
until he
listen.
actually until they call the fight like with Tia. I don't
No,
believe
no.
he
What I'm
trying to
saying
fight
is,
Devin.
What I'm saying is, I don't think that Devin wanted to fight because he moved up instead of just taking a fight.
I think the opposite. I
They
think Devin
mandated
was
that
gonna
fight.
fight him, and Devin moved. He was weight drained. Why would he want to take? Why wouldn't he want to get the best that he could get? And he giving you an opportunity to fight him, knowing that he should have been moved up. He already had undisputed. He giving you
Okay,
your
so
best.
then fight him. If you're giving him an opportunity, let him fight. Let's
He
fight then
should have fought
instead
him.
of
You should have
juggling it for
took the
2 weeks.
fight. Your
He
your
did
your
try to take
bag
the fight. Shakur
No, he
tried to take
didn't,
the fight,
man.
man. Yes, he did. If you
Your
go to the
bag only
sanctioning
go
body,
up after that.
nah, check this out, brother. Ja, come on now.
If he
Respectfully,
tried to
respect
take the
Ja.
fight,
Hold on.
take the
Ja, Ja.
25%.
That's like you wanting to get a fight. That's like you going to the sanctioning body. You know what I'm saying? You saying, look, I want this fight right here, but this man is trying to give me a little bit less money. I'll take whatever
All
y'all
right.
offer me. And then
So
next thing you know, the
let me
man moves up
respond to
instead of
that.
fighting you.
Let me
What you
respond
know
to
how you
that.
gonna feel?
That to me that's how it is when it come to that. It's somebody they got undisputed. They got all the titles, right? They visibly weight drain. They already about to move up before they move up. Cause he already was about to move up before the fight was even offered.
Why
He
do you keep
already
bringing
about to
in weight
move up.
drain? Why do you keep bringing up these weight
No,
drain?
the
Because
reason why I'm
Shakur said
bringing
he was going to be weight drained. Shakur said that out
No,
his
it
the
don't
mouth.
re
matter. It don't matter if Shakur says that.
listen,
I'm
let me
wondering why
finish.
Ja.
Hold on, I'm gonna answer that. Let me finish what I'm
Okay, for
saying.
sure.
The reason why I'm saying weight drain is because that's an advantage that Shakur has on top of Shakur just believing that he could just beat Devin anyway. It's like you already know you got that advantage too. And I'm bringing up weight drain because like Devin don't really have no real reason to stay there and fight Shakur. He already got undisputed, and they try to discredit Tank with that same logic of like undisputed and legacy and all of that. It's like, yo, if somebody offering you that and then you do bad business with them and be like, man, you offering me a fight that only you could offer me, but instead of really dealing with you, I'ma go around you and try to get more out of it. That's bad business. Like you
No, that's
shooting
the business
yourself
of
in the
boxing.
foot.
You
No,
got
hold
fighters
on.
that
Hold on. You shooting yourself in the foot like that. Like and then Devin response was like, "What? Like, ain't nobody else got undisputed but me. I'm on my way out this weight class. Like, all right, you go ahead and he ain't never get undisputed now. Now
They
he
trying to
moving
penny
up.
pinch. They ain't want to fight.
Now he moving up now.
no. So isn't that pump faking though? You because it's out of your mouth.
It wasn't worth it.
Nah,
But listen,
nah,
listen,
It
listen.
wasn't worth
Let
nah.
it.
me.
It
Not
was
when you
worth it
send
to get
offers.
it was
Oh
worth it
no,
to
that's
get
it's still a pump
undisputed,
fake. You know that
beat
you
him.
know that he's not gonna hold on. You know with his accolades, he's not
You
gonna
don't
sit
know
there and
what that
take
brother gonna do.
25.
Call his bluff.
That no, I
Listen,
don't
man.
know
Look,
that. That's
I agree.
crazy.
Hold on. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Now, I wanted him just to take the 25%. I even when I talked to Shakur, I asked him when he was on the podcast, I asked him a question. He said basically he didn't believe that he really wanted it. He should have just took the fight, but he really didn't think that he wanted to fight. That's why he didn't pursue it like that because he felt like he was pump faking. So what I'm saying to y'all is this: I
Hold
feel
on.
like
What clear that
isn't
up?
that pump?
Shakur
What do you mean clear
said,
what part?
Devin, I'm
Yeah,
just confused. So I'm just he
he
said
said
Devin
Devin
didn't
he
really
said
want
Devin
it.
He said Devin didn't really want the fight. He was pump faking. That's why he basically moved up. He didn't really want the fight. That's how he felt.
I feel that
Nah,
I
man,
like
that
you
that's
I
ain't
mean,
cap,
take
look,
the
man.
fight
you
because
offer the
He should have
man,
you
he should
was
have fought that man, dog.
25%. Listen,
Hold
listen.
on, let
Now,
Coach
now,
respond to that.
okay, go ahead.
I
My
think
bad.
Shakur should have he should have took the fight, man, because at the
Yes, I do too. I agree with you.
Devin Devin was the A side in that position, man. Floyd Mayweather took 10% when he fought Oscar De La Hoya. He betted on himself. If Shakur would have took that fight and won that fight, he would be in a much bigger position today. He messed up, man.
Well,
If he thought if he was confident he could win the fight, he should have took it,
yeah.
man. You know
no,
what I'm
no,
saying?
look,
He been
listen, coach, I
That'd
agree
have
with
been
you.
that
I'm
would have
not saying
added to
that.
his accolades, man. I mean, look
And
at Bud took short money when he fought Canelo. Bud had more accolades than Canelo. He took short money because he knew he could win
And
the
he would
fight.
have been and beating
Bud wasn't
Devin would have
around
put him
though.
on a whole nother level even without undisputed. Just beating Devin.
yeah, that's big.
That's the
Even though
same thing I
Wilder,
was
even
looking
though
at with Tank.
Pop
Like if
Pop
you just fight
ain't
Tank,
gonna give him no
take
credit.
whatever offer they giving you, you just fight them and beat them. It's a wrap after that. Like, what is you talking about? This extra negotiate and stuff? That's phony to me. Like Tank just
It's just
beating
a
that
part of it.
name.
I
That's
know,
pump
I
faking.
understand. Look, y'all
That's
not wrong
cap.
for what
That's
y'all
cap.
saying,
He took
but I'm not
short
gonna
money.
say
Devin
that.
took short
I'm
money
not,
in the
but I'm
Cambosis
not
fight.
gonna. I disagree with y'all when y'all say that. Basically, that when y'all feel like, I mean, I just disagree, and we can all disagree with each other. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that. It's like I feel like you guys are okay with that. But I will say this: I feel like, you know what? Like, Shakur should have took it. He should have took the fight, but he can't just do what he wants to do like that. He has his team working with him. Jay Prince is a part of the negotiations too, and you can't just assume that people want to do something, that people are going to allow you to have your way. But as the fighter,
Yeah.
I would have took the 25%. But I see where he's coming from. Like, this is his money. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
his
no, I
accolades
don't
do
think
mean
either one of
something.
them scared. I don't think either one of them is scared, is
Nah,
what I'm
man.
saying.
Y'all gotta
You
Yeah,
understand
said
this. This is
you
what
none
they
of
said
them are.
said.
Devin was
They
scared, and then
didn't
you
do the
said
fight because they know that there was more money down the line. That's really that, and that
That's
came out,
I
and
don't.
that's just common sense.
that make a
They didn't,
lot of
because it's
sense.
all about prize. It's all about the bread. It's not. They don't care about them belts because it's sanctioning fees behind them. So now where's your next big fight if you can't get Tank to fight for the belts? You gonna fight Loma? Okay, I mean off a loss. All right, I guess.
Well,
But
hopefully they fight at 147.
uh, yeah,
I
Man,
mean,
all I'm
that's where
saying
it
is
all
the
Shakur
money
ain't
boils
wasn't
going
the
down
nowhere
to.
one.
near 147,
It
man.
wasn't there for 3 and 4, man. It's just anything of that nature to be making that matchup. We just got to be real about that.
What'd you say? I didn't hear that last part. We said what?
I said
Managers?
when you have multiple hands in the pot, everybody got to get fed. You
Yeah,
know what
because
I'm
that's what I'm
saying?
saying. What
Off of
I'm saying.
so yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That they was talking. Even somebody had came out from Shakur's side and said, yeah, we might get 8 million now, whatever the case may be, but in a couple years it'd probably be 16 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whoop de whoop. So that's really what it
And,
come
and
boiled
and
down to a
and
lot of the times.
another
It's the
reason
bread.
why another reason why I think that he was moving, that Shakur didn't really jump on that opportunity like he should have. Bud wasn't available at the time, if I'm correct. He was busy doing his thing too, to give him that advice. Because I promise you, in my personal opinion, Bud would have
Stop.
probably been like, man, you better go over there and take that 25%. Because I was wondering, like, where man, why ain't Bud snatched this man up and told him to do what he
Nah,
got to
and
do?
I
Because he was
Bud
waiting
can't
on
do
Bud
that.
to talk to him
Mm,
about it. He was he
brother.
because Shakur said that he wanted to talk to Bud about the fight too, negotiations, but he
Man,
had to
listen,
wait.
See, the
Bud
reason
ain't
why
getting paid off of that. Bud can give all the advice he want to give.
Man,
Jay
that's his
Prince
big
and
brother.
them, that Jay Prince, he's in business with Jay Prince. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they
the
not
reason
gonna
why
take no deal. They
my
not gonna
bad.
take no deal where Shakur can't maximize his value. You know what I'm saying? They're not gonna do it, bruh.
Like based off of what B3 saying about the it's more money down the line, I completely agree with that. And that's also why I don't believe he trying to fight Devin right now. It's cause ain't no reason to say announce that you want to fight Devin right now when you got two fights lined up at least before that. And you don't
Yeah,
even need a
exactly. He said after those
prelude
two.
to that fight.
And I'll give
He
you an
just
example real
he
quick,
using
Ja.
that he just using that for clout right now. Just
Why
like
I got some
Hitchens
audio.
too.
Look how they did. Look, it was all well and good to do the Loma fight, right? Why is that? Loma was doing what numbers was Loma doing for real for real? Maybe some he was probably in the Hulu theater as well. So that's what I'm saying. So the Devin putting him on the end of the deal made sense. Bob Arum ain't put Shakur on the end of the deal. Shakur, that's what I'm saying. People gotta understand Shakur was really one of the top names at Top Rank, period. Based on what he was doing as far as his viewership, and his popularity, and of course his ticket sales. So they not gonna be is not gonna give Devin Haney and Bill no 75%, and him and Jay Prince got to split 25. That would never go happen. that don't even that don't even if y'all just think about that. And they don't care about them belts that much to do a big event, and possibly anything can happen or whatever,
All
and not
respected Jay
read a
Prince,
lot
but
of
like,
bread.
why do he need Jay Prince?
Who,
Jay
Shakur?
Prince just in his way. Like, yeah. I feel
That's his
like you gotta
manager,
cut
bro.
your money,
I mean,
man.
nah, no, no. Here's the thing.
Shakur,
You say that.
Shakur is
You
a
hold
type
on,
of
hold on, hold
fighter.
on, Josh. You say that, but then again, you gotta have somebody speaking for you in them rooms. That's not going.
Yeah, because they
Be
can get
easily
finesse out of
swayed.
everything.
Yeah, because they'll move there,
Yeah.
and then it's some certain things in the contract that wasn't supposed to be there, and you mess around and don't get the money you're supposed to get. You need Jay Prince. You need people that's thorough. It ain't about just a figurehead. It's a thorough guy with business behind him. He
All
got the
right.
right people with him. You see what I'm saying? So that way the business is
Now
in
it was
order.
a real
That's why
question. It
Keyshawn signed
wasn't.
with him.
No, no,
It's
I
a
hear
real
you,
question,
Jai.
but I'm
I
saying
understood your question. I
Shakur
understood
on
you.
the level of. I feel like Shakur. I don't know about Keish. Even Keyshawn though, he could afford to have somebody that'll be his manager, almost like on a base by base term, like not like a consistent somebody who constantly taking a cut from your pie all the time. Like that's what made me think that like what you need Jay Prince for. I never really known Jay. I don't know about it like that though, but I've never known Jay Prince to be like a heavy hitter
Can,
as a
Hey,
manager
hey,
in
look.
boxing.
Hey, look. Right now
And,
for this fight,
and I'm
for the
sure it's
TL
people
fight.
that'll do it for free
Hey,
with Shakur.
Jay Prince had Andre Ward, Floyd Mayweather, and he also got the Mason brothers right now.
Well, hold on,
Oh,
hold
he
on.
had
He's
Floyd.
and
also
he got
he also
Keyshawn
has he
Davis.
And
got Keyshawn too right now. So
Yeah,
Keyshawn Davis and Bud are over there helping Shakur right now. Keyshawn was right there. Keyshawn on a podcast.
oh,
Keyshawn was
I
right there. He popped up. He popped up on the podcast while Wally Moses was getting interviewed, and Wally was like, "Man, while people were trying to get, people were trying to see who was in the gym with him, and Wally's like, man, everybody working, man, and but Keyshawn was there helping, helping Shakur, just like Bud is, you know what I'm
So
saying? But
what was Jay Prince's role with Floyd and Andre Ward? More specifically, Floyd. Like when Floyd separated from Top Rank, and like what was Jay Prince's role in Floyd's career? Like what big moves was he behind Floyd making?
Hold on, say that again.
Like
he was
what
just,
big moves was Jay Prince behind when Floyd made in his career? Like he was with
That's a
Top
good question.
Rank, then he
He
separated.
separated. Yeah, he separated from Jay Prince. But
that's why he and Al Heyman. He don't like Al Heyman. Jay Prince don't like Al Heyman because Floyd. I mean, there's only one Floyd Mayweather, bro. I ain't gonna even say nothing more on that. I'll say what you said. It was a great question, man, because you do like B3 said, you can't be finessed up in them rooms. And these people, they got wiles. And if you're unlearned about how they move, they will not only get you out of money, but they will get you out of your better interest. And people like Jay Prince will argue for a better interest for you. You just hope that he is a person that's not in there looking for his better interest before yours.
yeah,
And
over
sometimes
yours.
no, well,
that's
let
what
me
man.
just say this. And I'm 100% in agreement with you, T. I want TL to finish, but he's there to maximize profit, right, for the
For sure.
fighter. Which in conjunction, he's going to get paid, or he's going to reap a benefit off of that per a fee based on his work, right, and him being able to kind of maneuver the situation. So if you had the requisite skill set and they allow you, right, you could do it on your own, job. But that's not now Floyd, I guess, to a certain point. But he really had Al, you know. Even so, that's what I'm saying. Even he had Al. You feel me? So you're
But
gonna need
Schaefer
Shakur
before
should
somebody.
that.
be able. Shakur should be able to like with his status before he even turned pro. He should have been able to come into the game and been even Jay Prince a fight by fight basis. He should have been able to call Floyd, call Andre, call Jay Prince, and be like, "Help me get this deal." And then they help him get that deal, and then he doing his own thing. Then he could call him again for the rest of his career. That's the type of
But
status
here's
that
the
Shakur
situation.
But
has.
they can't move like
You
that.
can't
He
do
has
that.
to. He can't do that because he's obligated, contractually obligated with Jay Prince. Anything that he does,
Exactly.
just like
That's
with
what
the
I'm saying.
situation.
Nah,
Like that.
it's
That
Just,
not
don't
on. It's
seem.
not only
listen,
that.
but
How you gonna
hold on.
move
Just
around
like
the networks as well though? Because the thing about it, oh, you got to go through Showtime or ESPN or HBO to get your fights viewed, right? So you only got three. So they have exclusive rights deals with promoters. So you get they going. So you got to, and then the promoters want you to deal with a manager. They want you. They want to work with a manager because working directly with the fighter, it gets messy. So that's what it's a whole system in place to where they can't do what you want, that what you're intending for him to be able to do. They can't
Like
do it.
if Floyd
It
and
will happen.
Shakur, if they that close, then Shakur should be able to call Floyd. If he wasn't contractually obligated, he should be able to call Floyd up like, let me help me get this fight over there with the PBC. And he might could give Floyd some money for that or something. But like it don't have to be a contractual obligation, like a
No,
long term thing.
but see, the whole
And
thing is, what's
ain't
the
that what
purpose though?
Bill
Nah, because you gotta look at it
ain't
like
that what
this.
Bill and Devin doing?
Yeah, and that's why everybody's upset with them is because they beating their fighters, and then they don't have, and then nobody is saying, "Oh, give me a main event like a Lamar Roach or Pitbull." They're not. They're upset because that when Devin beats these guys, the fans will say they C class fighters. So the promoters is upset about how Devin and Bill is kind of moving in the sense that they not long term signing any promoter.
But they
That's what
able to
they want.
move like that because they got the right relationships with the same people, basically.
They just in a position. They had to build up to that though, Ja, because they had to sign the Eddie Hearn. They had to sign the top rank to make fights. Now they in a good position because Turkey is kind of he agreed with them to make the Ryan fight.
And
That's
then
really why this is just a kind of a nice setup for him.
it's like also if your manager got issues with one of the biggest networks or with Al Heyman, that's in your way. He should be able to settle that because that's messing with your bag. That's messing with your opportunity. So he should be able to settle his differences with Al Heyman if he got the best interest of his fighters. Because there's money over there to be made, there's fights to be made over there.
Hey,
Yeah.
B3, how did we get to this one now? Is this about the fight that didn't happen between him and Dev? Is that what started this one?
I'm not 100. I'm moving around. I'm working T Hill. I'm not
Yeah,
sure. Blue Hustle man been here, job been
yeah.
they been cooking.
Because no, I
Blue
understand. I understand.
Ja could answer that better than I could.
Blue
I
was
How
just,
we
kind of like saying Devin was scared to fight Shakur, and then he said
you think he
okay.
Shakur
was
was.
scared to fight Shakur?
He
no, I
said
didn't say he
Shakur
was
wasn't
scared. I
scared.
said, yeah,
He said he ain't want no smoke with him. He ain't want that
yeah, I
smoke
just
with
said
him.
he didn't want the
Mm,
smoke. It just
I'm gonna
that
say
doesn't say that he's scared though. I ain't
I'm gonna
saying
say
that.
this
Oh, all right.
regarding that. I know that they're not afraid. I don't think any of these fighters are afraid. But to fight Shakur at 35, I think that wasn't a good fight for Dev because I don't think, like I said, I've always stood on the fact that the last four fights Dev fought, he probably shouldn't have been fighting at 35.
That's
You
what I
know,
was trying to say, Blue. Like,
I,
Shakur,
I don't think that it would be beneficial for Devin to fight Shakur at 35 because he had far exceeded that with his body mass index. He was pushing all he could to get in them fights, and unfortunately, he still just was good enough to win
now was
these
he pump
fights.
faking T Hill? Would you think Devin was pump faking or
I
was
don't
he
think
really
there
going to
ever
fight
was
him?
an offer, and I say that because Bob Arum, who would have made the fight, said there never was an offer. And whatever Bob Arum said concerning those two fighters in particular always bore itself out to be true. Who he said Devin would fight is who he said. So when they were saying that they could fight anybody, the people that Devin fought actually were the people that Bob Arum said was going to be the fights. And Bob
but
Arum is very litigious.
But
He is not
Bob is
about
punch drunk, so you can't believe everything he said.
the only thing that messes with that is that
Bob ain't going. He a
Shakur
sweet
said it
ass
was an
too.
offer though. T T Hill.
Huh?
Shakur said it was an offer. It wasn't good enough for him.
Well, okay, so that just say let's go with that. He did say there was an offer, and there was an offer. Okay,
Yeah.
that offer wasn't contingent upon being negotiated. It was a once take it and leave it. So usually when you make a fight, you go through negotiations. There was a non-negotiable offer. So either you're
Thank
gonna
you.
take this for this fight, or I'm not fighting you.
Yeah,
And
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 that's
that's
but that was
because
the last one, T Hill, because that what the reports was it was two flat fee offers, and then the 25% was the final.
oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I thought that what Shakur wanted to do was
it
get
was
a little bit more
25%
than
from the
what
jump
he had
though.
offered
Yeah,
him.
he
No, it
exactly.
wasn't blue. That's not true.
Well,
So
there was
so
a
So
hold
he
on.
record
It was
offered
What
two
was
of
the first offer?
20%,
because
like
Shakur had
25%.
never been on pay per view.
So what I'm asking you, what was the first two offers?
Had Devin been on pay per view at the time?
Yeah, he fought Loma. Yeah.
Oh, that was on pay per view.
yeah.
Yeah. $60
Oh,
Yeah,
pay
but
per
okay.
view.
he didn't become a pay per view star off just from that fight.
That
But
He
doesn't
fought.
but
matter.
but
That
either
was something
way,
that Shakur had never didn't have in his back pocket.
He kind
Dev
of
No, he
first
did
had
fight
though.
one
against
fight.
Cambosis, he looked pretty drained. The second fight, he looked amazingly drained. And the fight Loma, that was just like, man, that's three fights. That's three fights where you taxing your body against. I'm against Loma. That's tough because Loma is very skilled, and you taxing your body three times like that. For him to make that fight against Keyshawn, Shakur, that would have been really taxing, and I don't know if he would have had enough energy in him to deal with what Shakur is going to be presenting in the ring. But if they truly want to make the fight, which I think also Bill helped expedite all those talks when he was on the what's the name H Money's cast, and he was popping off, and your boy Shakur responded. I think that's how all that stuff drummed up. But I thought that if they were going to fight, it was going to be much later because both of them are bigger body fighters. So it only makes sense to have your best fight. And we see in this fight with Norman that Devin looks much better at 47 than at 35. He's
So
not having to take so much out of his resources to get into a fight, and he can actually train more than worry about losing weight. And I think that Shakur eventually is going to get to that point too, where he gonna have to scale up because it's going to be beneficial to him, man. It's going to be too much of a tax. But I mean, hell, I don't think that fight was actually something that they both had envisioned happening, and then just it sparred off of the podcast where they were popping back and forth and talking they talk, and it was like, all right, we're bad. Let's make the fight, and that's what it was, man. But honestly, bro, like I
so
Hey,
they
don't I
now
both
don't
hold
was
on.
think
pump faking then.
Hey, Thomas,
They
can I ask you something real quick?
for sure.
Now, you do remember when Bill Haney was recording his son in the ring, and he said, "We ain't going up nowhere. We staying at 135.
For the
You see
right
the
fight.
undisputed champ. You know what I'm saying? Well, he said whoever wants these belts, we staying down here." And he was talking to Tank and Shakur. He said, "We ain't going nowhere." And then all of a sudden, you see them saying they move up.
Blue, you saw the fights though, bro. Like you saw
Yeah, I
how it
see
was
them.
taxing his body, bro.
Yeah,
For them to
yeah.
stay there, it had to be a huge money fight. That's the only thing that's gonna keep him at 35, bro. And if they can't get that, why stay there? Because you didn't already been. And I'm not calling him a duck. I'm not calling Shakur a duck. I'm not saying they pump faking or anything. I just the business of boxing, as they call it. You looking for, especially when who's the A side in this fight if they to make the fight.
That was Devin.
He not gonna sacrifice more than he already has to make that fight, especially against Shakur. Like, man, I know there's some people who ride for other fighters, bro, and they dump on people. I'm not one of those dudes. Shakur is a trouble, and he's trouble in that ring. Do Devin have what it takes to beat him? Yeah, but I believe Shakur also has what it takes to beat Devin. And I'm not going in the ring compromised against Shakur, where he has a physical advantage of me, unless I'm really about to rake in the dough. And I don't know if we're gonna. Later on down the line, I believe they'll rake in the dough like that. But at that moment, I don't think it was going to rake in the dough like that. So that's why the offer was the way what it was. Like, yo, I gave you a chance. If you really wanted it, you would take it. And I mean, it's cold to say it that way, but that's what happened with Mayweather and Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya offered him a bottom end contract because you know what? I really don't want to fight you right now.
Yeah, thank you. That's yes,
You
that's all
know
I'm
what,
saying.
Blue? From
And people keep dancing over that. That's what I see. What you just broke down
a
is what I just said earlier. But people keep dancing on it, acting like you know what I mean. That didn't happen like that, and that's why I just try to keep bringing to the light that
Oh,
look,
a
that man got 2 weeks. He got an extension on making decisions. You
yeah,
know.
but you got one person coming fresh into the division. One person been there their whole career and been there since they was a child. Man, he came in with at 15. He
Yeah.
was there for a long time. Whereas he just coming into the division, man, it's tougher for him to make that fight than for Shakur. And Shakur came into it because he was having a tough time making 30.
You know the
So
thing
it's more
about it is a lot of people
sacrifice.
say
Go ahead.
Shakur always fights the best when he moves up. He's always trying to fight the best opposition, man. He ain't trying to take no easy fights, man. And
And
that's
the same
what
could
I
be said of Dev too.
yeah. I can say that about Dev, but
During this
I just feel to a certain
conversation, he's
extent.
saying Dev Duck. He think Dev Duck Shakur, so he's not gonna say that about
I
Dev right
don't
now.
think he ducked him. But if they don't fight later on, then yeah, they could have fought. But I think at that time, man, I honestly, like I said, I think after he defended the second time, he really should have been done. But Bob wasn't about to let that go because he wanted them belt. And he wanted that belt with his favorite fighter. And his favorite fighter is Loma. So we're gonna get that opportunity. And you know,
So
that's
he was
why
never gonna make Shakur Loma.
that's why Bob
Hell
said it. He
no.
said it was
Hell
there was
no.
no fight. There was no fight. And you
yeah.
know, he already had a strained relationship with Shakur because he didn't want to make the Valdez fight. He said it was a stupid fight. Why is a unification fight a stupid fight?
He didn't want to put that shine on Shakur. That's why Shakur left top rank. That's why that's why what's the name left top rank, you know? Bud left top rank. These fighters, that's why Mayweather left top rank. You see what I'm saying? They use up what they can out of them, and then they basically say, okay, we're kind of done with you now. So let's just see what you do. I'm gonna just use you how I want to use you.
And because of Bob and people like Bob and people like Eddie, you need people like Jay Prince to be on your side because these Mickey Frickies ain't got your best interest in mind. They got their best interest in mind. You just hope a person like Jay Prince has your best interest in mind and not his.
Hey, can I
Yeah.
get a cranberry juice?
Yeah, you sure
No,
can play it. And put
Jaw, you can't
put
have
some
no
Sprite
cranberry
up
I
juice.
in that
mix it
bad
with
boy.
apple juice.
Yeah,
Give it a little
yeah,
bit
you
of
can't with some chocolate in it too. Put some chocolate in it. Put some chocolate syrup in it.
but me saying that, I don't believe Dev ducked him. I don't believe that that fight was even possible at the time because Dev was on his way out of this. And in order for him to make that fight, then you know what? I'm going to get everything out of this fight because I'm putting more on the line than you.
Yeah,
And
so Blue, I feel like if anybody was pump faking, it was Shakur, because Shakur hopped in the ring knowing that the fight bigger down the line. Devin, he made a
that's
deal.
not
It's
a
like,
getting in the ring, not a pump fake, bro.
That's not no pump fake. He
That's
wanted
not
to
no
nah.
fight,
pump
bro.
fake.
Come on now.
No, that's
So
old
That is
school.
not a
He
pump fake.
wanted to fight
Yeah.
at
no,
that
but
point in
like
He
time.
wanted to fight.
He
the
wanted to
reason why I'm
fight.
saying I'm nah, but he wanted to negotiate a fight that he knew wasn't a negotiable fight though.
Now I
See, you
will agree
looking
with
for
that.
any
They
reason.
weren't going to negotiate that. I'm the
So
clear
that's a
A
Yeah.
pump
side. I
fake.
got what you want. You're going to take what I give you. Otherwise, I'm
Yeah.
going on.
And
Yeah. He didn't really
his
want to fight.
it was
Why
worth
can't
it
you
for
just
him.
admit that he didn't want to fight, bro, at that time? That Devin Haney didn't want to fight.
No, I'm saying Shakur didn't.
Now I said,
Devin,
why can't you admit that?
I don't think Shakur really wanted it.
He
I
did
don't
want.
think
Listen, listen,
You
I
don't
listen.
don't
think
think
Shakur
What?
either
wanted to
look,
fight?
no,
Look,
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 let me
look, John.
say
Let
one
me explain to
look,
you.
look.
Let me explain to
I
you.
don't
Let me give you
think
some
either one
context.
of them
Go
really
ahead.
wanted it because based off of what B3 and T Hill saying with the business side of it, like it is more money in it later. So they both probably knew that. But I feel like Shakur was pump faking because he was still doing stuff in the public eye to make it look like he wanted that fight now. Then when he had the opportunity to take that fight, he had every reason to take the offer that was made that he said was
I agree
made.
with that though.
And he
Yeah,
didn't.
but that's
That
a part of the
wasn't.
negotiations, though, Jaw.
I
You
You
agree
keep
got
with
to
talking
that
about
too.
negotiate.
negotiating, man.
Stop.
Jaw.
He
You
only
can't just
saying that
come and
because
tell me.
Shakur is favorite fighter. That's the only reason he's
No,
saying
No,
that.
no,
no, I
hold on.
understand where Blue
It's
coming from, bro. But
listen,
I'm
it's a
gonna be
part of
honest with you.
negotiations. When you give them a one-time offer and you say this is what I had to do it and you got to do it, you ain't being realistic. You are not negotiating. You are telling me what
No.
it is.
So hold on. So when he took it, it was unrealistic. But when Shakur was offered it, it was hold on. Let me get it right. So
No,
when
Devin Haney
Devin
didn't have to
took it,
take
it
that
was
fight.
realistic. But when Shakur got offered, it was unrealistic. That's what I'm
No,
saying. They don't add up, bro.
listen, listen. It does add up because what I'm saying is the court doesn't have to move like a fighter. Like these fighters, they move their own lane.
Yeah.
Blue, let me ask you this. You think
No,
if he would
blue.
have took
Nah,
the
blue. He
fight,
would have.
Dev would have went on with the fight?
What'd you say?
If you think he would have took the offer, Dev would have went on with the offer?
No, I don't think so.
See, that's why he should have took it. Cause then you know it's a duck.
No,
If
no,
you
no,
Yeah,
no.
he
take
call his
Listen,
bluff.
listen. I'm agree with you. I agree. Like, hold on. Y'all have to say I agree. I feel like he should have just took the 25% no matter what. You see what I'm
that's
saying?
what
And
I
I
But
disagree with that. I believe that if he would have said yes, Devin would have fought him.
I,
And I
I
feel
and
like
that's why he should have said yes.
on the fact of them two fighters, for one, they if they was going to do it, they would have already had it set up before the Loma fight, right?
Hey,
Or
B3, let me ask you this, and I'm gonna ask you something
so they
else
could have
after this.
promoted it right.
Do you think that Shakur hasn't done nothing in boxing?
No, I don't think that. He's
But
done a lot.
somebody has said that about him. Now let me say this. At the same point, do you think that what he was being offered was fair for what Shakur brings to the fight?
To
Hell
that
yeah.
for that fight specifically, yeah.
Yeah, for that fight specifically.
Was
You
that
think do
before? That
you
was
believe
before
that what
or
they
after
offered
Yoshino?
him,
Was that before or after Yoshino? Did
I
he
think it was
fight
after
Yoshino and
Yoshina.
then it was
Yeah, I think it
okay?
was
So
after
he was
Yoshino.
already at 35. Okay, because that's how they was able to mandate him.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. See, the thing here's the thing. I now
I
I'm
want you
a
to
Undisputed
be
versus
honest
with
too,
him
bro.
Devin
I
coming. Yeah,
know
Haney.
that's what I'm
that Dev's
saying.
your dude.
Undisputed.
I know
Not only
Blue
that,
is
he
Shakur's
didn't
blue dude, but
he didn't have
honestly,
a
bro,
belt. No, it's not that he didn't have a belt
I know.
to even make the fight.
I know.
Now he was trying to circumvent because he really lost his belt on the scales at 130. So he really didn't have
Fair.
like he was really getting some just due from being the champ and of course having top ranking Jay Prince backing. But
Fair.
let's be honest, he came off of losing his belts on the scale. So
Fair.
everybody kind of, wipe that under the rug and just like fight Shakur because we want to see you fight a tough fighter, a young fighter. So I do believe, with all that being said, I understand why the 25% didn't make sense because he has it wouldn't have amounted to much for that magnitude of a fight in their opinion. Like you saying, if you fighting Devin and they projected it to do 400,000 pay-per-views or 450,000 pay-per-views or whatever, and you only gonna take 6 or 7 million of that or 8 million, and they gonna get 16, they gonna get the lion's share. That's something that you can't really pass up on. You can't really it's not
Only way it
feasible.
don't make sense is if didn't feel as confident as he was talking in the public. That's why it's pump
No,
faking
no,
to
Ja,
me.
Ja. What I'm saying though, the offer that Shakur got, because we know that Shakur is who he is. Do you believe him being who he is, even though he was new to the division and didn't have a belt? What does Shakur have been his? Fudge that to date. If that fight would have been made, would that have been his best opponent?
For sure.
Mhm.
Absolutely. And I say that with respect and regard to Lomachenko. But I believe Shakur is a better fighter than Lomachenko. I really do.
But
And I
that
think
would have
that's
Look,
been
why
look,
we
look.
Shakur.
never got that
Loma,
fight.
That would have
Loma
that would
wouldn't
have
even
put
fight.
Shakur.
Loma wouldn't even fight Shakur because of sparring. Because Shakur beat up Loma in sparring.
So with that being the case, because I fully believe Shakur is better than Loma. I think Loma's hella good. I respect the hell out of Loma. And to this date, say that he is the best opponent on that resume for Devin Haney, and it's without question. I think that he and Tio they share that commonality, but that's it. Because Tio didn't want to fight Devin either. But given what Shakur is and all that he has accomplished to that point, 25% was a just offer for him when the
Yeah.
mandatory is 30%.
The reason why is
Facts.
because, like you said,
Mandatory for
the
one
re
belt, T Hill. That's only one
the
belt. There's three other belts we got to negotiate.
yeah,
But
and
that
how
belt that
long
they're
Devin been.
negotiating for, wasn't it 30%?
Yeah, it was for
I
thirty
hear
It
what
percent.
you're
was
What
an
I'm
saying.
saying is
undisputed.
this: no, it does
CB3,
not. No,
B3.
none of it makes sense because you cannot mandate an undisputed champion. You
I
ain't seen
got you.
nobody do it.
I got you. And I hear what you're saying. But
And he just beating Devin without the belts is a big deal for Shakur.
what
Like
all
that's the
I'm saying
biggest.
is that
Shakur beating Devin without the belts at 135 would have been bigger than him getting undisputed at 130. That's what I'm saying.
All I'm saying is we get to see a chance where now Shakur can fight somebody that's credible. You see what I'm saying? It's sad that it had to be to where Turkey had to be involved with the money, the big bag, in order for this fighter To to actually accept the fight. When these fighters they don't want to prove that they're the best, man. Sometimes that's just my personal opinion. Some fighters do, but a lot of times these fighters in this era right now, they 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 move a certain way to accomplish the goals that they want to accomplish. And the business of boxing steps in and they got their foot in the door, man. They influence it.
I
They influence
apologize
a
for
lot.
the interference, man. I'm outside now. But I want to
Man, you
say that
good, man.
I
You got
believe
that phone
everybody.
call.
It,
I
it's
believe
smart though.
I believe everybody is correct though. I believe what B3 just said is viable, man, because he is undisputed. So there are other belts on the line, and they do have different and varying degrees of guarantees. But all I'm saying is that at that time, Shakur clearly is deserving of a 30% mandatory, especially if it's for that belt that they're trying to get through. Now at the same time, Devin does hold all the cards. And on top of that, he has successfully defended his belt twice. So, he also holds bargaining power. He's the clear A side in that because at that point in time in that division, Shakur hadn't accomplished anything but just a fight over Yoshino. But I don't think that
Posted.
that was a clear duck. Now, if he would have accepted it and then they did not go through with the fight, then there is quote unquote the duck. I think the duck gets thrown around too much in boxing. I feel like fighters get ducked. I think sometimes it just doesn't make the perfect business sense for the fight to make, and a lot of times that's with the promoters and not the fighters. But in this case, the only way he could have been labeled a duck is if he would have accepted that offer. Now I believe that offer was a little bit low for the caliber of fighter that Shakur is, but he's not the
Caliber
one.
of fighter.
Hold on, what you trying to say,
Hold on.
B3?
So guys is getting paid off of this being how skillful they are.
Only just skillful, but look at what he's done. He's a silver medalist as an Olympian. He's two-time champion.
And then
Has a
they
unified.
overpay for that guy. For that guy, I would assume you will overpay his opponent to fight him, right or wrong.
Okay, that's true. But
But
have
they
they
did.
ever
But they
overpaid
didn't.
for Devin?
So, oh, a
They
thousand
didn't though.
percent.
So
They didn't
so that's something
overpay.
they.
No, 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 no. They didn't overpay Devin, which is why they didn't make the fight, right? But don't you have known all of Devin's opponents to get their highest payday?
Well, how come Shakur couldn't get the highest payday in play? Hey,
Facts. That makes him
Because
even more
hold on,
more of a
hold on, hold
ducky.
on. He
Look what
was
you're
getting his
doing.
highest payday. He got three. He got three. Hold on. He got three offers. He got two flat fees, and he got the 25%, which is they said okay, we'll do 25%, which what they estimated, Shakur team estimated will be around 8 million. And that was pretty much the top end offer. Like, okay, we gonna take the lion's share because they feel like they probably was gonna do about 450,000 pay-per-views.
at that time, how much was the most that Dev made in the fight? Because that 8 million sounding kind of loud right
Man,
now.
he no, that well, that's a super fight with Shakur Stevenson, the silver medalist, right? The two divisions
Now,
going on three division
Absolutely,
champions. So that 8 million is
absolutely.
predicated on that matchup. Now at that time, Devin, his highest guarantee was the 4 million that he fought with for Lomachenko.
So if he's getting 8 million at 20%
25%.
or 25%, 75% of 8 million is what again? Because that's what he's gonna make.
Shoot,
yeah,
yeah, probably like
that's
24. Yeah, like
disrespectful, and
24.
that's why
Yeah.
everybody was arguing, man. That's
24.
just
Yeah.
disrespectful.
But no, I understand what y'all saying because y'all love Shakur, you know what I'm saying, which is
Hey, I
well
love boxing,
understandable.
bro, but
Nah,
you gotta understand
no,
that
let me say this. Let me
Shakur
say
Worthy
this.
more.
What did Dillian White get? I mean, Dillian White was on pay per view and everything. What did he get to fight Fury? You see what I'm saying? He gave him like 10%. My whole thing is this, right? It's really what you bring, what you're bargaining. What are you bargaining? Like for
No,
like
that's
I
a
said,
fact.
what
That's
was
a
the
fact.
purpose? Okay, so now when I say that, I say this, right?
No, that's a fact. You're speaking facts right now, for sure.
That no, this is the thing. So is Shakur a great name on the resume? 1,000%. Let me get in order. That's a great name on the
He would
resume.
be the greatest name to this day. If Tank fought Shakur, he would be the greatest name
That's
on his
why he got
resume.
an offer. That's the whole point, though. That's why he was even offered a fight. See here, if he
You
wasn't
don't
a
think it
great, he
was
wouldn't even have got the
exactly
offer.
needed? I kind of believe that Devin and them knew that it was going up. They knew. And the only fight they were going to accept is if they could A-side the
That's
hell out of Tank.
speculation.
Nah, bro, you
And
seen it
you
on
know
this
why? You know why?
video.
And you know why I'm gonna say that? And we know why I stand on that. It's because
Eubanks.
Devin never showed me to be a liar.
I'm not saying that Devin's a liar. I'm
Hey,
not.
well then, if you
I'm
and
not
listen,
saying he's a liar.
if you're not saying he a liar, then you saying that he would have fought Shakur 135.
The only way we would have found that out is if Shakur would have accepted that offer. But
Listen,
I don't
hundred
believe he
percent,
wanted to fight at 135.
100%. B3 count UK pay per views. Yeah, salute to my brother AB pulling up. I know my audio getting in. My bad, fellas. I'm moving
The
around, but
audio is crispy, baby. It's crispy like that rice. And I'm gonna say what you said was true. I believe what everybody has said, including Ja and your boy Smoke, has been true. I just think that in order for that fight to have been made, he would have had accepted that initial offer because they really had no plans on fighting again at that weight unless they were getting broke off. So now if he would have been making 8 million, then that means they would have made over 37 million and he would have taken the fight at that cost because hell, I'm giving way more than you. First, I got all the hardware, and then secondly, I'm making all the sacrifices to make this weight because I've been here too long, and I really need to move on. But if we can make a lot of bread, I'll take that. But I'm getting the lion's share of this because I'm bringing more to the table. And that's the only way. Unfortunately, that's how it was going to be. And
nah,
I
it was a
feel
24-8 split. 32 M's on 400,000. If they would have got the $80 off, 400 pay per views is 32 million. And that's just off the pay per view, not including the gate. So yeah, 24-8.
And if Shakur was so confident that he could beat him. after he beat him, he would have had undisputed. He would have been in control
So
at
your boss,
135,
well,
Yo,
let's take
and
it
yo.
back.
his bag would have went. His stock would have went up for beating Devin.
I don't think that fight was ready for that time, bro. And I think that,
Nah,
the
yeah,
only reason why it was being
They
offered is
knew they were
because of
moving up.
YouTube.
They wanted an easy fight. That's why they wouldn't fight Regis. They pump faked. They were pump faking just to make it look like the save face. They went ahead and went with a little bit of the temporary negotiations, and then they said basically, you know what? That's why when he
Oh,
had
yeah.
2 weeks,
So
he
you're
listen,
saying,
Hold
listen,
on,
listen.
I
Hold
missed
on, hold
that.
on,
Say
hold
that
on, hold on,
again.
Thomas. So hold on. Check this out. Check this out, everybody. Devin was given a week to make a decision. Either you move up and fight Regis, or you fight Shakur. That week went by. Devin asked for an additional week. He said, I need another week to make the decision.
To
He
see
waited
if
the whole
to
time.
see if he was going to accept the offer, man. Why are you doing that?
Okay,
Why you?
no, 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 no. Listen to what I'm saying. See, what you trying to do is you trying to glaze over this situation. I'm making it relevant because think about it. He asked for an additional week. You knew you were moving up and you did not want to fight Shakur.
He didn't know
Just go ahead and
nothing.
say, yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I think that he did, man. I think what he did is he
You don't
waited the
know
whole.
that.
That's why he waited the whole 2 weeks. This is just
But
my
hold on,
opinion.
hold on. Nah, this how they gonna cap y'all? Cause didn't Bill talk to Steven Espinoza?
I mean, what
Shakur
does that have to
said,
do? No, 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 no. Let
Nah,
me finish my
nah.
Shakur,
point.
We at
Let me
no,
finish my
no,
point. Let me finish
no.
my
Are
point,
you
man,
please, and
Shakur
then
finished?
said, Shakur said himself
nah.
that they made the offer and he wanted to keep negotiating. He was pump faking, man.
How is that pump faking? That is not pumping. That's negotiations. You got to negotiate who comes out first. You got to negotiate all that stuff. That is a part of negotiations,
Hold
man,
on. Let me ask you
in
this:
a fight.
what was
He said
Devin
it
Haney's
wasn't
biggest
enough.
payday? What was the
Yeah, so
biggest
he
legacy
just
fight?
went
Said
and
biggest
mandated.
payday?
All they're going to do is give him
Regis,
30% or whatever they offered him.
Shakur, or Tank? In what order? Regis, Shakur, Tank. In what order?
What'd you say, B3?
I'm saying for Devin, like, what was this big money fights at that moment? Was it Tank, Shakur, or was it
It would have been
Regis and
Tank.
anybody at 140?
It would have been Tank.
Tank
Right.
versus anybody in that
Yeah.
in and around that class is going to be the biggest fight,
Yeah,
and that will be
you
the
know that
best.
though.
That will be the
Who is
best
that?
opponent too.
Who is that?
Blue, you said that you think he should have took the offer.
Who me?
You
Me?
think?
Hell yeah, I'm
That's
saying
Yeah,
that's
it.
he
what
should
I'm
have
no
took,
that
saying
Can
bro,
I show?
bro.
Can I
that's
Everybody
what
show
saying
Blue
that
question?
he should
no
have
I
took the
said that's
offer.
what Blue said. Blue, you
He
said
should
he
have.
should have took the offer. He was pump
Yeah,
faking.
Shakur should have took it. Yeah, Shakur should have took the
Right.
offer. The
He the
twenty
Why?
five
one that
percent.
it
Why?
was on him. It was on him to show that he like
But
that the fight that
Y'all talking
Devin
about a
was
three
serious,
division
hold on,
champion?
hold on. But I'm gonna tell you just
and
Because
like
he
he
this.
was
it
I
coming to
showed.
the division he was coming to the division off of losing his belts on the scale and having having a
A
parade around
spectacular
but I'm not.
performance.
against
Yeah,
He
but
looked
look,
Robson.
I'm
incredible.
not.
He looked
But I'm not.
incredible.
He missed weight. He congratulations. A lot of these guys miss weight and look incredible. Floyd,
He missed weight by one
Brian.
pound. He missed
You
weight
know
by
that,
one
baby
pound.
boy.
Hold on, hold on,
Hey,
hold on. He missed
you a
weight by
stone
1 pound,
cold
bro.
hater, man.
Come on now. Yeah, that's
Hold
what
on,
I'm trying to say up here,
hold on.
BVO.
Shakur
That's what I'm
Stevenson is
saying.
one of the goats. Shakur Stevenson is one of the
Who
goats.
that? That's BV.
Yeah,
That's
BVO.
that's
BVO.
BVO.
What up,
Hey,
BVO?
so
I
when
can't.
Uh,
But
we when we
he
beat him,
don't listen.
when we
He don't
beat him,
pickle pull on his own show. He gonna come over here and pickle pull. I
oh,
can't believe it.
hold on. You talking like BBO right now. I don't pickle pull. I don't pickle pull. I
no,
know you're
this
looking
where
for a
y'all
pickle
get
with
that
him.
pickle pull from, yo. This where everybody starts set. That's what I think anyway. If
Yeah, I
somebody
got it
else
from
want
Well,
to
BBO.
well,
I
put,
think
now,
I was
well,
the
I'm
first
gonna
when
feed
you
it,
first
but
hit it. When I got it from BBO. BBO.
When you hear stuff like that, you know it's coming from BVO, dog.
Yeah, he's a
hold on.
But
genius,
look,
B3's
man.
my homie,
I'm
but
not mad at
I'm
Shakur for basically taking the negotiate by going around of
all
negotiating. I'm not mad
Shakur
at
is the
that at
goat.
all.
Shakur is the
man,
Yeah.
you
goat.
said he should have took the fight, man. What are you talking about? He should have took the
Hold on,
offer.
can't nobody beat your core, man. And when T.O. beat him, give him full credit. When
Are
T.O.
you
beat
gonna
him,
put it on Bill
That's
Bean?
a
You gonna
beautiful
put Bill
angle, my
Bean on,
brother.
dog?
Hold on,
God,
what
that's
is
an
But
what
angle,
is
can't
this
brother.
man?
nobody beat Shakur though like T.O. beat him. But T.O.
I
can.
love that.
Here
Oh,
we go.
hold on. Shakur is the best fighter I ever seen in my life. Shout out to Shakur, man. division champion, Monster. We about to go on there with Godzilla. Only people believe in us is God.
Well, he about to take
Hey,
down Godzilla.
hold on. December 10th, we got the greatest living fighter other than Oscar De La Hoya coming on the show. December 10th. Keep the cameras rolling. December 10th. Uncle Stitch tonight, the great Teofimo Lopez is going to be December 10th. Keep your eyes open, man. One of the greatest fighters alive. You know, hey, and we about to fight one of the best fighters I've ever seen in my life. Floyd who? Sugar Ray Leonard who? We talking about Shakur Stevenson, man. One of the greatest fighters I've ever seen in my life, man. So when we beat him, I want full credit.
Greater than Tank?
Hey, Shakur Stevens is a monster. I don't think nobody can crack the Da Vinci Code, but we gonna see what happened January 31st. Because over here we don't bash fighters, man. Shakur is an incredible fighter, great champion, great man of God. Hey, but when we beat him dead. I don't want to hear nobody talk about, oh, T.O. Dog, get T.O. his credit. And they'll be coming for that boy, Black Jesus, too. All money on the line, man. And if you a
Man,
Tank
Tio,
I
fan,
gotta
Tio
play. I
about to
gotta
if
be
you
play
a
that.
Tank,
Tio.
You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Tio
Shakur
about to be
Stevenson,
real
fighting
upset.
in boxing.
Only thing I'm
Shakur
worried
Stevenson, the
about with
best fighter.
Shakur is
He's
this
about to
his
fight the
hands.
best fighter. He's about to
Okay.
fight the best fighter in boxing. A monster.
Yes.
The curly head monster. You about to go against him.
Bright
You know,
Light
hey,
Stevenson.
Right, like Stevenson.
Bryce like Stevenson. We coming for the best, the greatest. You know, one of
Yeah.
the
Hey,
best
so let
fighters
me
I've ever
ask you this.
seen.
Let me ask you
Shout out
this,
to Uncle Val.
BVO. My friend BVO. Let me ask you this, fam. So how would you feel when Shakur dominates Tio?
Hey, for one, I just want to say this, man. Salute to you and your family. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving weekend. I just want you to know, man, send love to you. Just want you to know that, man. I love you, brother. I love you. I want you to know
Say
that.
to you, man. Say to you, but just answer my question.
But I hope you
Don't
had a
I
beautiful
divert.
week. I
No,
hope you had
don't
a beautiful
divert.
weekend.
Don't divert, my
But I
friend.
say this. We're gonna beat the brother dead, and I don't want you crying when we beat him dead. Full
Okay, but
credit.
I asked
We
you a
about to fight the
question. How
best
are you
fighter in
gonna
boxing.
feel? Okay, that's fine. I heard your opinion, but I just want
We
to
gonna
know your
step
opinion
on him.
about this. Okay,
We
so
gonna step on the nigga.
how will you
can
feel
y'all when
when
can y'all
Tio
step to
wins?
Black Jesus though? Can he get a
Hey,
Hold on.
turn?
We gotta fight.
I told
We
you
gotta fight
Shakur said
Puerto
he wants
Rican
him at
peoples first.
147.
We
Man,
gotta
that's a
fight Puerto
pump
Rican
fake right
peoples
now,
first.
man. He don't
Hey,
Oh
got
my
no
hold on,
reason to
goodness,
John.
say
You a
that
Tank
Ja,
right now.
fan. Go sit down.
Ja,
You
Ja.
can't
Besides,
talk.
Exactly. That's what I was
You
about to say.
can't
The only
talk,
besides
John.
person pump
that,
faking was
Devin, just
Tank, and he on the run right now. He don't want to get
y'all
served.
think
Hold on.
y'all going
Let me say this real
y'all think
quick.
y'all
Let me say
going to
this real
That's
quick.
cold
trigger
blood.
me with Tank.
Let
Y'all
me say
think
this
y'all
real
going to
quick.
trigger me with Tank? Like I wasn't even
Shout
talking
to Coach
about Tank.
Kenny. Shout to Coach Kenny. Tank is not on the run. That's a lie from the
Yeah.
pits of hell. He's not
Yeah.
on the run. But
Right.
no, I'm being for real. I'm being for real. He's
No,
not
he's
on the
not.
run. Y'all
He
gotta
been
stop
moving the
saying that.
groovement. Yeah, he's
That
not on the
brother's at
run. He's been
home
moving the
eating
groovement.
popcorn. That dude is not on the run. That's wrong to say that. Y'all playing with the man's life. He's not on the run. Don't say crazy stuff like that, man. That brother's not on the
Yeah, it's a
run
civil
at
case,
all.
man.
He's at
It's
home with
not a
his
criminal
family.
case. It's a civil case.
He at home with
Now
his family. Hey, shout out to Coach Kenny. Shout out to Coach Squeeze, man. Abdul Wahid is healthy. I think he's retired, which is great. Glory be to God. We ain't got to hear about him no more. Nobody got a pickle pulling. But January 31st, I'm going to be in the house. The greatest in the world, Shakur Stevenson, go against two-time Ring Magazine champion, Teofimo Lopez, you know. The usuals, man. Can't wait to see it, man.
And the new.
Now, you
Shakur
know what they
pump
going to say?
faking, talking about going to 147, man. Stop pump faking
Hey,
because he just got a big win. Just like
I put it like
Richardson, he
this.
just pump faking, man.
Hey
We don't
man,
we don't know what they
John,
do. We
what's
don't
all
know
the
what
hate
they
for,
doing, but
John?
they
Why you gotta
signed.
feel like that?
I
The
ain't
fights are
hating.
signed.
I mean they doing some smart business moves, tying their name to somebody who just got a big win. But they pump faking.
Hold on. Let
mm,
me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Are you trying to talk about fighters who are active, or are you talking about a dude that's at home right now eating popcorn? We talking about niggas that's active. You got to move out the way.
I
We talking about niggas that's
I
active.
wasn't even talking about Tank just now, man.
But
I
no,
I
can
I'm
know
talk
just
you're
about.
not.
saying,
You don't want. You don't got.
hey, you
You
know
can't
what,
talk
John?
good about Tank. That's
Hey, John,
why.
wrong to let niggas say he was on the
I can
run
say
too.
plenty of good. You said I can't say good about him?
No, I said
No, my
you
point
wrong as
is,
hell to let niggas think he on the run. That's messed up, John.
I don't
You
know if
know that
he
nigga
on the
on
run
the run.
or not. I ain't letting nobody think that. I ain't spreading
I'm
false
just saying you didn't clear it up, made calls to make sure that
propaganda.
wasn't you. You can't do that, man.
I
You
ain't,
can't let people think stuff like that.
I definitely ain't cleared up 'cause I don't know what's going on with that. I hope that it come back good news though for Tank. And I ain't even gonna say nothing about it. I'm gonna just keep it moving.
Hold on,
I'm
I'm
hold
just
on.
saying
saying
Didn't hold on? We got to
that's
be honest
wrong.
too, though.
I'm saying something about when y'all
Blue,
had Brian
did
Norman
yeah,
sleeping
didn't you
Haney
hold
though.
yeah.
on, Ja? Hold on, Ja. Didn't Shakur get an offer from PBC and he went and stayed. He signed with Matchroom.
Yeah, he was looking for a
Nah,
two
that
fight deal.
no. He didn't
Yeah,
get
Uh,
no
he
offer.
was
That
looking
was
for a
fake.
two fight
he
deal.
ain't he.
He didn't
Oh,
get no.
okay.
He didn't get no offer. He did not get no offer. He did not get an
Yeah,
offer.
He
yeah.
actually got three
Now,
offers, man.
No,
He
that
actually
talk to
got
him,
wasn't.
three
BBO.
offers.
That wasn't BBO. That
He got
wasn't true. That was
no. Let me
false.
let me say this,
Shakur
Blue.
said out of his own
Blue,
mouth said that
blue,
was not
blue.
real.
Blue, I'm gonna tell you, you know BVO don't talk no mess. He got three offers from Devin, and he got three offers from Tank. Not from Tank directly, but him and Steven Espinoza and Showtime sat down to figure out what they could do, and it didn't work out. I don't think he ducked. It just didn't make business sense. At the end of the
Yeah.
day, I go to
Man,
my
it
job
make
as much
business
What
as
three
sense.
I
offers
can.
did he get from Tank? What three offers did he get from Tank?
He didn't get them from
What?
Tank.
No,
I just told you he didn't get them. He got them from Steven Espinoza and Showtime.
You
The
know the
offers
business.
didn't
No,
make
he
business.
asked. Listen. You do realize that Shakur and Steven Espinosa sat down and talked, right?
Yeah, and in that sit
You know what
down,
I
he
just said?
exposed to the
Ain't that
fact
what I
that he
just
didn't know
said?
what his people was doing. That's why I was asking him at what point in your career are you in the influential stage where you can say, hey, I want to fight these people? Do you say this is who I want to fight, get me these guys, or do you allow them to make? And that's why they was asking about Jay Prince. Is he really good for him? Because I heard Jay Prince had some fights for Andre Ward that he never told Ward about neither.
That's a fact. I'm gonna tell y'all. I'm gonna drop something that I found out. Shout out to my brother Bernard Hackett. Do you guys know that Andre Ward was on his way to train under Gary Russell Sr.? Did you guys know that? That's a fact. I got pictures to show. That's a fact. You know why that didn't happen? Because he didn't know that
Why?
the Adonis Stevenson fight was on the table. He didn't know that fight was on the table. So I'm not saying
It's
nothing
like they
about how
want.
little Jake do his business because I think he's a great man, honorable man of God. So I'm not gonna sit here and say he doing something, but I think the money just wasn't right.
And let me
People
just
gotta
say this to the
understand this is
queen.
business.
it
Let me
wasn't
say this
right
to the
for
Queen
him.
Bella real quick though, and I'm gonna let you cook, Ja. It just made it's business sense because when you think about it, most of these promotional companies they're gonna want to roll out possibly a 2 or 3 fights. They're gonna and especially if it's big money that they're guaranteeing, they're gonna want to lock you in for a couple of fights with their star fighter. So if they were gonna make the matchup, they would want to have assurances that they would have at least a couple of fights out of Shakur. That's what it come down to. So even if you see with Matchroom, he signed multiple fights with Matchroom.
Three
Most of
fights.
these fighters are not just coming and getting one-off deals. Even Canelo had to sign a 4-fight deal. Now he got 400 million, but he had to lock in for 4 fights to get
You
that
know
high
why he had to
guarantee.
do that though? You know why he had to do that? Because Canelo bankrupt a company. That's why.
Yeah.
This is not like Sugar Ray Leonard where they make a big bag and then we can go our separate ways. People like Canelo, a lot of these guys lose money. They lose money. So it's not like it used to be. So a guy like
But it was
Canelo
the
got to sign a
opposite
fight
though.
deal.
It was the
It
opposite
what?
for Shakur though. They wanted him just for one fight because they knew Tank was going to beat him, and he wanted more than one fight.
I'm not gonna take
How do
that,
they know?
John. I'm not gonna take.
How do they know?
Listen, listen.
That
It
because
was a
they
one fight
confident in
deal,
their fighter. They
but
confident in
no,
Nah,
them.
but
it
you
wasn't.
never
No,
know
they
who's
was
Nah,
gonna
not.
win the
nah,
fight,
It
it's
was a
not
though.
one
only that.
fight
Hold on, hold
deal.
on, hold on,
It was
hold
a one
on, hold
fight
on.
deal
Let
with a
me say
rematch
this.
on
Let me
Tank
say
side.
this. These guys, none of these fighters are bigger than Canelo, Bella. So what I'm saying is, is but Canelo was able to get out of his agreement when the names when you put them names on there. He could have did the same way. So it could have been Frank Martin or whoever, and then Tank twice, right?
No, there
And
is
if
no fighters.
PBC could not have delivered the same way that they couldn't deliver on Jamal and Errol, and Canelo was able to get out of that deal. He was able to get Mongiel. He was able to circumvent it or
They
whatever.
let him go though.
Shakur,
They let him go. Big three.
exactly, exactly. So
They fired
maybe
him.
it would have
It
been
wasn't.
some red
It wasn't
tape, but
no.
if he
It
didn't
wasn't
have
no
no fights,
mutual.
if he didn't have no fights though, that's all I'm saying. And Shakur, somebody standing on
Me.
top of the
I'm
Eiffel
that.
Tower. Um, if Shakur, the thing here's the thing with Shakur, right? He didn't. I mean, maybe it. I agree that it's still questionable. It's still shaky. I see what you're saying, Bella, because you can't guarantee you're gonna get Tank in the ring, and that's the whole thing. So I think he
Facts.
did the right thing going with Matchroom, but we can't say that he could at least they did entertain the idea of signing Shakur. You see what I'm saying?
No,
To make
they
those
was
fights.
trying to get him from one fight. That's what Espinoza said
They weren't.
himself.
They only had
He was
one
trying.
fighter. They only had
They
one
was
fighter
trying
that
to
made sense for him. That's
make
the
the Tank
thing.
fight, and he wanted to have more than one. He wanted to sign for more than one fight. That's what he wanted. They just wanted the Tank fight, and that's it. And that's why they couldn't
That's not
settle.
true, man. That's not true
No,
because it
that's
was. It
not.
was. It was a
That's
two
exactly
fake. It
what
was a
was
two fight.
said. That is
It's a two.
Shakur
Listen.
confirmed it. Shakur
It's a two
confirmed
fight
that
deal.
too.
It's a two fight deal. Tank
No,
split where they gave him an automatic rematch. No rematch for Shakur, but you want me to come for one fight, no rematch, and I'm a champion. I'm not going to do it at no 28-29. I don't
Nah.
got all the time in the world. I'm not about to do that.
And see,
Nobody's
and the
doing that.
yeah,
thing,
you gave
are
everybody else
you
a
you
rematch.
on the rush? And the thing, and I'm these niggas
Man, that
crazy.
sounds.
And hold no,
It's
hold
a
on.
lot
This
of
is
this
and the thing
stuff.
what people gotta understand is this, bro. Like Jake Paul, for one, the Jake Paul fight that was MVP doing that with Netflix. For Lamont Roach, respectfully, it's about market value. Shakur is a marketable entity every day of the week, twice on Sunday. So yeah, absolutely, Eddie Hearn gonna get him under for 3 fights, if not more, if he can. Yeah, they gonna sign him for multiple fights if they can because he's a big deal in the sport of boxing. Some of these other guys, they just opponents, respectfully.
And really, he worked with Ring the whole 3 fights. So he won. I just say
They
this.
didn't want Shakur for more than one fight.
But keep
I
in
don't
mind,
know.
y'all, this is a business.
They
It's
just
a
wanted that
business.
one fight.
And dudes be running out of time. I don't think people understand you only get so much time to box, to play football.
Yep.
So you really ain't
Yeah.
got a lot of time to be doing no one fight deals where you got a rematch on your way. I don't got a rematch. F it. I'm not going to do
Man,
it.
if
I'm not
you
going to do
saying you gonna be the
it.
one to
Man, you talking
expose
like a
him.
kid, bro.
Look,
You got people. You
no,
got
that
people to
it
feed.
sound like a
You
kid
got
to me
people
on
to
the
feed.
other end. Like it sound like a
So
kid
you
to me on
can
the other
rematch and
end.
I
Like
don't,
you
and I'm a
using
champion,
excuses. You using it
and I've
like
been a
that
three
sound like
division
some
champion.
kid shit.
Stop
Like,
it.
oh, they got McDonald's and I didn't. Like that's what that kid shit sound like to me. Like, yo, if you say you gonna beat him, you get your bread, you get whatever your belt, and you get the status. You
That's not
taking that
true.
away from
We
him.
seen
That's
them
it.
rob
If
Lamont
you it
Roach. You think
is
they wouldn't
true.
rob Shakur? They
Yeah, they
robbed
What are
ain't
you
gonna give
Lamont
it
talking
to
Roach
him.
about?
on live
You don't
TV.
get
They
fairness.
robbed him.
That's a false
They
narrative,
robbed him.
man. That's
No,
a false
that's what they
narrative,
did.
man.
They
That's what
robbed him.
people
Come on,
that's
bro.
what they want.
On your
That's what they want,
birthday.
man.
So if I take a knee and it's already a close fight, I don't win.
Right now we
Stop.
start talking nitpicking about the knee and all this and that. They didn't
It's
rob
not
him.
nitpicking.
And
It's the
and
rules,
it's
nigga.
not
It's
and
the
that don't even
rules.
you talking about Lamont Roach, like it shouldn't even play out like that with Shakur the way he talking
Well, why
about
did he
he
knock him
gonna
out?
expose
Why
him.
did why didn't Tank knock his ass out?
He didn't want
Since you
the
talking
fight.
all that, why did Tank knock him out?
What you talking
You
about,
see how y'all
Lamont?
be just talking? Y'all just be talking,
Hey,
bro. Y'all just be
What are
BBL,
you
talking, bro. What is you
BBL.
talking
no
What?
about?
that that's
Hey,
You
that's
put
BBL.
just
What's Tank
you put
saying
that
to
Lamont.
fight?
I
that's
put it
just
like
What has he
this:
done to
you put
deserve the
that Lamont
fight?
Roach with anybody
What has
else
he
at
done to deserve the
135
fight?
and beating him dead. Everybody beating him dead at 135. Keyshawn
that's
smoking. Ray
that's
Maritano,
crazy.
everybody smoking that Lamont Roach we seen. He looked god awful, bro.
Who else put Lamont out?
We seen the great American hero Jamel Herring put hands and feet on him. Where was you at?
Yeah.
He put
Yeah.
hands and feet on him.
I said, who put him out?
I said he put hands and feet on him. We
I
seen
know,
Tank
but you
struggle with the
started off
nigga.
talking about why Lamont ain't struggle with him. We seen Lamont fight two way totally different fights. He had
Yeah,
way
but
more
that's a part of the
respect.
He
game.
was
That's
in Tank's chest the whole night.
Now it's a part of the game. Like, what you talk? It's cool when y'all do it. When I do it, it's a problem. I
No,
see. I
what you
see
doing
how it
is
is.
pickle pool.
nah.
Hey,
You
if I was getting
glazing.
pickle
You
pulled like that,
glazing
I
No,
would
and
be
and
on
moving the
now,
goalposts.
yeah, I'm glazing now. All of a sudden, you was glazing the hell out of
You
Shakur.
are.
You
You
glazing the hell
glazing,
out of
bro.
Shakur. You was
You
glazing
glazing, bro.
Norman. Look what happened when y'all was glazing Norman like that. Look
Hey
what
man,
just
we get
happened.
something wrong. You ain't never
And
made
you
it. You ain't
glazing,
never.
you
You ain't
glazing
never
Tank,
picked
cause I'm
somebody and
talking
they didn't
about.
win.
I'm talking about Shakur and Hitchens pump fake and fighting Devin, and you start talking about Tate. That's glazing. I didn't even bring him up. You like, I know
Well,
because we
somebody
know,
I
like
didn't bring
Tank.
up Tank.
Yeah,
man,
you
we gonna
did.
always bring up the biggest star in boxing. What are you talking about?
You
So
was
What are you
just
talking about?
the only thing that I
you was
say,
just saying that we don't have to talk about him no more,
You bringing up
sarcastically or
Shakur.
not.
That's why it's relevant. That's why it's relevant.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's
Guess what? Yeah,
smooth.
hold on,
Like
John. Guess what? Guess what? Guess
the
what, man?
transition is
Guess
smooth.
what,
Like
John? No matter what you say, your guy ain't fought none of his contemporaries. Not one.
he
Not
fought
one.
Ryan. He fought
Big
Ryan.
Ryan
facts.
is
He fought
trash.
he fought Rowley. He fought Barrios. He fought Pedraza. He fought Gamboa. He fought Frank Martin. He fought so many people.
He didn't fight Devin. He didn't fight Tio. He didn't fight Shakur.
He fought Roach.
And he didn't
Theo
fight
didn't
Loma
Lamont
either.
Roach.
And he didn't fight Loma
He didn't
either.
fight
Loma
Lomachenko.
been ducking him. Loma been ducking him since
Oh,
he was in the
stop.
amateur.
Man, he got
Loma
Loma.
Lomachenko
He
been
could have
beat.
fought Loma back in the
Lomachenko
day, and
fought
he
all
turned
them
that down.
guys.
Loma been ducking Tank since he was in the amateur.
yo,
Everybody know
none of
Loma
them fought
scared.
one another. The first fight is
Everybody,
about to happen. Ryan done fought the most of them, and Tio is about to fight Shakur, so that's a great fight there. But man, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. The only way Shakur did any pump faking, it was when he said sign the contract. That was a pump fake because there was no contract at that point in time to find. That was just him egging the situation on to try to get the fight. That being the case, only way Shakur was going to get that fight with Devin is if he would have accepted, and that which I agree he should have accepted, because at that point we would have seen if the fight was going to take place. Because honestly, I don't think Devin was going to fight again at 35 unless he was about to get broke the fudge off, and I don't know if that
yeah.
fight is going to break him the fudge off. I'm
Can
just
I ask
being
you a
honest.
question, Thomas Hill?
Shakur
Thomas
was
Hill, can I
doing
ask you
bad
this?
business though. Like in that
Thomas
situation,
Hill, can I ask
Shakur
you a
was
quick
acting
question?
like a kid, man.
Oh, for sure.
Hey, Thomas Hill, didn't we see Sugar Ray Leonard do the same BS when he didn't fight Donald Curry? Ain't it the same thing we've always seen? He picked and chose who he wanted to fight.
I guess you could say that, but at the same
I mean,
time,
because
I don't.
I know niggas don't go past 2005 when it comes to boxing talk, but this is an old scene. It's an old scene. And there's nothing wrong with what Tank is doing because he's making great money. At the end of the day, this is what it's all about. Don't say you want to
Regarding,
be the
Yeah.
best.
well, I don't even know how we got
We
on
seen the
Tank, but
ceremony.
regarding
Hold on, we
Tank,
seen the ceremony when Calvin gave him.
only thing I will say regarding Tank is the fact that he ain't fought them, they ain't fought him, and they ain't fought one another. And we're gonna get one fight in particular that we would like to see coming up in January. So hopefully that's the start of them fighting one another. But none of them to this point, none of them, and our capital none of them have fought one another except for Ryan. Devin fought
And that's
Ryan.
what that
Devin fought and that's it. He Tank fought Ryan and that's it. Ryan fought Devin and Tank. Tio's just about to fight Shakur. It should be a good fight. Hopefully we get the rest of them fighting one another. But none of them. and all of them have fought quote unquote slow, flat-footed Mexican fighters. So let's not do that, man. You know, none of them is giving us world-beating fights.
And three of them ducked the dream, and one of them cheated.
Who ducked the dream, dog? Tell me who ducked the dream, dog. Who ducked them, V3? You said Shakur ducked, Tank ducked, T.O. ducked. T.O. definitely ducked. I'll give you that. T.O. ducked.
Tank, it's crazy how Ryan fought two of them, but Tank the only one that got a win on any of them.
Hey, Tank need to fight them, bro. It's just the
He
bottom
the
line, dog.
Tank,
I'm
Tank the
not. I'm
only
not.
one. Tank the only one with a win though
But Tank need to
against
fight them,
any of
though.
them.
You need to fight the rest of them, and they need to fight the rest of one another. They should because they are the best in the sport. They should find out who is the supreme of them. It should be fights that they make. Hopefully, we get to see the fights. I want to see the fights. I want to see if styles really matter. I want to see if people are overrated. I want to see if people have been manufactured or match made. I want to see if they really legit. Believe they are. I'm not one that's gonna hate on Devin. I see things that Devin do that can be taken advantage of, but you got to be special to take advantage of it. Not anybody just gonna step up to Devin and make Devin look suspect. You got to have something in your book. I feel the same with Shakur and Tank. I'm not
I'm
a hater,
already
bro. Like
I'm already knowing that all of them is legit. They all
I can't
legit
go
fighters.
nowhere with my Patriots cap on, man. People love it. People love to hate on the Pats. Hey, hey, my bad for jumping in like that. Hey, we working. Let me ask y'all. You know, and y'all know I'm just trolling. You already know it's business. Business come before everything in the sport. Uh, that's gonna always be paramount in the sport, the business side of everything. Now, let me say this, man. Hey, listen, we 5 hours in. Y'all know I keep y'all on the show all day because I'm on the road working. So it ain't no thing to me. And I appreciate everybody cooking with us. Make sure y'all tap the like button and follow the channel B3 Picks TV. We definitely working. And now let me say this before I gotta stop at this store real quick. I gotta check this store out real quick. Um, and why I got y'all in here? I still got Blue. I still got John and Bit. Okay, okay, cool. A lot, right? Before we close out the show, I want you to rank these guys. Blue, Ja. I want you to rank them 1 through 4. We got Javante, Shakur, Tiafima Lopez, Devin Haney. 1 through 4 is just as and I'm not talking about resume. I'm not talking about accolades. We just talking about uh based on what you've seen. Who's the best fighter, man? Right now, where does this stack up for you, Blue? And if Blue not available,
Uh,
Josh started off for us.
um.
Okay, Blue available.
So you got which out
We,
of the
we got the
I
top
see three
four. We
right
got the
now.
top four dogs. We got Shakur,
Mm,
Javante, Devin, and Tiafimo. Rank them.
mm, oh well, Shakur, number one. Tank. No. Shakur, Devin, T.O. Man, that's a toss up between T.O. and Tank. Man, I would say T.O. and then Tank.
See, people always gonna go off. It don't do the resume and none
What's
of
your
that.
reason? He said no accolades and what else you said?
Well, no, I'm not. I'm just yeah. I
Yeah, it ain't
mean, for
about
Tank,
resume. It's about
No,
as a
I
fighter.
don't know
What you
why you
seen
said
based
what
on
you
I
said.
said
I'm
what
just
you seen
asking
from them.
what you seen from in the
Yes.
ring.
mm, well, I see that. Okay, so. I believe that Shakur would, if Shakur would have got it, listen, I'm gonna put it to you like this: if Shakur would have got his way and got the fights that he asked for, he actually was able to fight those, actually have those fights, all the names he called out, then he would have the best resume. But it is what it is. But I'm gonna say just on the strength, Shakur, you know what I'm saying? Because I feel like he is that man, he is him. And then I'm gonna say Devin, because he has undisputed, you know what I mean? And I feel like he could. I just feel like he moves strategically. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, Tio, because Tio fights people. You know what I'm saying? But Tank, he ain't fought nobody. He ain't fought. He don't fight his contemporaries, man. So it just is what it is.
All right, so me, I'm gonna say, so you kind of broke the rules. You said Devin undisputed, but like I'm gonna say, T.O. number 4 for me.
Hmm.
Um, I seen him do a lot though, like, but sometimes he inconsistent, and I seen him like his consistency ain't there for me. That's basically all it is. But I seen T.O. if he was more consistent, I'd probably have him number 2, cause of his versatility. And then when you look at his body dynamic, like and the opponents that he done fought, like the different sizes and the different weights he done fought in, and different caliber of opponents. But he not consistent enough. Like I trust Devin and Shakur and Tank to come in with consistency every time they fight. But I don't trust T.O. as much as them. Then I say Shakur. Shakur could be number 1, but he hasn't even been in any tests. And it's crazy how like they said contemporaries like Shakur done- he got the fights that he wanted. He was clamoring for Oscar and he wanted Jamel Herring. So far, that's the only fights I've seen that he seriously wanted. He got them. But he hasn't been in any fights that shown me anything. But his style is because I've been looking at him since the amateurs, so I see what other people see in him. But I still need to see him perform before I give him any credit for what I believe he can do. So he number 3 and Devin number 2 because his style is more less versatile than Tank, but he done fought a lot of people and he come out on top. Um, and he showed me the heart. He showed me where Ryan is a big deal for me. But with Tank, he number 1 because in the ring I see him do everything against different size opponents. I see him come up and win, go down and win, stay in the middle and win. The way that he when he knocking people out, the skill behind that, like it take people like it took Laura a long time to be able to do stuff like that. But Tank came in the game able to do that. He not just somebody who pressure you and knock you out. Like he create these knockouts. And with Roach specifically, opened my eyes up to him even more because if you pay attention in that fight, he's taking all the risks while Roach is just sitting back as if he's the um one that's being challenged and not the challenger. And Tank kind of carried him through that fight. Like Tank sticking his head out there with his hands down just to see if Roach gonna bite on something. Like Roach didn't really bite on nothing. That's what made the fight look more competitive than it actually was in my eyes. So it'd be Tank number 1, Devin number 2, Shakur number 3, and T.O. number 4.
And let me just say this real quick before I bring Blaze and T Hill in on this. Um, the people they didn't really want to hear your list, Job. I mean, it was too real for them. Um, I don't know for whatever reason. Uh, I mean, I think the people probably they might got Devin Haney number 1.
Debo
That's
there.
Debo Dev. I mean, I think now he's becoming a fan favorite right now. I think that's all it is. But let me bring in T Hill on this now, or Blaze. Let me bring Blaze
Yeah,
in
bring
first.
Blaze in.
And I'm gonna bring T Hill in. Blaze, you with us?
Yep, I'm with you. What's the question?
Not based on accolades, resume, none of that. Just based on what you've seen from them in the ring. Rank Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Javante Davis, Teofimo Lopez, 1 through 4.
Shakur, Devin, Tank, and Tio.
100%.
I mean, man, it's tough, man. I got Devin first. That's because Devin's active right now handling his business. Three division champion. Just you, I know you guys said accolades don't matter, but Brian Norman, he's gonna get credit from Brian
What you
Norman Jr.
seen? Yeah, what you
How he
seen?
do it and how he did it and how he performed. You feel me? He was precise. He was nice. I would go Tank. Tank second. But see, that's the thing. No, I don't got Tank second. I got Shakur second. I got Shakur second. And I'm gonna tell you why. And I could just skip. I ain't gonna even go long into this. I got Tank third because he got the draw with Lamont. You know, he didn't win, but he didn't lose. He didn't lose, but he didn't win either. And we're not even talking about like Lamont being on the list, and I ain't Lamont in the mix because he got a draw with Tank. He arguably could have won if they counted the knee, and then TL fourth. And that's just my honest list. I think, but I would have if Shakur beats TL, I would have Shakur first, and then Devin, and then Tank, and then TL. That's my list.
Respect. AB3, let me point out though. So far, I'm the only one that can actually answer the question. Everybody else breaking the rules to the question.
Oh, what was the rule I broke? What I break? The resume?
You're supposed to go off of what you seen in the ring, so it
And that
basically be more about like what was that word you said that Ant said about Laura? It was like
Being nuanced.
nuance.
all right.
Like
So
it
look,
was
but look, my
basically
my my
about
list is
that.
the
And then he
same.
said like no accolades.
No,
You
okay,
know
no
what I
accolades,
mean?
but it's the list is the same. What I seen in the ring just for recently with Devin, he's won. He's won with what I recently seen. Two would still be Shakur. He handled his business against the Peta. Tank just got the draw. And then I wasn't impressed necessarily with Tio and Barboza. And then his fights before that. So my list is still the same, even if I don't do any
Okay.
type of accolades.
No doubt.
Because that's
Yeah,
what ultimately with me,
my
it's
list is
eyeball
still the
test.
same. Yeah, my list is still the same too without doing accolades because the simple fact is that's just how I see the fighters in general. So I
Yeah.
see I got Shakur over Devin. You know what I'm
Who
saying?
that?
I got
That's Blaze. He's saying they won and Tank just had a draw. You saying the eye test for you is that's just how you see them from what you see in the ring.
mhm.
No doubt. Respect.
That's why when you say Tank first, I can't argue with you. Because that's how you feel it is. You see
But
what I'm
ain't
saying?
nobody
So
want to hear that though. Ain't nobody want to hear that. I ain't break the
I
rules
mean,
of
but
the
you
question.
entitled to your opinion, fam. So
No,
people
and
gotta hear it.
nobody
You
even
know what I mean?
disagreed with you. No, we're not even
Yeah,
disagreeing with you.
yeah. So
You
people
gotta
gotta hear
you
you.
got your
Yeah,
No,
perspective.
that's
I
your
ain't saying
opinion.
that. I ain't say. I
Yeah,
said
that's your
I ain't break
opinion.
the rules of the question. But ain't nobody want to hear it specifically because like Tank got the biggest. When he say he got the target on his back, just like y'all should believe him when he talking about retiring and all that other stuff. Like I believe that too. Then he got the biggest target for some reason.
That's a great
Well,
point.
cause that nigga is the money, bro. What you mean?
Great
You
point.
gon' be the target.
And
You the one
you
that
got some
everybody
fighters.
the guap, like my man Rod Tidwell said in the Jerry Maguire film. When you got the quam, that's what he called it. When you got the money, the
Uh,
power, the respect, you gonna have a target. You gotta know
Yeah.
that, and you gotta move accordingly. So
Everybody want your spot.
it ain't
yeah,
entirely on everybody else. Tank got some part of this too. You know what I'm saying? Because Tank should be at the part of his career, like Steven Espinoza asked Shakur, where he can say, "La, f that. I want this fight. Give me this person." And that
yeah.
doesn't seem to be the case as of now. If he's
I
not
feel like
retiring, go ahead.
I agree with you. Like I feel like honestly, and like this no shade to anybody. I just feel like he not that educated when it come to that. And I don't feel like
Respectable. I don't think any of them are.
I feel like with Devin
Yeah.
he got Bill, and he more educated himself.
Hey, look, Shakur got Jay Prince. Trust me, and his granddaddy.
I mean,
Jay
I
Prince
mean,
kind of coming off himself, like for himself more than anything. He
I
just
mean,
somebody who known and respected. Like
Hey, at the end of the day, though, we're having this conversation. What's beautiful about this sport is that all these four that we had on this list and made, then they're in their prime. They're still competing at the highest level. You know, all of them, all four of them. You feel me? If I'm not
Well,
I
mistaken, all
wish
hey,
we
four of
could.
look,
them are all four of them are champions. You see what I'm
I
saying?
wish
So
we
it's
could
like they doing
legitimately
their thing.
add more people to the list, like Gary Antoine, Richardson Hitchens.
Don't forget
Who
Lamont. How you can't forget Lamont? Gotta
now
add him to the
Lamont
list.
though, right after that fight though,
Yeah,
after his
exactly. Just
last
for
fight.
him having a draw with Tank alone that arguably could
But
have been a win,
that's
he's on the
really based
list.
off of that's just based off of Tank. We still got to see Lamont. Like I want to see him stop Pitbull.
But Pitbull ain't don't get stopped like that. That's unrealistic expectation. Tank didn't
It's
stop him.
it's not unrealistic to me though. I think
Tank
if
didn't
we
stop
going
him.
if we but if we gonna put Lamont on the list, then I want to see him perform to be on the list, not just get a draw. Cause
But
you
I
cause
mean, but he didn't. But that's the thing, though. It go both ways, though. Tank didn't lose the fight, but Tank didn't win the fight, and it was
that's fine.
controversial
But
how it happened.
that's all about Tank. That ain't really about Lamont.
No, yes, it is because he's on the other half of it. That's why he gets put into the conversation because he didn't lose
It's
the Tank
not.
either.
It was an entertaining fight, but it wasn't one of them draws where it's like I'm
Right.
putting Lamont on the list off of that draw.
But what I'm telling you, before that fight, everybody thought Tank was unstoppable, rightfully so. Like nobody had Lamont having a chance in that fight, and he arguably won that fight if they count the knee. Like that ain't just any type of draw I'm talking about right now. And I'm not talking about any type of opponent. It's Tank. That's why I be like,
And
that
you
that's
it's
a
gotta get
like
some
fact. That's a
respect,
fact.
bro.
the
You gotta
crazy
get some
part about
respect
that
for that.
the crazy part about that is like in the same breath it'd be like Tank don't fight his contemporaries, and it was the same narrative before he fought Lamont.
But look though, peep this though.
So
You
how
got
he
aircraft,
gets all this respect over a draw with Tank, and Tank ain't getting the respect that he really deserved? Then,
but why should
if
Tank
that's
get
the case,
respect for the draw? If Lamont don't get
I'm not
respect for the
saying
draw, how
respect
Tank
for the
get?
draw. I'm not saying respect for the draw. Like obviously, it's a big deal to get a draw with Tank, somebody who they don't want to give him his respect because they saying he not
It,
fighting somebody they wanted to see him fight.
but
Like
it
that
ain't
don't
just
make
anybody. That's the whole point. It's Tank. If you got Tank number one and dude just drew with him, he gotta be in the conversation. Like
no.
that's what I'm
He in
trying to
a
tell you. Like it don't make
conversation.
sense. He should
He
be
in a
on the list
conversation with
because
I
look,
wanna the
okay,
reason why he not on the list yet with like Hitchens or Gary is because he didn't get a win that
okay,
put
but
him
look,
on the
But
list to
look,
me.
but let me ask you a question. You got Tank beating Shakur, T.O., and Devin, right? According to your
Yeah,
list,
but it's
right?
not to
But he
me. It's not
didn't
a
beat Lamont.
easy. It's
You
not
see
an
what I'm saying?
easy fight.
You got him beating all of them, but we know
I
he
get
didn't beat
what you
Lamont.
saying. I get what you saying. That's easy to understand because that's the narrative that's pushed.
It's not
But
the
for
narrative,
me,
it's the reality.
it it's propaganda at the end of the day.
No,
Like
it happened. It happened.
they came to a draw really happened. That's not what I mean by propaganda. Putting him on the list based off of a draw is propaganda.
No, it's not
That
because
don't
look,
have
because you
it
don't have
is.
Shakur, you don't have Tio, or you don't have Devin having a draw with Tank. You have them losing. So that
No,
means
that's
you
not
stand the
that's
reasons that with
I it's
Lamont would be
not
better than them.
when you say I had them losing, it's not a guarantee that they gonna lose. I'm saying
Okay.
if they fight, I'm rooting for Tank. It would be less of a guarantee when I felt like Devin was going to win against Brian Norman. I'm just rooting for Tank in those fights. But
But see, the whole thing, that's why it's like this is the
I
question
feel like
mark.
it could be a draw with when Loma and Tio fought. That could have been a draw. Like the draw is not. It make Lamont look
That
better
wasn't
than
no draw. No, no,
no
no,
no.
no. Tio
Look
clearly beat
look.
Loma.
The
That couldn't have
draw
been a
with
draw.
Lamont and Tank make Lamont give him more credit than he was getting credit that he actually deserved. But to put him on the list, I need to see him do something on his own. Like the draw was more about Tank having a draw than it was about him like just looking so good that he forced Tank into a draw. But
I
you
mean,
could
it
put him on
did.
the
He
list all
arguably
day.
Tank arguably lost the fight if they count the knee, though,
Yeah,
brother.
you saying arguably is the key word. That's not now
No,
that's
what I'm
not reality.
but
That's
no, what
not
I'm just telling
reality
you,
that
okay,
he
yeah, I know.
actually
I qualify it. That's why I say arguably it's not reality, but what I'm
it could
telling
have
you is
still been a
if
draw
they
or Tank
counted
could
it a
have
knee,
won. Tank could
okay,
have won or it could have still been a draw, knee or no knee. So that don't
okay,
matter. That's just propaganda. Like
okay.
I need to see and then it is realistic to me for Lamont to be able to stop Pitbull. Nobody else has done it, but I am giving Lamont his real credit as a
All right,
fighter.
so if Lamont stops Pitbull, does he deserve to be on the list?
Hell yeah. Nobody else
Okay.
has done it.
Bet,
If
bet. See?
Lamont if Lamont just
Okay.
win, if Lamont win and he don't stop Pitbull, but he don't do the dancing like Rayo and Tank did, and he beat Pitbull right there in the pocket, he deserved to be on the list because of that.
But if he outbox him and dance, he don't deserve to be on the list.
Yeah, but I don't want. That's nothing to me. That's the
See, I hear
blueprint.
you. I hear you.
That's the
I hear your
blueprint to
point of
beat
view. I'm following you.
Pitbull.
I'm following you. I'm following
Like
you.
all the other stuff is propaganda. They and semantics. Like they accuse me. Like that's all that is. Like yeah, Tank and Lamont had a draw. I wasn't never sleeping on Lamont anyway. But like the way that they fought, it was like I said, Tank was taking all the risks. Lamont was mirroring him. He wasn't. He didn't take like. They say you supposed to beat the champion to be the champion. He didn't fight like that. Like the credit that he was looking for was OD. Like you deserve that draw.
I
You
mean, the
ain't
one thing
deserve
about it at the end of the
nothing
day,
more
it's
than that.
like what the reality to this is it should have been a rematch. It should have been a rematch, brother. We shouldn't even be having
Yep.
this conversation. That's
Yep.
why it's like that's the critique that I get on Tank. And I like Tank. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Tank's my guy, but
Mm.
this is right here why he's at number three. Because he was supposed to take that rematch. But when took them rematches when they thought they was close, when they tried to say, hey, this dude Castillo, when they tried to say Mayorga and all that, he said, run that back. And I'm gonna make sure y'all know that this fight I won. You feel me? So
But
there ain't no
we
debate.
don't know just the same way. It's just the biggest target on Tank back. Is why if something don't happen that you want to happen for him, it's way more backlash than it is for any other
Because
fighter.
he's at the top. That's what you get. That's what come with it, bro. When
No,
you're at the
I
top of the
know. That's a
hill, you get
blessing. It's a
everything.
blessing. I'm just saying, like,
You take everything.
I'm not about to legitimize some double standard that's not actually necessary. It don't
I'm
come in with because you get blessings. That's what come with the blessings or whatever. People that they want to do some extra stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like he got a target on his back too, and somebody couldn't even like I don't know what he did, so I can't go that far with it. But it's like most of the stuff that's affecting it is outside of boxing. And then all of his fights is entertaining. But it's always the biggest narrative to be pushed is why they don't want to see the fight. Why it's not a good fight. But secretly everybody want to see it. We sitting here
Hold
talking
on, let
about,
me
oh,
Jock.
thank God we
Jock.
don't have to talk about him no more. Like secretly you love talking about him. He's the most entertaining fighter of the modern age.
Oh, that's a fact, John. This nigga BBO, that's Tank is one of his favorite fighters.
No, BVO has
So
been
it's all
sarcastic.
that's a
He
known
wa-
fact.
he was being sarcastic, but he was
Hey,
being
hey,
real
hey,
good at
John,
it.
John, you saying that your boy Roach gotta stop Tank? I mean Pitbull to be on the list?
he gotta
Nah,
stop him
I'm
or he gotta
saying
stand in the box and beat him. That's what he said. He can't
no.
ball box him. He can't just dance on him.
He could outbox him, but like honestly, that's not Roach style. The style we seen him fight with Tank, that was to get through the Tank fight. Any other fight we see Roach like. And he don't sit there. He's not about like Pitbull. We talking about Pitbull and giving him all the credit. Like it's dangerous for Pitbull to stand there with Roach though.
You don't give Roach no credit for what happened, what took place in that fight with Tank.
Yeah, I give him that was he's smart. He a good fighter. Obviously, I'm saying y'all not giving him credit.
Who?
Like he I'm saying the way
Huh?
y'all looking at his options to beat Pitbull, y'all not giving Roach his real credit. That's Roach style is like you don't want to stand there with him.
I haven't provided
Hey,
my
hey, look,
analysis on how
look,
I think
I,
Roach
That's
would be.
Roach's real
I
style.
said
You don't
that.
want to stand there with him. We giving all of
Look, I
that to
said that Roach
Pitbull
can
though.
win this fight. I got Roach winning the fight, and I said that he can even possibly knock Cruz out. It just depends.
Roach should be the bigger guy in this fight anyway. Roach already had fights at 135 before he even fought Tank. He was bigger
But
than Tank in that fight.
but Pitbull's had multiple fights at 140 now, so he's acclimated to the weight.
Against
I
who though? Against who?
nah,
And when he
nah, you
fought
talking
Against
tough,
somebody,
dude.
against
wait, no,
Rolly,
I'm saying
against Ryo, against
again
who else
low
at 140?
IQ, and then Rolly got a low IQ. I'm not dissing Rolly, but that's the only
Yeah, I hear
reason
you.
he able to look good as he get against. But once he fight Ryo, it's not just the boxing, but Ryo was touching him, and those punches was affecting Pitbull.
I'll
Like
say this.
man, what I want to see from Roach, I'm rooting for Roach in this. I want to see him stop Pitbull because he can do it.
Let me get
Pitbull
the
not
floor.
invincible. My bad, my bad.
Nah, nobody's invincible, bro. Nobody. Anybody can
Ro-
beat on any given Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or whenever they fight. Especially if you're not putting the work in or
let,
you're not valuing the opponent that you walk in the ring with. For you, you absolutely right about that. Ain't nobody invincible.
let me say one last thing.
Hype now. Listen, talk that same shit. Talk that same shit. If all y'all was
I just want to say one last thing to you, and my fault. Like when Ryo fought Pitbull the way he did, Ryo fight like that anyway. And Tank fought him like that. Tank trying to not have to have that demand of getting a knockout, and he hurt his hand that fight. If Lamont been his regular self, his natural style, then his style is designed to stop somebody like Pitbull, who don't, he gonna bite off more than he could chew.
I'm just saying, Fierro was hitting that boy with bombs, and he still stood up. Boy, it's
Yeah.
gonna be tough to knock that Ricky Freaky out. I'm just
And
saying.
listen, man, that's Pitbull who
And
Pitbull
Ryo can
is.
punch.
It's like
Yeah.
Pitbull got his brand and like Canelo got his brand, and they ain't never hit the ground. So they ain't never been hurt like that to really prove it. So it's hard pressed for you to talk about stopping that dude. That's their strength. You feel me? That's
But based
what
on the
keeps them in the
style,
game.
and that's what I was telling you when we was talking about the
I
Haney
can
fight.
see a
I
TKO,
didn't
but
think
I don't see a
I
clean KO though.
I
It,
didn't think that
One
yeah,
Haney
punch.
could
even
get
if he
stopped.
just hurt, even if he just hurt Pitbull though,
Yeah,
like visibly.
exactly. He gonna get credit for that.
Well, yeah, he could hurt him. I mean, hell, he's pretty slick in that ring, man. And he does put his punches right. I think Pitbull also gets hated on. But I'm gonna say this. Let me get the full understanding of the question. You talking about based on what we see them doing in the ring, or what they've accomplished in the ring?
Yeah, no,
It's what they
based
doing.
on no. Not more, not only just what they doing,
Like true pound for
just
pound.
just from your eye test,
No,
Yeah,
who
it's eye
who
yeah,
test. It's eye test. We ain't talking about accolades right now.
yeah, no
Eye
accolades,
test,
just
yeah.
the
based off what
Pound
you
ability
for
to
seen.
go in there and box and impose your will upon another person fight, another fighter, right?
1000% impose your
Yeah.
style.
Mm, tough, real tough. Tio definitely pulling up four. I think Tio's his worst enemy, and on top of that, he has to have you coming forward. You cannot frustrate him and make him fight going on the front foot. So he's four.
Nah. T.O. rushed Cambosis, remember? And got dropped in the first round.
Yeah, and he
So
still
we
should have
seen it
won that
before.
fight. He still should have won that fight. He just got out of. Well, I know I'm privy to other things that was taking place, and outside activity does in fact affect most people. Some people can push past that and tone that out, but most people can't. And what he was
Hold on,
going
T
through.
Hill.
Go ahead.
You scored that for T.O.?
No, I said he should have won that fight.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Nah,
He
he didn't
dropped Pat
win that fight.
Martis too, though.
Okay.
And when he dropped him, he
Nah,
should
some
have got.
people did say Tio came back on and won that fight. Some
No, but
people
it was
did.
a closer fight than many people say it was. But he
Yeah.
still lost the fight. No, and it was a
Okay.
clear loss.
Okay.
I'll be doing myself a major disservice by saying, nah, he won that fight. That nigga also lost that Sandor Martin fight. Just
Yeah, he
saying.
lost that one. He got dropped in that one.
I'm just
Possibly
saying.
twice.
That's why when we was talking about, losses, perfection, some niggas shouldn't have perfect records because they did actually take some losses, but they were given decisions. So it happens. And that's always been a part of boxing. That's not nothing new.
Now,
But
did
that
you
being
score Haney Loma 7-5 Loma?
for me, hell yeah. Hell to the yeah.
Look, here's my only thing with the I had Haney beat Loma, but here's the thing. Loma outlanded Devin Haney 20-2 in the 11th round. So that's why it looks
Okay.
like you can't give him. He won that round, but he packed all his punishment, a lot of it in that round. You feel me? And it was at the end. But Honey came, he pulled back at the 12th. So that's the only thing I can peep why people say Loma won because he pulled out at the end. But he was already playing from behind when he tried to turn it up, and it was just a little too late. You
But
feel
see,
me?
that's
But he
what
got a lot of his activity in that one round.
Okay.
I mean. The best I can give the first half of the fight for Dev is 4-2 out of the first six. The best I can give. I could see giving him 4-2. I thought it was 3-3, but I could see giving it 4-2. The second
So
half of
then
the
look,
fight, the second
yeah,
half of the
go
second
ahead.
half of the fight was Lomas, bro. I'm sorry. I'm so very sorry, bro. He put a
In what
string of
way?
rounds. What rounds?
Yeah.
7, 8, 9. No, not 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. Those were his rounds.
So
And it
you gave
wasn't even
7 and
But that's
12
still
to Devin.
six. That's a
I said
draw. That's
7, 7,
six.
7, 7 is a swing
Okay.
round. I
But if
Okay,
you
I
give
get what
believe
you're
7,
saying.
8, 9, and 12 to him, that's 6-6. It's a draw.
yeah.
Okay, I
But if
can
you
look. It's
give
close. I
7,
can't
but if
argue
you
with
give
you.
7 to him, I give it to him. That's 7-5 Dev. But I'm not mad if Dev won the fight because it was a good fight. It was a really close
And
fight.
was
I just thought that the second half Loma controlled it, and then me and Ant we did a breakdown on the 12th round. Loma actually landed more punches in the 12th round, the round that everybody say he packed it up and took off, and threw like 4 fewer
You
punches,
said
I
and
believe.
pulled that up?
Yeah, it's in the casuals
I
corner.
can't
You can go
believe my
check it.
brother and working as a double agent.
He ain't a double agent. Now that being said, if you got Dev winning the fight, absolutely, I ain't got no problem with it. I just thought that he didn't win it. I thought the best he could have hoped for was a draw.
man,
But
that was
that
a hell
being,
of a fight.
it was a
At the
hell of
end
a
of the
fight.
day, that was a
That
hell
was
of a
And
fight,
I
bro. I
and I
watched
got
that
mad.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I got mad respect for Dev because he did something that people said he couldn't do. He worked inside and he won the body battle, going to the body.
Yep,
Before he
clearly,
hadn't.
like 40-9.
So I'm not mad at people who say Devin won. When you say 9-3, did you? I'm gonna ask you. Everybody on there. Did y'all have him winning 9 of the 10 rounds? I
No,
mean the
I had
12
a
rounds.
seven.
I had it
I had a
like 7-5,
7-5 Haney.
8-4, 8-4 maybe.
Yeah,
But
I had 7-5
7-5
Hey,
Haney.
is
if
like,
you do A4, you can do 9-3.
No, you
that's what I'm
absolutely
saying.
can. You
You
That's what
see
I'm
what
absolutely
I'm
like. But
can.
saying? Because
here's the
here's the
biggest thing.
thing.
Here's the biggest. Okay, go ahead. Go
The
ahead, B.
body, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm scoring the effective work,
Yeah.
uh and
Effective aggression.
the most effective uh action in that fight was Haney's a body attack.
Yes.
Yeah.
But look
Now
though,
did
but what I would
Loma,
give it to, go ahead, go ahead.
the only thing about Loma is, yes, I will give y'all, Loma was, he would shoot off them combinations. He worked in spurts. But the situation is this though, right?
I'm
You're
listening.
you're giving Loma that grace because he's fighting against Haney. If it was anybody else, you would say, where's the effectiveness of these punches? Now
Mm.
I know you
And
landed some little, short little shots or whatever the case may be, but were you more effective in that round, in the totality of the round? So we got it. That's the only thing. In that fight, Loma was
So
landing, he was landing some little shots, but
I thought
Haney was landing the bigger shots.
I thought Haney clearly won more than Tio did, but nobody argued with Tio winning.
Oh, of the three that fought him, I thought that Ortiz actually won the fight better than
Man,
anybody. He
Ortiz don't
lost.
never,
You see there?
no.
I
And
thought so. I thought
he literally faded T Hill down the stretch.
he did, but he
Man,
won the first. He won the first seven though. He definitely won the first seven. He won the
man,
first
see,
seven. He faded
Ortiz
hard.
can't get away with the stuff with the way he be trying to win when he's the challenger, man. Like,
Nah, Blaze, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you up, bro. Go ahead, Blaze.
And
I'm gonna let
Carrier,
you
put
talk
your
die
one through
afterward.
four in the chat. I want to know from you and Bella who y'all got 1 through 4. Tank, Shakur, Devin, and Tio.
Oh,
How y'all
Blaze
got them
bomb.
ranked?
So
Now he
let me.
fell off. Blazer probably pull back up. Blaze fell off. Go ahead, Tio.
Nah, Ja was cooking. Go ahead, Ja. My bad.
I'm saying Ortiz, I understand how people feel about him winning these fights. But like you the challenger, Ortiz, you ain't never trying to win like in the big fights. You trying to coast yourself to a win, like you trying to Shakur
Yeah.
versus De Los Santos yourself to a win in your biggest fights, and you the challenger.
Nah, I could respect that. I could definitely respect that.
So
I
it
don't think
just
he coasted.
frustrating.
I don't think he coasted. I just think he was spent, and Loma was just that. Loma a great fighter, bro. Like I don't care what nobody say. That's why I give Dev mad respect for that fight. That fight right there, that's legit. And on top of that, Dev was depleted. I don't care what nobody say. I don't care what he came in that ring. It's hard to get down there when you're not supposed to be down there. And
Loma said
then
he made weight on the 3rd try.
I believe it. I believe it for what I saw in them the Scambosis fights, bro. I honestly didn't recognize Devin when I saw him on the scale, bro. I didn't believe that was. I thought that was AI because it didn't look like him.
Now let me ask you this: with Devin's inability to close the Norman Jr. fight, does it still make you feel like you're seeing the same Devin? You see what I'm saying?
No, he's definitely not the same Devin. He's definitely more fresher. He's more sharper.
Okay.
You know, he's more alert with his things. There are similar tendencies that he's done that he hasn't yet corrected. But like I say, Norman's a good boxer, bro. If anybody say trash, they just hating on the brother. And some of them hating because of whatever happened with Boots. I don't let other ninjas nor what they do about other ninjas affect me about what I think of them. I still think he's a good fighter. He just needs better direction, and he needs a little bit more seasoning.
Hold
He's
on. So
young.
the Boost fans anti Haney right now? What's going on?
They could be, bro. Like I've
The
seen
Boost
it.
fans really support Haney.
Hey,
I
nah.
thought they
Usually
be
it's the
trying to
Crawford
say,
fan. It's usually the Crawford fans that support Haney. You know, Haney fans support
Oh,
Crawford.
because of the snap. Because
But
of
but
snap.
but 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 but
they
but
really
Boots
saying
has an
that Boots duck
affiliation,
Haney.
huh?
Some people saying that Boots duck Haney when he moved up
Boots
north.
ain't duck no Haney, bro. Come on, man. Come on
So
now.
They letting that
that could
ride.
be
I think the Boost fans need to let that ride because they trying to pit blacks against each other. Come on, we
Mm,
gotta work together.
I don't know about that, but I'll say this. I know his performance against Brian Norman puts him in the driving seat at that division. And he's only one step away from the next division. So that fight is not out of the realm of question. Do I think that Boots stay there? Hell no. I think that Boots is definitely going to be at 68 before his career is over. Maybe even 75, but definitely 68. I don't know how big Dev goes up, but right now, Dev in the driving seat in that division. And the only fights that make sense for Dev that's not a mandatory would be a unification with Barrios or
Rolly.
Rowley. And who has the other belt?
Lewis Crocker.
Crocker. And I don't think he gets that fight. I think that stays overseas. So those are the only two fights. I mean, him going up, nah, he ain't got to go up, bro. I mean, people just got to give him his respect and his props for what he done. And what he done did, you can't dispute it. No matter how we try to marginalize it, we marginalize only our fighters. Our fighters constantly get marginalized by us. These other Mickey Frickies be moving lame and nobody says nothing about it. I hear people for fighters not going through a fight, they are the reason why the fight didn't happen, even though the other fighter clearly pulled out and said they didn't want to fight. So, and that's just what we do to us, man. I'm not going to do that to us. So Devin, he deserves all credit for what took place. Norman's not trash. Norman just needs a little bit more seasoning. Norman needs some direction in his corner, and he'll be all right. As far as Devin is a great boxer. You know what I'm saying? He does a lot of things fundamentally sound. His timing is much better at this weight. His sharpness is definitely available and present at this weight. I don't think he's as depleted, so he's more commanding of his sensory skills too. So he's moving quicker than he was, and Brian Norman has good timing. His timing was much better. You know what I'm saying? His jab was sharp. That bad boy was like a shotgun, and it had effect on him. So I'm not gonna hate on him. Shakur, I'm never gonna hate on Shakur. Do he move funny outside the ring? A lot of them do. But that don't mean that in the ring he ain't no menace. The dude is a menace. Now he do some things that a lot of people don't rock with, but that's how he wins. And the object of the fight is for you to win. Like Carrier been saying, you don't get credits for draws and wish they would go to 13 rounds so there would be no draws unless it's some obvious point shaving going on. But we really need that movement. That being the case, man, those three are very, very close to me. But what I see in the ring, their ability to box, to impose will, I would have Tank one, slightly over, slightly over Shakur, and slightly over Dev. And I think they are very, very close. I think one does better with distance and timing. The other one does better with controlling space and pace. So I like all three of them. And I would love to see all three of them in the ring with one another so we could understand what the ring produces, because we could say what we want to say. They could say what they want to say. The ring shows us what's really going on, and the sport needs them to get in the ring with one another. And I hope that we get to see that.
We need that Devin Shakur, man.
No, we need that Devin Tank. We need that Devin Shakur. We need that Tank Devin. They need that Tank Shakur. We need that Shakur Tank. That Shakur Devin. We need that. And all of them need to put a beating on Tio for the way that he been calling us monkeys and wanting bananas and stuff like that. And they need to seriously delist him. Make sure he gets the D side instead of the B side. You know what I'm saying? Because he seriously been cutting up and out of line, and all because he had a moment where things wasn't right in the household. So
that's his own doing.
Yeah, that's true.
We can get into that, T Hill. I don't really want to, you know what I'm saying?
No,
But
it's beyond that too. It's also the fact that those was his contemporaries, and some of them was his partners, but yet they're glowing up and he isn't. They're making more money than him, and he's not. And he felt like he would have most accomplished. There's a lot of things that go into play with why he treats
because he know if he was black, he would be the dude. He wouldn't need. You got to think about it. 9 times out of 10, the people checking for what the brothers doing, man. What brothers got going on? The top athletes in the sport. Now, Tio not being Hispanic,
yeah, that's
being
the
kind of
problem.
from Tio not being Mexican, excuse me.
Yeah, that's the
And
problem.
also he's urbanized. Really, now it's his look. He wear a fade. His daddy from New York, so they got a certain type of swag to him as well. So, man, if Tiafimo was a Black American, but he whipped Lomachenko and whipped Josh Taylor. The only thing they would say about him, they would be honest though. They would say that he avoided Devin Haney, and that's what his people are not going to be honest about. The people that support Teal, they say certain things like Devin should wait his turn. He shouldn't have intervened for the 135 strap.
for for
That's what they
TR.
say. Yeah, I've heard people say. I've heard Benji say that Elvis Rodriguez managing. So if he's saying that out in the open, I know other people think it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. The
they
problem
said they
with
said T. They said Devin jumped the line.
Hey, I'm gonna jump the line too if I see some line that need to be jumped, bro. I ain't mad at what Devin did. The only thing that I ever say about Devin that has rubbed folk the wrong way is the way that they talk about people after they've done business with them. That right there burned bridges, and you want to make sure that no matter what, because you gotta
Yeah,
fight on their platforms that they provide and the business relationships they have acquired. So you want to make sure you have a good working relationship, and given and I'm gonna say this out of respect. They did that with the podcast Porter. You know what I'm saying? He never has a hating bone in his body. He just says what he believes. And they
Sean
took that
Porter, a
as
good guy.
and you saw how they did him and calling my man a coon, bro. Like the dude ain't no coon. He the farthest thing from a coon. And he respected him at all times, gave him mad respect and love. Just
Salute to the
didn't have
family
the right
crest.
information. You know what I'm saying? So they immediately took to social media, and all of them need to have their social medias removed or have somebody regulating what is being said before they hit that send button, because you can't take that ish back. And they came across like that, and that's the type of stuff that not only Bill does, but Dev does at times as well too. That wash people or rub people the wrong way. But that being the case, what you see in the ring is legit. Legit. Do we have some tendencies that you can take advantage of? Yeah. But I'm not going in the ring and taking advantage of it. Clearly, B. Norman couldn't go in the ring and take advantage of it. You gotta have some wherewithal, and you gotta be nice with yours. And not just anybody is gonna just get Dev the fudge up out of there. And that's why,
Yeah,
I say I could take all types of enhancements and I can go to the baseball diamond. Somebody throw me a pitch. I'm not parking that ish out the park. You
right.
got to have skill to take advantage of the pill. And some of these Mickey Frickies, they cheating. They got skill, but they need to do away with the protocols and make sure that the protocols apply everywhere. Everywhere they can fight for this belt, those protocols need to be in play. It shouldn't be because I'm in this area, this is acceptable. Nah, well, if it's acceptable there, it's acceptable here. We got to get that same benefit. And going back to what I said about the thing with Dev and Shakur, I don't believe either of them ducked. I don't believe that that fight is still not possible. I believe that fight is possible. I'm hoping that it is, especially if he's going up to fight your boy Tio and then possibly Ben, then you definitely can fight Shakur. Shakur can definitely fight Devin. Tank, if you were ever going to entertain getting in the ring with Jake Paul, who is much bigger than Devin and Shakur, then you definitely can fight them too. And should you fight them? Yes, because
If
that
you
would be
was if you was advising Shakur, would you advise him to do focus on unification or chase Devin? Get the Devin fight. Is he on the
um
list?
yo. So for that, I mean, if Devin's on the list, Shakur, you said on Devin's list, Shakur is on Devin's list.
Yeah, his name
Oh,
is like, isn't
oh,
it like top three on Devin's list? If I'm
Devin
not
is hot
mistaken.
right now. Devin is hot right now. The boogeyman, he just slayed. He just Candyman the Candyman. You know what I'm saying? So if that's a fight and it's popping, people want to see it, I'm in it. I think the first fight he should do, if he can, is that rematch with Ryan, because I think that would be the biggest moneymaker to this point. I think that if Shakur can go out there and beat T.O., then that builds that fight even more. And I expect Shakur to go out.
It ain't no think, my friend. It ain't no think. You got it. I'm gonna go ahead and fall back.
Well, while you was falling back, let me go forward. I'm gonna spring forward into which I was. We're gonna respect the time change. So I'm gonna spring forward and say that I fully expect him to beat T.O. I don't think that T.O. provides anything with his style that will perplex or confuse or bewilder Shakur. Whereas I think that Shakur makes you go to his pace better than most fighters do. And Teal's not very good at that. We've seen him struggle with that in various fights. The only fights he really, really looked good in was fights where people came forward. In the last come forward fight that I saw him in, my man was over there looking like Martin in the fight with Tommy the Hitman Hearns on Martin Lawrence show. Claggett had his ass lumped up. So if Claggett can hit him, Shakur damn sure gonna tag him and not get hit as much. So I favor him in that. I think that that builds the bigger intrigue for the fight with Dev, because he has a win over Tio. Dev has a win over Loma. And collectively amongst the contemporaries, with the exception, well, yeah, that is the biggest 2 wins of all 4 of their career, 5 of their careers. So, that sets up intrigue for that fight and therefore more money for that fight. But I'm never going to speak against Shakur unifying, because unifications are very, very prestigious and hard to come by. But that money is even harder to come by. And we know this. That's why some of these fights ain't getting made. And hopefully that builds his intrigue, because to this date, the biggest win of any of those contemporaries over one another has been Devin over Loma. That is the one that carries the most weight, period, point blank. If he beat Tio, that would be the second weighted victory. Then the victory over Ryan. But hopefully they get to fight one another, because that's what the sport needs. And that's what will bring the sport back. And that's what will infuse the younger folks to fight one another, because there's a lot of talent underneath them. And we've gone away from that over the dollar sign.
No, I'm in full agreement, TL. And my audio may go out because I'm listening.
Shout out
We
Crush the
moving around.
Legend.
Crush the Legend back in the building. We definitely working. I really want Crush the Legends 1 through 4. Devin, Tank, Shakur, Tio. Based on the eye test, based on what you've seen, man. Listen, we got a lot in store. Shakur, Tio, January 31st. I know my audio about to go out. Let me run this.
Go ahead, turn to the back, please. No, thank you.
Cruz said he didn't come here to dance. He came to swim. He came and swung for the. He was swinging for the fences, and he got the stoppage. That was a good.
Nice counter right hook by Cruz. Midway through the second. Oh, almost punched by.
Midway point of the penultimate round. That was a great left hook by Roach. And it demonstrates,
The knees of Garcia with the right. Roach going in.
My career is never going to be based on one fighter. Never.
Right.
I got bigger and better things to do.
Yeah, most definitely.
That was so hard, though. Hard.
But I'm gonna say one thing.
I love that he let the people know that, man. So hopefully he can move up to 147 and fight Devin Haney. Because that's what he said that's what he said he was going to do. Remember that, T Hill.
Yeah. And speaking to Blue and Blaze's point, bro, I don't care if he loses this fight with Pitbull. I still want to see the rematch with Tank Davis, and I believe that rematch is needed.
Stop. Come on, man.
Nah, I believe it's needed.
Now we going too far.
Nah, we ain't going too far, baby boy. It don't have to be immediate. It can be down the line. It could be, hey, yo, we gonna run this one as I leave out this bad boy. But I that get back should be gotten back to me.
But that's on. I wouldn't pay for that over. I mean,
No, 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 no. I'm
okay. Let me
saying,
just say this. Let me say this right. Coming off a loss, that's how I was viewing it. So, but
oh, no,
that's what
not
I
coming
think.
off
I
the
think
loss.
if you lose the pit bull, he would have to at least get a win right before fighting Tank. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I think that it could come later on, but I think that we should definitely get that rematch, man, because that rematch, that fight left unsettled. And if you're a fan of Tank, you would really say that as well too. You would say, yeah,
That's that. That's that. That's that in home phone right there. Let me close this. I gotta get these trash cans. Hey, we working, man. Hopefully my audio still coming through. I'm about to switch phones before I close out this show. Damn, this was a good one. Yo, T Hill. Okay, T Hill fell off. Blue, you still in here? Anybody here with me? Let me do this real quick.
Give me a second, bro.
I'm about to close it down. I'm about to shut it
Oh,
down.
okay. Well,
Blue.
man, hey, great live, my guy. Great live, man. On to the next one, man.
Appreciate
For
you,
real,
Blue.
for real. Good
Listen,
topics too, man. You already
1000%.
know.
Appreciate you, Blue. Shout out to
For sure.
everybody that pulled up. Shout out to the Sports Talk Network, the People's Network, Crush the Legend. We were, you know what I'm saying? It was a great live. Salute to everybody that pulled up today that showed love and hit the channel, that helped the channel grow. We working, man. Hey, let's go green. And we're gonna be back tomorrow, man. You already know what time it is. I mean, you already know.
You smoke crack, don't you? You smoke crack, don't you? Look at me, boy. Don't you smoke crack?
Hey, don't let that be you, man. Hey, keep your nose clean. Y'all keep y'all nose clean out here. Nah, God bless. We be back tomorrow to cook again. Listen, we working.
All right, is you motherfuckers finished? Y'all finished? You silly motherfuckers? You got to be soldiers, all right? Soldiers. Not clowns, goddammit. Drive, and you shut the fuck up.